from darkness to light.
I love who I am. I'm loving me. Look in the mirror. Unapologetically love what I see. Love who I am. I am invincible. I am a fan. My curves and my features, God makes no mistakes. I am successful. I am what it takes. I'm bulletproof. I'm 100 proof, and I love who I see because I'm living my truth. I'm invincible. I'm incredible. A star in the making. I reach past the clouds. I'm invincible. I'm incredible. And no one can stop me. Can stop me now. I'm invincible.
Ashe, welcome to Alchemizing Energy and the Sugar Love panel. So, I want to give some opening. Listen, we spend a lot of time putting these videos together, and I really want people to understand that we really have the best interest of our guests at heart, the content at heart, everything that we're putting together. We really are trying to bring really important stories to everyone. And we want to have we want to bring the dialogue, and we this is not our personal opinions. This is not about what we think. It's about what's going on, and we just giving our commentary, and we want people to really really understand that we're just here trying to bring the story, So basically, we did the live about the Amora who was overwhelmed. She ended up going and taking her kids to CPS. When things got too hard, she kind of took that decision, and she didn't know what else to do, right? So we brought her to to our channel, and we talked about the situation. So after that, what happened is that Nique at Night did a live where she talked to the grandma. And Sugar Love actually covered that live on her channel. And we're going to review her video of it, because, man, it just got so disrespectful with the grandma and everything. And now it's even worse on Amora. And I've talked to her. They're trying to reopen this case. But one good thing is that, she's been trying to get some help with with her help with the kids and this, that, the other. And now the city of Ohio has stepped in, and she was on the phone earlier. I called her and said, hey, come on through. And they said, you know what? I guess they reached out to her, and now they're trying to help her with some services. So they reached out to her because she went viral. And that's why we do this. When we want to push these stories, because we don't know who's watching this. We don't know who's seeing this. It could be a person that works for the city and says, you know what? I didn't realize that she wasn't, or maybe I was the one who was doing her case, and let me reach back out to her and let me make sure she gets what she needs, So it's people like us that cover these stories, and this can help somebody, That's all we're doing. Everything that we're talking about is not just only on some gossip or on some just talking mess. It's about truly helping people. And I believe that the combined efforts of Nique at Night, even Tommy Sotomayor, he interviewed her, and all the other things, with her going viral, it helped the city of Ohio reach out to her. And now all the different things that she was having a hard time to get, now they're on the phone with her. She said she just give her a few seconds. She's going to come through and grace us with her presence to tell us the latest information on what's going on with her, her and this whole situation. In the meantime, we're gonna kind of go over the interview that Sugar Love did, where she talked about the whole thing with Nique at Night. We're gonna give our commentary, and I just want everybody to understand that we don't do this just to be gossipy or just to like talk mess. We're here to try to create change in people's lives and help other people. When you see these videos, we want to like bring light to certain things. This is alchemizing energy from darkness to light, not just darkness, you know. So here we go. Like I said, is that we first we want to do. I'm gonna let Sugar Love greet everybody that's coming into the chat on her side. Go ahead, Sugar Love.
Well, they're on both sides. Hey, boss Jackie. What's up, Summer Breeze? Hey, Lakeisha Queen.
Hey, Queen.
What's up, sugar babes? Spice is nice. I figured you was my sister. And everybody, all the Bush babies, hello and to all my replay gang. We appreciate you too.
Yes, and thank for everybody that like came back from the last video. I made a mistake and hit the wrong button, but I think it was time to end there anyway because it wasn't going nowhere. Kind of was going in circles. So I think in this case, we wanted to like actually get into this. So I'm glad that we were able to end that and start this conversation because really I really want to do what we can to help this young lady. She still needs support. You know what I'm saying? She's going through a lot, you know, and I think that people are not respecting that this is a 27-year-old woman, and I can only imagine to be 27 and not feel like you have anybody in the world. You know what I'm saying? We talked about her whole story. We talked about what she's been through. We talked about her mom and how her mom was suffering from abuse of alcohol and how she had to like grow up at a very young age. And I don't think that people should ignore that, you know? So let's get into the video with her grandma. First, they're going to talk about what happened, and then we're going to get into the thing with her grandma. And you're going to see, I'm going to let you guys draw your own conclusion, but let's get into it.
And that you can, you know, provide for your kids. I can tell that you care for them. You're just completely overwhelmed. I get that.
Yeah, because like it's only so much I can do. I mean, I just finished my last medical class today, so it's like I just have to study for my NA.
What did you go to?
I'm in 2 different colleges right now. One is through OSU for my national.
All right, so we're gonna pause that right there. Now, let me bring up the grandmother because a lot of people had a lot of questions and she even had a lot of things that she had to get off her chest. Now, let me read to you what she posted on social media because that is when we got the answer that the kids were not there because a lot of people, Faith, they want to know if you are the grandmother, could you have taken in the child?
Yes, I've had him most of his life. In fact, he has a whole bedroom in here. He's on the lease. He was on the lease when she abandoned him the first time because he stayed with me and my son. My son didn't live with him. On back in November up to December of 2019, she dropped off the babies with the woman that she calls Miss Fisher. Now, Miss Fisher is an alcoholic, and in one of the videos, one of the audios that my son recorded of her talking to another man, she left her children with my son to go speak with this man, and she was telling him that my only babysitter for all her boys is this alcoholic, and my son is watching the kids now, her kids. Now, at that time, my grandson wasn't born, this audio here. She was walking off to talk to that guy and was putting my son down. My son kept that video and I got that. I'm sorry, audio, it's an audio. He kept it. But in any event, in 2019, she dropped the children off. My grandson had cuts on his butt from his bottom, I guess being in diapers. I don't know where they came from, but we have the pictures. My son sent them to me. He had to leave work to go get his son. Now, she had the baby upstairs in the hallway and strapped still in his car seat. And the other two were in a closed door upstairs crying. I have one of her boys has a disease in his leg and he was hurting. My son went and got him. This is the many times my son has rescued those children. He brought my grandson to me. And at times when she tried to spite me, I don't know her well enough to understand the evil, except that I have the Holy Ghost and she's a witch. And so she dislikes me without a cause and likes to have people argue with her. Not doing that. She would drop my grandson to my daughter, who's a nurse, and my other one's an MBA. Drop the baby off, and she would drop the baby to me. Everybody kept bringing the baby to me. So I kept him most of his life. He has a huge family. Sharon still in the report never got a chance to address her report because I'm still working on a murder case and I have to prioritize. But in her report, she made it look like my grandson was lonely. When he was staying with me through CPS, he was with my other grandchildren. He would do things with them. We have pictures, and he was very well cared for. In fact, I'll show you a picture here. These pictures are all over the wall like the rest of my family. This is how I care for my grandson.
Now, why would you do that?
Okay. He has.
Right, so somebody in the chat. Okay, so we're gonna I'm gonna pause you there. Someone in the chat says, why hasn't the son gone for full custody? Her son has.
He did. Okay. So when she attacked him, when my grandson was a few days old, my son cried. And she attacked me in emails. I don't know her like that, but she would say stuff like, your mother's a slut. I've been celibate for 27 years for the sake of Christ. There's no man that could step up and say, I've been with her. No. I am how I am because of Christ, not for what man thinks, but because of my dedication to him. And I'm unmarried and I want to stay that way so that I can serve the Lord. And that's, if you're reading the Bible, then you understand that women who are dedicated that way, we do that. We try to please the Lord. And the married woman pleases her husband. So I am this way. And I was able to open my life to take care of my grandson, start being a mother again. I don't mind that. She attacked my son while he protected him from going to a Halloween party that they go to every year. And Hope Catherine is listening because it's their parties that they go to. And some of the strippers, all of them, they go there. And my grandson was ill when he was born. My son said she thinks she knocked herself or caused herself to fall down the stairs. That's what she said to him, to go in labor early. But we believe that it was so that he can go to this party. They are avowed witches, okay? And I'm not gonna hide that. They'll tell you, and they told my son, I told him to stay away from her because of that when we found that out. But in any event, she attacked him and he didn't call the police. The neighbors called the police. He wasn't drunk. He was caring for his child.
Okay, wait 1 second. Okay, so we're gonna get into all of the details. I just wanted to answer that question real quick because there's a lot of information that we're going to go over, but I want to go over in like a timeline so that it's easier to follow. Because if you jump in to the part of the story where like there's this incident at Halloween and then we go, like it'll be harder for the audience.
I'm sorry. Yes.
I just wanted to answer the baseline of, okay, you're available. You're the grandmother. You are willing to take your grandson. I wanted to.
Yes, and I was in graduate school the whole time. I'm in a doctoral program. I'm not dumb in all the things that this ignorant person said. And I'm not going to go back and forth and calling people names and things like that. But I saw her do that throughout. And my kids are not stupid either, apparently. My son was in college at the time she murdered him. And she talks about he had a Cadillac.
Wait. We're gonna get to that part too.
Okay.
We have to like I said, I want to get to it in order.
Gotcha.
Or else they'll get lost. The audience will get lost because you have been living with this every single day. You know it forward, backward. You know how to jump in from the middle, from the side. The audience, they're new to the story.
Yes.
So they gotta take it like as at a build up. Okay.
Okay.
So before you go again, let me just give everybody a background. So this is the grandmother of her middle child. So the woman who went viral, she has 5 children. Okay. She has 5 children and her son has a child with her and he is the middle child. And then she had 2 girls after that. She had 2 kids before. Then she had the child that is in the middle, which is her grandson, and then she had two children after. Now, in the course of them being together, her son and her were dealing with each other. It was a toxic relationship. And while they were dealing with each other, there was an incident where her son passed away. Now, according to Faith, Faith feels strongly that the woman who has given her kids up and at the center of this story, Faith feels like she has something to do with her son's passing, and she feels as though she is the culprit. Now, just because it's my platform, and anytime there's allegations like that, I have to say it's alleged, even though you know for sure what you know. I just have to protect my platform and say it's alleged. But that is what Faith feels strongly about. Now, we're going to get to why Faith feels like she's the culprit. We're going to get to all of those things, but we're going to back up first. So you meet her from her dealing with your son and them having a relationship. So in the interview, she says that she started to date your son, I want to say 2017 or 2017, they started to date, correct?
I believe it's the earliest part of 2018. He didn't know her very long before she became pregnant.
Okay, so 2018, they started to date. So once they started to date, what was their relationship like while they were a couple?
When I first knew about her, my son came home with her two children, and I asked who they were, and they were calling him dead already. They started calling me grandma, and he said that he was babysitting her sons so that she can go to work as a nurse aide, that she was working as a nurse aide. At this point, we didn't know she was a stripper, and that was really distressing for my son. We finally found out. When she finally met me, she introduced herself and quickly told me that the two children she had were by rape, which is, unseemly. And I knew that they both had the same names that start with a K, and they're named Miller. They're named after their father. It didn't sound right. And I spoke with my son. My son said, "Mom, I can explain." There's no explanation. When you say a person raped you, you're thinking it was something violent.
R word.
Violent.
R worded you.
Yes, I'm sorry, the R word. You think it's something violent. Mr. Miller and Alexis Wright were teenagers when they met. He was about a year and a half older than she was. They had the first child. They even lived in the same house together, had the first child, and then had the second one. They said that her mother consented to that. But then by the time she had the second one, she was 18. They were engaged. He even proposed to her on Facebook. And if you can find those posts that she's made about vacays in 2015, that she complained that he didn't want to come get his kids. And I mean, you don't talk like this about a person that raped you. You want your kids to be with the person that raped you.
I can't let that go on and not address the grape, okay? Now, on our panel earlier that we did with her, she explained that this man was climbing through her windows while her mom was inebriated, right, Sugar Love?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
But I mean, we get into that, but you can, like, again, you can stop it, but we just wanted some of it to play. But we gets into that. But you are correct. And then she said the second child she had at 18. No, you heard me, see me right. No, they're 11 months apart. So grandma don't know what she's talking about. But
Okay, so all right, so y'all gonna get into it because I'm like, man, it was painful to watch this when I saw it. I was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
God,
telling
it. Shit. This is getting on my nerves. Okay, I didn't cut it off. Thank goodness. Now, if she was, y'all heard the interview yesterday, right? The man was in his 20s. She was 15. How was this consent?
Yeah,
I don't know how much they got into this interview. That's why I wanted to really listen and see how she addressed the fact of her son's age as opposed to the young lady's age.
No, we're talking about the first two kids. So, even like, let's carry on because I didn't hear it. Some of you guys heard it, and as everybody says, down to CC, this lady is all over the place, right? So obviously she did not prove her point. But so far, she sounds like she's proven her point. But we'll get to
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It didn't.
All right, go ahead, bro.
She didn't think anything about the fact that this young lady had 2 children when her son started dating her, and then she said her son, she got pregnant shortly after the. You know, like I said, it's things that we have to be aware of. She said the first time she met the kids, they started calling her grandma. They were already calling her son dad. These are things that, you know, there are a lot of signs to let you know maybe something may be going on, and you have to look deeper into it, you know. Because if she was whatever age she was when she met her son, just by doing the math, if she had 2 children, go back and see how young she was when she had those children.
Right.
I don't think she took that into consideration, but yeah, go ahead, Shug.
Okay.
I also think that she's from that generation that, you know, it was okay, you know, about young girls being with older men.
And I think the point that she's trying to get to, she's a liar and deceiver. And I knew this from the beginning, right? Remember, she has to do a IRT case, right? A IRTA case in her mind, right?
Right.
So
I think that has a lot to do with it.
Right. So she has to paint this picture. But all I know is from what people say, that's down to my co-host Keish, my CC, she said it ain't go her way, right? And then it's also the after show. So y'all better buckle up and get y'all stuff together, right? Because we got the after show to watch too. But am I correct without you giving anything away? CC, it didn't go the way she expected.
It did not. It did not.
Well, that's why I tell men, you have to be prepared. When you have a child with a woman, you have to be prepared to say, if something goes left, if she gets on drugs, if unfortunately she may pass away, do you have the ability to be able to care for your children? What if you need to step in and take custody of your child? If you're not prepared to do that, you're not in position to do that, you shouldn't have a child, because life circumstances happen. And you know, even if you only have one child by her, and say she lost her place, you have to be able to say, oh, I can't take all your children, of course, but I can take my son, and, you know, me and my mom or whoever help you or whatever. And you have to be able to be in a position where you can immediately step in, because if you can't sit back and go, oh, well, she lived in the projects, or she this. If you can't take responsibility for your child, then you're probably not in a position to be a father.
That's what happened to me when I lost my place. I was really young. I had my first place and I lost it. And I told my younger son's dad, I was like, this is the time for you to step up and get a closer relationship with your child and step up for me so that we can make sure our child has a roof over his head. You know, I had my other son, but I knew what my plans were. But as his father, I was like, I need you to make sure that you step up. And I said, under no circumstances am I giving over my custody rights or my parental rights. I stayed, once I did get on my feet, I lived right down the street, like not even 5 minutes away from him. So there was never no discrepancy, even though he tried to make it otherwise to his people. That didn't matter to me.
Exactly.
As long as nobody served me no papers saying it, or, you know, some craziness happened, I was cool, because I ain't got to worry about what you got going over there. It'll come out in the wash.
And one thing too, we can't make women feel bad if they say, hey, I can't handle this right now for whatever reason. And that father needs to be able to step up, and it's no shade, because that would just be like me taking my child to their mother. Like, it's the same thing, but it's a stigma if a woman gives, even if it's partial custody. We're not, and Keith's not turning over your parental rights to your custody rights or whatever, but it's like we have to be in a position as people, if we're not with the other parent of our child, we have to be able to make a seamless transition. If my kid needs to come over here and go to school and finish the school year, I need to be able to Okay, I got to take my child to school and pick my child up now because they're over here, not with their mom. They may be out of the school district. So I'm going, those things, you have to have those kind of things in place. That's how serious it is having a child. But yeah, that's why it ends up like this.
And let's not forget, some women transcend during childbirth. A lot of men had to learn.
Yes.
That's what I mean. Yeah, you got to be prepared for anything. That's part of your responsibility as a parent. Even if you're the non-custodial parent, you have to be prepared that if somebody calls you today and say, hey, something happened, you need to come get little man. You need to come get, prepared. You got to come get, you have to be prepared for that. That's just what it is, because that's how it is nowadays.
Yeah, because women, while all the fighting, and you could call it the bitter, and you could call it all of that, we sort of kind of made it easy for you guys to not think like that. But again, it takes men. That's why it got to be, you got to have accountable friends. I think you said one time too, you had a friend who thought he was telling you something. You had to set him straight.
Yeah.
Because he thought that you was going to go along with what he was saying.
Yeah,
I forgot what
bad this woman was. I said, listen, first of all, you picked her. And if she's that bad, go get him. And if you're not prepared to go get him and able to care for him and take custody of him, then you really have nothing to say. I mean, because the bottom line is, we can think of a whole lot of reasons. The parents making it difficult, blah, blah, blah. Listen, the bottom line is we see what happens when kids don't have two parents. Not just, we can't get stuck on the single mother households. They just need two parents that are stable, where they feel like no matter where they are, they're comfortable and they're safe and they're cared for and they're loved. Because when we don't provide that, we see what happens. We've just seen what's happened over our lifetime, and it's getting worse. It's not getting better.
And we don't have accountable friends. That's male and female. Like even females I be around, I don't care how my life is. My life is not your life, right? I'm not going to take because you dogging men out. No, that's that kid's father. You ain't supposed to like him. Who cares? Your relationship with that child, with that father, has nothing to do with the child relationship with that father.
So Angela Riddick says, the parents may have allowed it. I was 15 years old and my child's father was 25 years old. I had my child 2 weeks before age 18. I only have one child. My mom pretty much approved of us dating.
Yeah, I was reading that, but first we got to know how old you are if you want to say Angela, right? And at 25 years old, like 15, you didn't have your first child. Well, you was pregnant at 17, had it at 18. Well, y'all was still together at least 2 years before you got pregnant. But did she let you allowed it because he was a provider? Because he was like doing something for the family? Like she didn't, right? See, the age different it was different back then. It was different. These days, I mean, they still doing it, but it was different
what I was
back
saying
then.
yesterday, Sugar. That's why I said that this grandmother may not have thought it odd that happened to Lex because of the mindset of the elders.
Right. And if she were 57, when did the crack era hit and the drug era, all that stuff?
Oh, that's the 80s. Mid 80s.
So 57, how old was she? How are you during the 80s? Like in your teens?
Yeah. She probably would have been like, let me see. She may be like 50. She may have been like 20, like about 25, 26.
Right. So the mother of Miss Angela might have been from that time frame where it was older men that was courting the younger girls and it was no big deal.
Well, she would have, but she's in her 60s, right? So again, that'd have been more permissible. Right. But it doesn't take away, that's not going to work for her because she got Reverend in front of her name. So now, according to her, I do. It doesn't mean nothing, but from the way she's preaching, then you would think they should have been married first, right? According to I'm a doctorate and reverend and all of this that she's trying to cover up to make it seem like they're perfect. They're not, but we can carry on.
On top of that, this person was not just a lover of hers that the mom approved of. The mom was apparently like drinking. Sometimes they would give her alcohol to give her to pass out, then come over and assault the young girl at 15, climbing through windows. It was not just a regular
She
relationship.
said she started locking her doors, and that's when he started climbing through the window.
And I wouldn't be surprised if the mom wasn't just hanging out with the younger guy, the guy. You know what I'm saying? And then once she got drunk, that's when he started to attack the young girls, you know, the little babies in the house. You know what I'm saying? That's another thing, is that, you know, we have these dudes up in the house hanging out, and then we drinking with them, partying, and we pass out. Our kids are vulnerable now. And it's just him and the kids. And then we don't know what this guy's gonna do. And that's the thing, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's what happened. She getting drunk with the neighborhood guy. Everybody's in the house partying, listening to music. She passed out, go to sleep, and now who's there to protect her children? That's the situation in this situation. So he helped you out, right? In this case, it was not the same. It was a person that was preying on this little girl. You know what I'm saying?
But like, in her mind, he was helping. Remember, she said, I was hungry. So in her mind, he was helping her out too. But
at some point, but initially that was not before he victimized her. It was afterwards she became having like that Stockholm syndrome kind of thing where he's like, oh, okay, I'm gonna give you like a sandwich. But then she said she did all
it was candy at first, yeah.
Candy, then a sandwich, then like you know, some Skittles, little Starburst here and there. You're like, what are we doing here? And she still was playing with baby dolls. When he encountered her, she still was baby doll, you know, still like a little baby, a little child. So it's like she was like a fast girl coming out doing her thing. And that's what this grandma is trying to make her seem like. But no, she's saying, listen, I still was playing with baby dolls. I was still playing. He was able to give me a Skittles and this, that, the other. I was a VIRGIN. Like, yeah. So that's what's going on in this case. It's not the same thing.
That grandmother just trying to make her seem loose and wild, like she a wild child running wild, and her son was completely innocent when it's not like that.
Exactly. So let's get into the video again.
I know young man, his wife was going through a sorority hazing at the beach and unfortunately ascended, and he's taking care of his daughter because of that. She lost her life in a hazing.
Yeah, I don't have one single friend that doesn't take care of their children. I wouldn't be friends with somebody that didn't take care of their children. That would tell me something bigger about their overall character. You know what I mean? We don't. And we hold each other accountable. We really do. We hold each other accountable. When that's why I said we make sure that our son's friends have our phone numbers as well. If they can't reach their dad, if they can't talk to their dad. Sometimes I have my, you know, one of my friend's sons called me, he's 14. Uncle Kev, can you talk to my dad? I'm trying to talk to him, but I don't really know how to. He shut me down every time I try to talk. I said, okay, then I can give him advice. Okay, listen, how about you let him talk since he's your father? And then you respond to him and he'll let you say what you have to say. Just me giving him a different perspective on how to handle a situation with his dad, because he trusts me because I know his dad. Me and his dad been friends forever. You have to give avenues for women to be able to say, hey, I don't know how to deal with my son right now, but I know I can call his dad. If I can't call his dad, I can call his dad's best friends. I can call his uncles. I can call his grandfather on his dad's side. You have to make yourself available. You have to make yourself available to people.
And new women and new girlfriends or new love, mind your effing business. That is a pet peeve of mine.
Please and thank you.
And new men and new loves of the mind your business. That's why a lot of kids are torn apart from either their mother or their father, because they knew, like, a man coming there and you teaching them, hey, that's not your kid. You have to build that relationship. And a lot of times women, you know, they don't want to be left again. They'll scoot the same way, Brian. They'll scoot the father out, and he ain't got enough balls to say, I don't think so. That's mine, right? And then you got these women, you ready to fight. How you ready to fight? That's that man's child. How you ready to fight his mother? Then you expect for y'all to get along. How do you expect for me to want to leave my kid with you and you want to fight me. And then the man like, well, they gotta come over to my house. Not when no woman wanted to fight me. That's never gonna happen.
It's sad to say the two main reasons men don't take care of their children is not financial. That's not even in the top three. The number one reason is because they have a child with a woman who they're embarrassed of. That's the number one reason. However, the number two reason, trust me when I tell you this, ladies, and listen to me, is because the men are too weak not to let the new girlfriend pressure them into not doing things for their children that they can otherwise do, so that they can prove to the new girlfriend, I don't want her. It's just about the kid. So that's the number two reason. And I'm telling you, new girlfriends, mind your business. Even if you are the new one, sit back and watch how that man interacts with his child and his child's mother. That will tell you everything you need to know. You don't need to try to do nothing. Just shut up and mind your business and watch.
And that goes for the men too. New men,
right?
New
Men are worse than women.
Yes.
Men are worse than women because of our ego. But I'm telling you, that's the mistake, women. Even if you're the new wife, you're the new girlfriend, just sit back and don't say one word. Not one word. Let him interact. Don't let him play that game. Oh, I'm gonna let you deal with her since y'all know that I don't know her. You know her. Y'all have a child in common. When you see how he deals with her, you'll know what you're gonna get.
And even if everything he say is true, it still ain't none of your business. Your job is when them kids come over, your job is to just love them as you would love your own. That's the only job you have. And any man that I've ever had, I cut off conversation when this is me. If you're talking about her, I don't want to hear it. I cut off all conversation with your ex.
That's one of my biggest pet peeves.
To make sure when I see her, I have no notions, no thoughts, and I will respect her as I want to be respected. And that's why I have never had problems. When women want to hear it, then they get hyped. They get hyped. And that itch ain't, you seeing it all the time. Even on Murray, you got the new chick ready to pound. Like, chick, that ain't got nothing to do with you.
And I just thought about something too. You know what's crazy? So if this woman, Miss Faith, was smart, her son is no longer here, right? So the only piece of her son that she has left is her grandson. This woman was attempting to relinquish custody of her children anyway. She could just simply go to court, and if she had a cordial relationship, and say, hey, listen, I would love to take my grandson if you want to give up custody voluntarily and you still have access to him when you want to see him, and we can work out whatever kind of arrangement you want to, but I have the means and the ability to take care of my grandson. I think she probably would have gave it to her if she was.
Yeah, but now she can't, because now it's harassment suits, right?
Yeah.
You're absolutely correct.
If she was smart, she would have had her son's legacy. But again, we don't think, because we get so emotional, and she wasn't thinking about the child. The woman wants to give her children up. You could have gotten your grandson, and then whatever happened with the court and whatever you think she did with your son would have came later. But you could have gotten custody without any problem, because she was wanting to give up custody, and she wouldn't have mind giving her son up to you, I'm sure, because you're his blood. So that was just, to me, I didn't understand why she came that way.
And that kept her 4 years from seeing the little boy, right? So at certain points, because you got this thing against me, as what you're saying, when I need help, I can't even come to you.
Right.
All right, let's get back into this. But like I said, y'all seen it. Me and Kev didn't see it. So, I'm going by what y'all saying. All of this didn't work. But let's see how she screws herself up.
He had been telling my son that, and told my son that he also raped his children.
R-worded.
Also his children while he was watching the P word. And that's one of the videos that some of the public got a hold of, that I put that there. I try to make awareness, because police were not listening to us when we were telling them that she's been threatening his life. His attorney, we gave this information and all her screenshots to Alex's attorney, and we asked her to approach the prosecutor. She failed to do that. And when Alex was killed, she said, well, they seem to have something. She didn't show me and prove to me that she gave that to him. But she said, they seem to have words I don't use, basically an E word in their pants toward my son, that they wanted him in some way. So they didn't act on the threat, the second one, on his life. And we ever since then, I've just been trying to get them to look at not just all the evidence, but I opened all of our situation, everything that we have in terms of documents. Alex kept documenting things. After the first time she had him poisoned, she said there'll be no coming back. Then she went online. Alex gave me his passwords in case they killed him. The location of his phone, it wasn't in his car. It was in the house of the woman she said called her. And the police believe that the 8 phones were his. They're not. He didn't have one. The girl destroyed every phone. The only phone that he would have would be mine. Then he borrowed a blue phone from a friend. The phone that he ordered didn't arrive until after he died from Amazon. I have that. And the computer he had, she still has it. He took it with him to study. He had deadlines for Sunday. He died on Sunday. And he didn't die when we made it to the hospital, as she said. I was called at 3 in the morning. Alex and I had just moved in an apartment that I got for him and the baby. And I was telling Alex, as you're going to school, he just bought a Cadillac because she destroyed his car. And that's documented on Facebook as well. And I have the copies on his profile. I have the copies of those things. I also have his profile. But where am I here? There's so many things. And so I'm trying to stay focused.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We had just gotten a place and the baby was with us the whole time from November to March. She had abandoned him from November to March and abandoned the boys to their father. And remember, my son went and picked them up at Robin's house. He had to leave his job and go pick up the kids. And my grandson had cuts on his butt. And my son, before he even made it home, he sent us a picture of the cuts on my grandson's butt. Okay. So I had the baby every day up until March something. And on March the 9th, Alex gave him a bath. Alex cared for his son. He knows how to care for kids.
I got to stop you right there. Okay. So when you said he died, you said, wait, you got to be clear with you're talking about the first incident or the final incident?
Yeah, this is after the first incident, actually.
After he passed, he came back to you?
No, I'm telling you about when she first abandoned the children. We just had gotten a place and she abandoned the kids. She had him killed, let him know that she had him killed. The only guy that was in the room is the only person to put fentanyl. And it's what do you call it? It's a synthetic fentanyl. That's what the other one wasn't cocaine. It was fentanyl. And when they finished giving Alex the thing for the kidney, they did a dialysis. It was the fentanyl and the acetafentanil was still in his body and it was still enough to kill an entire army. They switched up the story on that one, by the way. Reese said that he had it too and his mother caused him to throw up. And I'll tell you why they did that, because I've got a screenshot and I shared it online and then they changed their story. And so they framed this woman, Shabby Flowers. They didn't even show up at the hearings, but they made it look like they were both poisoned. And somehow Reese is still alive. Reese would have died or been a vegetable like my son had that been there. They took the time.
All right, let me just help you guys out a little bit. Her son was an addict and he passed away from a bad bag. Had nothing to do with the girl, but she doesn't want to accept that. And you can't set somebody up with a habit they don't have.
Facts. And she has to understand also that may have been part of the reason why your son was with that young lady. It's not that she was necessarily so toxic, but if you're, no disrespect to the no longer living, but all of those things play a factor in it, and I feel for her because a lot of times it's, as a parent to lose a child, it's, it's hard to accept a lot of things, but like I said, it's a shame because she seems like at heart, she's a decent person. And I think, like I said, if her true desire was to, make sure her grandson was safe, that woman would have walked over and put her grandbaby in her hands. I don't understand.
Right. She's thinking because they had a tumultuous relationship, which they did, right? But it doesn't take away. He beat the heck out that girl and it was tumultuous. Like you bashed my car, I bashed your car. But it doesn't take away. He was someplace else with his homie. And
that's a fact.
He got a bad bag.
Yeah, that's what I said. I don't know if it's because even at the point whenever she found this out, when it went viral, that's at the point where the woman was wanting to surrender her children. So she could have called her if she would have just had some type of cordial and said, hey, I understand you're going through something. And before, you put the kids in the system, if you would, I would adopt my grandson, that she's the closest blood relative.
Oh, let me rewind you back a little bit more. That's not his first overdose. Just want to let you know. I don't know if they get into that in the interview she gave us. We got into that, but I don't know if they get into that there. What you say, CC?
That's what they're talking about right now. That's why Nick had to have her clarify when she said he died, he unalived and came back to her. That's why she was like, wait.
Well, let me hurry up and finish this before she takes this down, because she said she was taking it down. So let's go.
Okay.
To put it in my son's hand and take a picture. The girl, Sasha, came with a picture and showed my daughter that. She was very calm. The 3 times he was poisoned, he was always with his cousins. They had threatened his life in 2014.
His
handed
cousins,
him a
not
pill,
her.
told him to try it out, and he died. but they didn't think he would live. But he lived, and told that they handed him that pill. They had threatened his life. Then he was around him again, January 4th, 2020. And the girl was threatening him.
When you say, okay, you gotta, okay, so when you say like he died and then they were around him again, that's confusing to the audience. So you kind of have to be more like,
he literally died. Okay, he literally died, and he was brought back to life by CPR.
Okay.
When they did it January 4th, he was telling the doctor, I was on the phone, my son was there as well. He was telling the doctor, I don't do drugs. Somebody poisoned me. It was in the drinks. The girl, her name is, Montina Middleton. They put it in her drink as well. The hotel guy actually bragged about fondling her with the remote control while she was dead beside my son. I had my grandbaby with me, and I started praying. And my other daughter, my youngest one, her and another friend that she worked with, rushed down to the hotel where my son was, and they revived him with CPR, and he was extremely damaged. And the woman continued to do these messages to him while she was in Miami, where she was trying to go with the CPS thing, just wanted the rest of the public to pay for it. She was still in Miami, and she was telling him that she's going to kill him and that it's going to be no coming back. The night before she killed him, she left a voice message, and she said, "You are dead." I shared it, and I even called the detective and played the audio for him so he can hear it. They were ignoring me. They wanted to buy the fact that she's saying that he was an addict. But right there at Franklin County, he dropped clean urine the day before they killed him. And that's problematic. It's problematic for them. He told Jordan, a guy named Jordan, who's his best friend in Toledo, in his messages, they killed me. And he goes, what? So what happened? He told him what happened. He told Sasha Ray, the people that are always involved when he's poisoned this way, that she's trying to kill me. She never quite responded in those messages. And he was telling people he was trying to protect himself. And when they did it this time, they set him up. And the kids told just how it was done.
Okay,
and I was
pause you right there. Okay, so she made an attempt on his life where he flatlined and then he was revived. And then he was going around telling people that.
Wait, hold up, Nick. Don't take the video down yet. She's not. What she was telling him, and she keep doing. Please, if you guys did not catch my interview with the young lady, please catch it. But even if you didn't catch it, she's skipping the fact that nobody's trying. He's with the drug dealer. She's not there. He's buying. He is an addict. How somebody's trying to get you? They're not there. But you keep buying these bags or whatever you get.
Text, like when you get into it with your dude and you be like, all right, keep playing, keep messing around and find out. That's what she was saying in that text.
Right. But she did explain that. But even if she didn't, as you hear her speaking, she kept saying when she tried to ill him, no, baby, that's the drug dealer. That's the dealer. That ain't her. And he keeps going back because it's some good stuff. And he keep going back.
But you see how she glosses upon, those people that are always with him when he gets poisoned. What is you talking about? If your son is around people that always that he's around and he gets poisoned around them every time he goes, it will behoove you to inform your son to stay away from those people and you keep a close eye on your son.
Well, the thing too with poisoning, if you don't do drugs, you're not going to take a pill, and you're not going to take a pill that you don't know what it is.
Exactly.
And remember, this is over and over and over and over again. It's not the first time. Right? You didn't hear her say, my son never did drugs ever. He was just the smartest person until he met her. She didn't say that, but we'll carry on, right?
Yeah, you remember though when she said his cousins poisoned him, she said they gave him a pill, but when he got to the hospital, he said, I don't do drugs. They gave
that was his own cousin.
Right, but if you don't take drugs, you're not going to ingest a pill that you don't know what it is. But yeah, she's just in denial.
He tried to kill him and stuff like that.
Yes, and she was admitting.
Why did he continue to like deal with her at all if she was making attempts on
his baby? And he would care for the older two too. He would wake up. This is just meeting her, but he would leave our home and go take them to school so CPS wouldn't take them. That's what he would do. She had him convinced that the father of the children actually raped them, and he's trying to get trying to get CPS to take his kids from her because she's not getting them to school and all. And so he would wake up and he would do her due diligence. He had broken down her door several times to go get the kids. The last time, March 8th, when she said she'll piss on his father's grave and said something crazy about my sister Janetta, who died, and she never met her, and that she's going to piss on his grave. He was standing. He said, "I'm here."
Why are you kicking down the door?
March the 8th, not the time she told you in that video. It was March the 8th. He said, "I'm here." He was paying $300 for her door. He shouldn't have to pay for the door. He broke it down and got the kids out. And Jonathan, you're here. Jonathan.
I don't see
You
Jonathan.
broke the girl door down.
Okay,
Okay,
go.
let's go.
He
Kev,
went to
get
go
your
get my
ears ready.
grandson, and my son stayed in the place with the other 2 kids.
Okay,
She
hold on.
threatened his-
1 second, Faith. Okay,
Okay.
so we have Jonathan here as well, which is Faith's son, her other son, and so he wants to chime in because the audience is getting a little lost, Faith. So we got to kind of slow down a little bit because
it's kind of emotional for me, and I'm trying to focus that way. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Jonathan.
Yeah, so I want to clarify because I'm getting a little riled up too, but what I want the audience to know, please be respectful. You know, she lost my brother. He was the youngest of all of our siblings, so she's still grieving. So many moving parts. So I know it's hard to follow, but she wants to get this out here. First of all, he was not a drug addict. He was on probation, and he had to have continuous testing. Before he died, he dropped clean. So that has to be clarified. If he took anything so much as marijuana, he would have been in prison. So let's just get that straight. They poisoned him through alcohol. He couldn't do any weed, so instead he did alcohol. That's how they poisoned him. So whenever you hear the first time he died, that was the first poison attempt. After that attempt, when Alex told Amora, whatever she calls herself, what happened, she said something along the lines of, next time I'm going to make sure that you die and there's no coming back. She literally said this in a text message. And then after that, she said, hey, you're dead. Like she was erratic talking about how she wanted to kill him. So she implicated herself right there. Like this was a pointed attack. Now, to answer the other question, why was he still around her after this? Good question. He was trying to be cordial for the kids because you got to understand how some mothers are. They weaponize their kids against the fathers. That's what he was dealing with. So he literally pretty much had to, he felt, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm his brother, and I took him to her house a lot of times. A lot of times we would have arguments. I'm like, Alex, man, leave this girl alone. These are not, the other kids he was taking care of, I'm like, bro, these are not even your kids. You care about these kids more than she does. But he had a good heart. And he wanted to be able to stay in his kid's life. So in his mind, he's like, listen, hey, if I got to be a bitch to make sure I'm around, excuse my language, to make sure I'm around my kids, I'm going to do what I have to do. But he literally did that so that he could be present. So that's what that was all about. Like it was toxic, and it was toxic on her end. But by the time they already had the kid together, he pretty much had to do what he had to do. But he was a very present father. We got numerous pictures, videos. Up until the time he died, the baby lived with my brother and my mom. So he was 100% in the life. Even before he died, and I just want to say this, everything that y'all see on video, this is really her. She would literally leave baby Alex with his father, like, yo, I'm going to Miami, I need to make this money. She would literally drop him off, like, yo, I'm about to go make this money and leave. Abandon him to go strip. And she wasn't even making that much money. Y'all seen her. She's not even bad. But she has these delusions of grandeur. But I know I'm going on a tangent, but I just need to clear up the facts.
I really think the brother likes
her. And the only
her.
reason he even stayed around her is so that she wouldn't weaponize the kid against him. Like he wanted to be in his kid's life. That's all that was about.
Alex had custody. He had custody, and in mediation, he did mediation instead. And she did some horrible things in there, like your mother can't see the baby, and just some crazy stuff that's meant to be emotionally abusive to my son. She was that way. So he shared. He didn't have to share. He could have kept custody after she attacked him while he tried to protect the baby. And just the one incident where she left her children at night hungry at home. Alex went back and got them and took them to the dollhouse where she was working, and they were hungry. And he called me and my daughter about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. One of the bouncers attacked him, trying to get him to leave, but he was trying to wait for the mother to come out and be with her children. That's how severe she would abandon them. And now she's doing this. She must have looked up what Chris Brown's girlfriend did about leaving her kids or whatever, so she could do it this time. In her earlier video where she has a brown blouse on, she talks about going to Miami and how much she hates Kendall Eaton, which is the father of the 2 twins that she has. Because
I don't want to say, I don't want to dox anybody.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
No names. Okay.
Like the father of her kids, but I don't want to say I don't want to say names or dox anyone. That's not
Thank you so much. So not even the last name, just
no name.
The father of the 2 twins.
Thank you.
She said how much she hated him. She would give him money to flip drugs, Percocets, and some few others. And basically, she alluded to doing this again once she made some money off the public on those videos. But she said that she hated him and she promised to kill him. She said that on that video. Also, after my son was poisoned and died, the kids were still on visitation to see their other father, the 2 older ones. The mother, the oldest boy, and I have him on video stating this.
Help me. It's nothing stated that he was poisoned. What is stated is he took an E-pill.
Right, and that's just the denial. But here's the thing. Here's the thing too that we can't skip past. She said her son had custody when he passed, so he wouldn't have to have any more involvement with her if he didn't want to. it sounds more like, and again, if he goes over there and the kids are hungry, just go get the kids something to eat. I'm not taking them to a strip club and waiting on you to get done so I can tell
Right.
you.
Imagine.
If that's what I'm
Imagine taking kids to a strip club and you can feed them yourself just so
And-
they can see their mommy. Like
And why
that.
you kicking the door down? You're breaking the door. Then you say, I ain't got to pay for it. Yeah, you do. And then you sat there and watched them kick the door down.
I don't understand if the son was living with the grandmother and the father, what dealings did he have to have with her? He had full custody from what she said. He was lenient with the custody. He was going over to her house.
Right, but then she switched up and said mediation. If you heard her.
Yeah.
So which one is it?
Right. Because mediation comes before a custody agreement. So, but even at the point that he was living with you, I don't understand. And why did your son still? What was the connection still? You didn't have to deal with her or put up with anything because you had custody, so you were in control of whatever happened with the grandson.
Right, and you can't say, well, she said this about the other baby daddy. Okay, I'm glad you said that. Now take that down for evidence and get custody of your kid.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
They can't even argue with you no more.
How doesn't she have custody now if the son had custody at the time of his, being deceased?
Right.
And the son was already living there, so she would have had a stronger case, and the woman was ready to give up custody of her kids. So I'm not understanding why she just wouldn't even have them now at this point, because she was ready, literally willing to go drop her kids off at the fire department or the police station or whatever. She could have very, very easily went down and said, hey, I have mediation and custody agreements already in place with my son. My son is deceased. I'm the next closest relative. She's relinquishing custody. I would like to petition for custody. And she would get him on an emergency basis because he's already there until they went to court. The judge would have looked and said, oh, he was already living there. But for the fact of his father being deceased, no, we're not going to displace him. And the woman is not fighting it. She wants to give custody of him. So I'm not understanding.
I just wanted to make sure my ears was here, right? Okay.
They hear right. I told you it's a mess.
Like I said, we're not bashing in no way, form, or fashion.
Yeah, no disrespect to her son. Rest in peace to him. No disrespect.
Or to Miss Faith. But somewhere down the line, as they put in the chat, she's in denial, right? And if he wasn't allowed to do drugs, but then the next thing you come up with, well, he drank. Like he shouldn't be like, so he still had a habit. But poison and an e-pill is two different things.
I was getting ready to say that, marijuana stay in your system for up to 30 days. But if you take an e-pill, that's going to be out of your system in less than 48 hours. In probably about 12 hours, an e-pill will be out of your system because it absorbs into your bloodstream. So, and then you're not when you talk about grown adults, like, of course, I raised my children, they grown. I couldn't tell you what my kids do every day because they're not going to do certain things around me. So I can never say, oh, this adult wouldn't do this or wasn't doing that. You really don't have any idea. And just the whole idea of, just in general, Black people don't poison one another. That's not a method of unaliving each other. We don't, and it's just, and I just think that, I think she's, and rightfully so, she's a mother who lost a child. She's looking for answers to that. But I think at the end of the day, if the child's best interest was at heart and this woman is doing all these things, you should have been in court. You have the means to do that. All the other things that she's doing are irrelevant. All the things she said about the twins' father, the police, that's what the police are for. So I wouldn't be worried about that. I would get my grandbaby if I felt my grandbaby was in danger, and especially if my child wasn't here and I knew that other person was unfit, I would be in court. That's it. And there would be no more to really talk about. Her personal behavior, you're not going to be able to change that. You can't change what already happened, no matter how toxic her and your son's relationship were. You have a human being that's on this earth that's connected to you. You can fight with that girl all you want to, but the bottom line is, instead of being on this live, and no disrespect, I would have been at court. You can go to court, especially since they were already in court, and your son already had primary physical custody.
And if you feel she's a witch and all these other things that she said, I would hold my peace and get my only living piece to my son, to me.
That's what I'm saying. All that other stuff, it's irrelevant because you can't get her locked up no matter how much evidence you think that you have. You can't get her locked up. And like I said, if his interest was truly the number one thing, she wouldn't even be talking to Nique. She would be down at the family court saying, hey, I'd like to petition for full permanent custody of my grandson. My son had full custody of him, and the mother is relinquishing custody. It would be a no-brainer, and it would be nothing else to talk about. And I understand, like I said, she's a grieving parent, so I don't try to hold that against her too much. But like, we got to think about the kids. If we're talking about the kids and that's what's important, then I mean, she's literally wanting to give her children up. It's not even a fight, but I think she's kind of more focused on getting justice for her son, or what she feels would be justice for her son, as opposed to making sure.
Let me say my grandson, right?
Environment, right? If it's that dangerous and it's that bad, you should be at court, because this is not going to get your grandson out of danger if he is in danger.
All right, let me just go back, because I don't want her to take it down while we're in the middle, right?
Alexis told him to poison that whole family. He put whatever she gave him in the food of the mother, and she became ill. She thought she had COVID, and so whatever it wasn't potent enough to kill her, but it paralyzed her for a little bit. She got a hold of her mother. She went to the hospital. I made a police report. She also made a police report, and see, police are not paying attention to what's going on, and it's going to take another. She promised to kill the twins' father, and that one video said that he doesn't want her to win. She thinks like a street person, doesn't want her to win, and she lost $25,000 to go to Miami. And so she pulled another stunt. And all throughout the documentation, she's saying how she's trying to get them to take the children for her at CPS. But they're the only people that will take 5 children, 2 of which are crippled due to the drugs in her system. They took those children away while they're at CPS. So understand, my grandbaby was with me most of his life, not with her, with me and my son. He would work and I take care of my grandson. And up to the point that they killed him, he gave him a bath. And he said to me, he said, "Mom, I'm not going to leave without him. So I'm going to stay with him." He didn't go live with her. "I'm going to go stay with him and bring him back home." So he stayed until they killed him. It was on the 9th. They attacked him around the 12th. And they called me at 3 a.m. on the 13th.
Huh?
Said my son was hanging on a string. Sasha Ray, she's always the person that's calling. She said he was hanging on a thread. And so I got my family together. I don't drive. And I had to get somebody to come get me and had to wake up everybody. And that's why it took us so long to get there.
I'm just going to stop one time. She went from the 9th. They got him on the 9th. She didn't find out to the 12th. The grandson was with her. So how did she get the grandson back then? If you had okay. All right.
That's what I was just saying.
All right. Hey, Bonnie. Hey, Majeri. If he was in your care and you was taking care of him, then she would have had to take me to court to get the son back.
That's what I'm saying, because she said twice she had custody. The son, the grandson was living with her. How did he get back to the mother? Because she wouldn't have even had the ability to get him and keep him. And if he was in danger, I don't get the whole. I mean, I get it. She feel like she need to get justice for her son, but again, if we're talking about the kid, which it just seems like we're not talking about the grandkid at this point. We're talking about her wanting justice for her son.
Yeah, but even wanting justice for her son, she said that the grandson was with her. That's even more justice. You ain't taking him.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
You're gonna have to take me to court to get this one.
And no disrespect, and I know she just said she got a doctorate degree, and I see Reverend in front of her name, but this lady doesn't sound. I'm trying to be respectful. Yeah, for lack of a better word, yeah.
No, but she did say that the mother had mental issues, right? In the interview. Well, let's go. I don't know who the other lady is, but let's find out, because she looks very upset there. Let's go.
I stayed with him all night long. I made her leave the room. She was faking crocodile tears like she was doing when she dropped the children off. Later, she let people know. I only laugh, I only cry for a little bit, and I'm laughing, having fun with people who want to party. People are not paying attention to that.
Thanks, Boo.
This is a whole act, and she traumatized her kids, not just with them seeing. They saw the murder. My grandson had nightmares while he was with me from CPS. And the sister, they insisted that he be sent to the sister when they first put him in the system. She kept him long enough for kinship care to stop paying her, and then sent the baby to me. He had dirty clothes mixed with clean clothes. His hair was packed all around his head. I have the pictures, and he had sores all over him. Those sores on him, they said, somebody said, one of the nurses said that they're bug bites. He was not well cared for. But when he was with me, he had nightmares, and he did something that let me know that somebody touched him, and he named her sister. But I also know that he calls his mother by that name as well. He's been calling me mommy for a long time. So when he went to the sister, he started calling her that. He calls a caregiver that. But he called me mommy. And now he calls me mommy, grandmommy. And I haven't seen him since they did that. This is the reason I haven't seen him, is something I explained to you. She has threatened my life. She has threatened the lives of other people. The father of the 2 older twins does as I do. We wear body cams. We have some other things going on for our protection. So I haven't filed for custody because I know she's crazy. And I know that she's been on killing people. And the CPD, the police department here, they're not paying attention to us. So I'm working on the murder case, not my grandson right now. Once I get that done, I'll be back for him. But these are the things that are going on. the caseworker, Sharon Ray Still, and I hope you're looking. When I told her what my grandson said and gave her the video of him telling me, and he said that she also beat him and showed me
She said, don't say the names.
It was a belt. He said it was her that touched him in his bottom, the sister. And I set up, we have something called, it's a certain institution that we have here that does the exams on the kids. An officer is present and there's a psychologist and they role play. I tried to set that up and the caseworker acted like she was interested in whether or not they made an appointment. No, but she didn't know that they told me that she canceled it because she said they investigated. So they never had the opportunity to do the examination on my grandson.
No,
so
absolutely not.
We have a system
Absolutely
that
not.
really is
Absolutely
the worst thing
not.
that happened to these kids. They're the worst thing that happened.
No.
And the therapy I was getting for my son, my grandson, I think of him as a son because now that they killed my son, he's like my son. The therapy I was getting for my grandson, and the prosecutor in the case of the lady that was falsely accused, he stated that, maybe his mother will take him to therapy. Of course not. That's who they saw kill my son. And the screenshot I was showing you earlier was the stepmother explaining exactly what they saw, the brick involved. And my grandson said that she hit my son with a gun and he fell down. And she showed me, and I have a video of him telling me he was really excited about that and telling me what happened to my son. But the kids saw it. They saw it. And you got that witness and it's not going away. As they get, I wonder, if she'll kill them. But as they get older, they'll remember.
And all that you know about her record, and she has placed your grandson in someone else's care, and you already have suspicion that something happened.
Girl, I don't know
think
what
that
part.
it's a priority to get your grandson first? Because I know that you want to get justice for your son, which I'm not saying is not important, which it is important, but
it's an absolute priority.
I feel like wouldn't the grandson kind of be more of a priority first?
Yes, it's an absolute priority. In my state, if another parent kills the other parent, then they lose that custody as well because they're going to be convicted. This is important. This is what makes that case important because it frees my grandson. I just said that it endangers us. It endangers us. She pretended when she went to this man looking for someone to kill him, said he's trying to take my son. Somebody shoot and kill him. I told them to break his legs or something, but basically tried to kill him, but it didn't work. I have those screenshots that my son took.
Wow, this lady's a radical.
She was threatening him and looking for a killer. The guy agreed to kill my son.
Well, then she would have killed all the baby.
Jonathan,
murked all the baby
you've been on the screen the whole time. I just went ahead and brought you and your cousin up as well. So if there's anything that you want to chime in on,
let me do that because I didn't want to cut my mom off. But the reason for that is y'all got to realize this system here, they're not really looking into Alexis. The reason why even if my mom tried to get custody, all they keep doing is putting him back with her. They see these videos, they see what's going on, and they keep putting him back with her. So it's a moot point. So that's why my mom's focus is making sure that this case is settled because first of all, she's a murderer. And second of all, they're just going to keep on putting him in the system to get him back with a mother who clearly does not want her kids. She does not want her 5 kids.
Until we get a proper investigation. And as I said, I'm not just alleging she killed my son. I was told she killed my son by the kids and by the people that documented those things. I have that. They reached out to me while my son was in ICU. They were with them for visitation on the weekend. So don't, the fact that they don't have a village, they have a village. She's killed the bigger part of the village who has been watching and taking care of her kids. Well, they have a village and they call me grandma. I love those kids, period. Because we love children, but they're like family to me too.
And anyway, the cousin boy
reached out to me on Facebook to tell me that the kids have to tell me something. They got a hold of my sister, whose name is Angie. She's my father's from later down the road. She's about 14 years younger than I am. Had gotten a hold of her. She came to the hospital and she told me what they were saying. That's what occurred there. And I have the screenshot. I just didn't get the message because I was with my son. I stayed with him all night long. And I made sure that all of his fluids were there. All his fluids, that the nurses start letting his fluids run out. He was dying. And then they did everything.
She sent me the coroner's office report of what he died from. Okay,
they documented it that way because they believed her.
Oh Lord!
That I tried to get to investigate as well. I called the coroner. My son's head open to see bruises and all. I called the coroner. He should have corrected that, and that's another reason why the murder case has to be done. That's why it has to be properly investigated because they need to fix it. Also, again, the toxicology report shows that he had enough fentanyl for an entire army.
He had no drugs in his system.
He would have been dead. After Alex had died, he came to my place and he said, "I've been absent because I went to jail." And he said, I was in the house sleep. I didn't know Alex was in. Then changed his story. The detective called me telling me that the mother said that they found them both in the car. And that's what that's what the criminal case is about. they named Reese and they named my son as victims. They couldn't find the girl victim. They couldn't find the girl responsible for involuntary manslaughter for my son.
Who sold him the bad bag?
Documentation and things that I sent. The attorney that I hired to go in and talk to them, he didn't speak, but I was able to submit an affidavit, and they took that affidavit. I'm not finished. I'm going to make sure that my son, he gets justice and that my grandson is safe. I am not trying. I'm military. I think you see that right there. I'm not trying to do a war. But I know that the moment I go to do that, I got to have guns. I've seen her with Army guns. I showed that to you.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Can I please clarify the autopsy?
When I forwarded the letter to Prosecutor Holbrook, those were the attachments. She was in Miami another time when the kids were taken away.
Look.
She was in Miami and she had an AR-2. And some other, she said, the guy said, "You look like an assassin." She goes, "I am by nature." So this is the kind of person we're dealing with. Mr. E, the father of the two twins, the uncle was riding in a car with them as they were doing drugs, according to the brother of the uncle. He had fentanyl and whatever drugs he had. And I think it was probably meant for the other father, but he died.
The other
they
father,
didn't
not yours,
request
son.
any kind of
Who smoked
investigation because all three of them were doing drugs. Your
Duh.
drug addict is her, and that's evident in what happened with the kids. She wasn't on any medical marijuana. She doesn't take marijuana. In fact, I think the latest video she made, she was smoking a whole blunt. She does weed. And that's, you know, that and the other stuff, the Percocets that she flipped.
I thought marijuana was weed.
Talked about on May 5th before giving away the kids, no doubt taking them. She had mushrooms in her car and cocaine in her car while she was on her way to Miami driving during this time after my son was murdered, and she was still on probation. And she's telling her audience, "I'm still on probation. I don't want to get caught. They just tapped me on the hand and they let me go because the police stopped her." And she said,
"What did I do with your son
taking
smoking the bag?"
This lady is wild. She going.
Okay. Okay, so Jonathan wants to clarify.
Yes, clarify,
some things.
Jonathan,
Also, Alexis
please.
in the chat. I don't know how you. I don't want it to get messy, but if she wants to like talk to you, would you be opposed to that?
There's nothing.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, don't let her on here.
Wait a minute, John. Never been a genuine person. Anytime Alexis, who always talks about plotting and all that, she don't take people seriously. This person, anytime they're nice, they have an agenda.
Well, look,
and
my
again,
cousin
when she
should
first
be
had
her butt.
baby,
Look at her.
Her electricity was off. My son wouldn't leave
Look
her.
at the cousin.
He left for 4 days and came back. He would not leave that place.
Cousin with all the
And
smoke.
I paid for her electricity to be on.
I look like
I
a
paid for her
dude,
electricity.
man.
I got it. I have the receipt. That's
I just want to speak real quick. So about Alexis, real quick.
It's you to bring up everything she said. She lies so much. And here's the deal. When she's talking to you, she'll be looking over to the side.
The mama is wearing me out.
And you can tell she's lying. And this is the reason why when I spoke to you earlier today, I said anything that I have to say, I can document it. And I wanted to prepare those documents. It's important because she is a liar.
All right, Mom, I want to clear this up real quick. So first of all, with Alexis, not a good idea. Before she did that viral video about CPS, literally a day before, she wrote my mom on Facebook on a burner account, literally taunting her about my brother. My mom has those messages. So this is a person that cannot be reasoned with. And keep in mind, my brother talked to me about everything. Alexis told my brother that she was diagnosed with bipolar, borderline personality disorder. The girl is crazy. Now, the issue with the autopsy, let's get back to that real quick. Y'all gotta stay with me here. Keep in mind, he was on probation. He couldn't even smoke weed. He did like to smoke some weed, but he couldn't even smoke weed because if he did, he would have gone to prison. His alternative was alcohol. They put it in his alcohol. He did not overdose. So
hold up. Wait a minute. You just want to skip by the point that he wasn't a good boy, and how did he get in jail, and why was he on probation? You want to skip by all of that, right?
And by the way, you can't put fentanyl in alcohol.
You can't? I don't know.
No,
That's
you
what
can't.
the mama and the brother said. The mama and the brother said the first overdose was fentanyl put in the liquor. That's what the first overdose was.
But she said the first time they gave him a pill. He didn't
right.
know what it was. Like I said, a person who's not a drug addict, what person that doesn't do drugs would take a pill and they didn't know what it was? That's crazy. And she said this girl is an assassin. This lady is all over the place. I don't think she's mentally stable for real. And it's like she said, "Oh, he got hit in the head with a gun. The kids told her that, and all of this
by hanging by a string."
Yeah, but they missed all that in the autopsy, and all they found was fentanyl. They didn't see the bruise on the head from him getting busted in the head with a gun and all that. It's crazy.
Not to mind you, the girl is nowhere near around. He's with his own people.
He's with her because again, if y'all had custody, remember I said it, and she said it herself right after you turned the video back on. She said the M case comes first, then she'll worry about going back going back to get her grandson. That's what I was just saying before you turn. She's not concerned with getting custody because how would he be back with the mama if you already had custody?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Anthony Reeves. Thank you for your super chat to Sugar Loves. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, this is really crazy. It's like, wow. And I thank Sugar Love because they poking holes in this whole story. The holes are being poked, y'all. Come on, let's continue to watch it.
Okay.
And you said, and her excuse now is that if she goes for custody, which she wouldn't have to because you already have custody, but let's say you did, she said she's scared for her life. Well, how come she didn't try to off you when you had custody and the son was living with you, with the grandson was already living with you? It's just yeah.
And how the boy explained somebody touched him and then gave her name, and then you go to say you went to go reenact it, but out of nowhere they didn't schedule it. No, that means you didn't schedule it or it didn't happen.
And the police are mandatory reporters as well as schools, whoever. And this is another thing I almost forgot. Then did you hear her fake trying to blame the nurses? Say the nurses tried to off him because he was.
Yeah.
Like I said, that's when I knew I was like, this lady is spinning out of control because now the nurses aren't keeping his fluids up, and they were trying to do something to him. And everybody's trying to do something to him except the person that had fentanyl in his system, except for the person who said his cousins was trying to poison him, but he stayed around him. The one that said this girl was crazy, but he had to protect her older two children. He couldn't even protect his own child apparently. So it's just none of it makes sense.
And then the brother keeps saying, "Well, he was on." What does that mean? How many people you know are on probation and still do it and pray to God it don't come up in their urine, right? But she's just going to skip past. He wasn't a good son.
Yeah, he keeps talking about the marijuana. He loves his marijuana, but he switched. You got to remember, every other drug, hard drugs, they don't stay in your system more than 72 hours, more than 3 days. That's
what marijuana does, though.
That's cocaine, that's mushrooms, that's ecstasy, that's methamphetamine. Every other hard drug, it doesn't stay in your system as long as marijuana. So he keeps talking about if your brother did control because now the nurses aren't.
I think coke is 24 hours. Ecstasy is like about 3 days. Like, yeah. I mean, marijuana stays in a long time. So, first of all, you're on probation while you're doing marijuana. He had a drug problem, period.
His brother said he didn't do the marijuana, though. His brother said he drank. His brother said he didn't do marijuana because he would get arrested and go back to jail for marijuana.
Oh, so he basically was trying to get around the system by doing other drugs.
Correct. That didn't last long in the system.
You understand what I'm saying? Because hell, Terry, I used to do ecstasy on the weekends, and I knew it was going to be out of my system by Monday if they ever tested me. So that's what they do. That's what drug people do. And I was a drug person, so I know that that's what you do. Hey, I know I can get tested on Monday, so I'm gonna go ahead and on Friday I'm gonna drop my pill, and by Sunday it'll be out of my system. That's what they do. So, and I gotta be honest about my own. You know, that's what I do know is that you know how to skirt around some stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. Definitely.
So there we go. You know. And thank you, Sugar Love, for this chat. You did a great job on this live. I'm so glad that they was just busting this whole thing open.
Oh no, we not finished yet. We not finished.
Y'all are on the case. Y'all sound like the investigative force.
we ain't nowhere near finished.
You sound like the investigative team here. Breaking it down. King Cam shouts out. Do he have like a
we the Sugar Loves? Yes, we the Sugar Loves investigative team.
Man, did he have like a pen and pad, like writing everything down, all the facts?
No, we do this off the dome. That's why you heard me say in the beginning, me and Kev have not seen that. Me and my brother, we just bounce off each other. It's like I know what's in his head, he know what's in my head. We've been doing this for years.
Breaking this down.
We hearing it. We didn't remember. I told Lakeisha, I said we didn't watch this, so we coming up in there, right? No, but we didn't see it. We just busting it down.
Y'all killing it, man. I'm like, damn. And King Cam didn't have like a. He didn't have no like. Was he typing it in? Okay, this is what he broke it down.
No, this is how we do it. The girl, you gotta come to our page sometime when we come live. You gotta bring your butt over there.
What? Wow.
All aren't keeping his fluids up, and they were trying to do something to him, and everybody's trying to do something to him except the person that had fentanyl in his system, except for the person who said his cousins was trying to poison him, but he stayed around him. The one that said this girl was crazy, but he had to protect her older 2 children. He couldn't even protect his own child, apparently. So it's just none of it makes sense.
And then the brother keeps saying, well, he was on what does that mean? How many people you know are on probation and still do it and pray to God it don't come up in their urine, right? But she's just going to skip past he wasn't a good son.
Yeah, he keeps talking about the marijuana. He loves his marijuana, but he switched. You got to remember, every other drug, hard drugs, they don't stay in your system more than 72 hours, more than 3 days. That's
what marijuana does, though.
That's cocaine, that's mushrooms, that's ecstasy, that's methamphetamine. Every other hard drug, it doesn't stay in your system as long as marijuana. So he keeps talking about if your brother didn't do drugs, how did he have fentanyl in his system, and how are they getting fentanyl into his drink? And the alcohol.
We're going to hear that right now.
The effects of fentanyl, if you know anything.
Man, how? Okay, you put fentanyl. So is that like a new thing to be able to put fentanyl in somebody's alcohol?
It was in a pill form, but you gotta let it play.
Okay, my bad. Okay.
Because don't forget, we got the app. We're going to hear it right now. All right, because I don't want because she is supposed to be taking us down in 48 hours. That's why I started like really early. And I was hitting y'all up like, let's go. But the cousin alone, I'm scared of her. Shit. Think about this other little girl, this little young Amora's assassin. Look at the damn cousin. She look like this damn assassin shit. Justice for Helen. Shit, that been scaring me. Shit. Let's go.
Like she served for
Gotta let y'all understand this.
Oh,
my brother
thank you.
Very clear-minded, and he was a college student up until the time he was killed. So we have to get that out.
No, he was not a college student.
The issue with the autopsy is when they institutionalize you, when
no, he wasn't a college student. He was on parole. Well, let's go.
You in the system, they're gonna write you off. They didn't want to look into his death, so guess what they did? They wrote it off as an overdose. They didn't want to investigate the text messages, the recordings, everything that Alexis said, admitting to the fact that she killed him. They didn't want to look into that. That is the justice system that we have. That is why my mother is so impassioned.
They do that now? They just put anything. I'm not Lord knows about that.
Never in the history have I heard of a court
they do that now. Tell the truth. When they wanted, being that you was in the system, they just put you down as an overdose now. That's what they do instead of investigating text messages. That's what they do now, Kev. Let me find out. Me. Kev, tell us the truth. Kev on mute. He better unmute. God dang it. Then he must didn't hear what happened. Kev.
When that mother said that they just took Alexis' word for what the determination of the autopsy was gonna be, like, girl, please, they will get sued left and right. They don't just take people's word for it. Like, oh yeah, he just died of a
transcend.
Yeah,
they're not gonna even.
Kev,
tell
me the truth. Now I'm being really funny here, guys.
Hey, listen, y'all. Thank you, Naughty Nique, for your cash at your
super chat.
$20 super chat to Sugar Love. Shouts out.
And she loved you too.
Yeah, you love me too. Well, just go over there on Alchemizing and send one over there too. I'm trying to get to my little quota, $100. I need to get my $100 quota, y'all. Y'all get a chance. I'm at $64 quota.
Not supposed to mention that. It comes to you naturally. Well, go ahead, baby.
Okay. Well, no, bump that naturally. I just need some help, y'all. Come on now.
I'm telling you how to do it.
It costs money to do all this. So
go ahead, baby. They do that now when they don't want to investigate. They put it down as a drug overdose. Tell me the truth, Kat. That's what they're doing now.
Yeah, it's like they just go, okay, you was here with him. What happened? And they're gonna go, okay, this is what happened. That's why they have a medical examiner that does an autopsy. They can't just take somebody's word for why something happens. All this sounds crazy. You notice all these videos she said she had it. I got this and I got screenshots of that and I got this where she said she's good. If you have all this evidence, you shouldn't even. But she said it herself. She said her son's murder case is more important than her grandson. So that's what it is. We gotta.
Let me find out if you in the system, and being that you in the system. Not remember, he went from being in the system to a college student, right? So if you're a college student, that will sort of kind of take away they will see that you're doing better with your life. So that will kind of help you out if you have done something in the past and they see you trying to make your life right and you're a college student. But being that you was in the institution, that will be the reason they put it down as a drug overdose. So these things we need to know.
And that's the thing. That's the thing too. If he was on probation, right, that means he already committed a crime. But if he didn't already have a drug offense, why would they be dropping him? Remember, he said they dropped him all the time, and his last time he dropped, he was clean. Why would they be dropping him if he didn't already have a drug offense? That's the reason they drop you. They don't drop you for if you have a DUI, they test you for alcohol. If you have some type of drug-related offense, they drop you. If you get an assault charge and they put you on probation for 6 months, they're not going to drop you.
Well, listen, we ain't talking about the mama no more. Right about now, it's the whole family. Right? I think they're gonna have to find some peace because this cousin looks very scary right here. So I don't know why y'all scared of that little old Alexis when we got the thug cousin right here.
Yeah, the brother's feeding into the mama's delusion too.
No, but look at the female cousin. She don't act the dude. Y'all scared of little Alexa? Call her.
Any girl, any female that got a big mole either on her forehead or next to her nose, she want all the smoke.
Cam, I keep asking her stop saying stuff when I'm taking a sip. You don't let me.
Hold up. I used to have a mole on the side of my nose, y'all.
You ain't look like her. Sorry.
To talk about moles on the face, okay? Because I had a big old mole and I got it removed, but it was a big old, huge mole.
You ain't look like that.
Kind of. It was kind of
like you look like half man, half amazing. Stop. Stop. You was about to send me some ginger ale. This just came out my mouth. Right?
That's all I see. Who wants to smoke with me? Who wants to smoke with me?
This girl named Bebe, I never did her. She beat me up. She was 10, I was 12. She had a mole right next to her nose. Beat the brakes off me in 5th grade. I'm telling you. I'll never forget, Bebe. Moles on the face, they want all the smoke. People have been teasing her about that mole her whole life. She done had about 150.
She ain't blinked yet. She ain't blinked yet.
Look, and I'm like, what is she looking at on that screen? I don't know if she's looking at Nick like that, but some on that screen, she's staring a hole through it. I was like, what is she looking at like that?
They're watching the comments, Kat. They're watching the comments.
Okay.
Well, she's scared. Please put some nice stuff in there because the cousin scared the shit out of me. I'm like, hold up. I'm talking about this girl, this little old girl, because we seen the picture of Alexa. But this cousin right here, I'm gonna rewind that part a little bit.
And just in case y'all watching
I don't know if Kevin went to go get a brownie because he was got to get his little brownies.
Listen, my name is not Kevin. The family may be watching this. This is not my real account. This is
I can't stand you. Yeah, because we don't want that cousin with the mole coming to get you.
Oh yeah, she's pulling up. Look at her face. She's pulling up.
Let's go.
She's pulling up. They scared of that.
Bipolar, what is it? Borderline personality disorder. The girl is crazy. Now, the issue with the autopsy, let's get back to that real quick.
Yeah, listen, Kev.
Y'all gotta stay with me here. Keep in mind, he was on probation. He couldn't even smoke weed. He did like to smoke some weed, but he couldn't even smoke weed because if he did, he would have gone to prison. His alternative was alcohol. They put it in his alcohol. He did not overdose. So I gotta let y'all understand this. My brother was very clear-minded, and he was a college student up until the time he was killed. So we have to get that out there. The issue with the autopsy is when they institutionalize you and when they get you in the system, they're going to write you off. They didn't want to look into his death, so guess what they did? They wrote it off as an overdose. They didn't want to investigate the text messages, recordings, everything that Alexis said, admitting to the fact that she killed him. They didn't want to look into that. That is the justice system that we have. That is why my mother is so impassioned about getting all of this information out here because they're not listening to us. So if they're watching and they see these viral videos of her giving her kids up and, I'm about to go script, I'm about to go make this whack-ass rap song, then they know what her character is. It's on them if she continues to kill people around her. It's on them, and they're putting themselves in a litigious situation. That's all I'm going to say on that. So if they continue to let her run rampant, killing people, putting her kids in danger, she's literally endangering her kids in front of the world. I know this is social media, and everybody is getting their entertainment, but this is real life.
Wow. Okay. But wait, I got to show. Look, I used to have a mole. See that? That's my mole. See that? I had the mole.
It wasn't in the front of your head like that.
I had the mole on the side of the nose, right there.
Not in the front of the head.
They say anywhere on the face, they want the smoke.
No, we mean in the front of the head like that.
It was kind of big though. I ain't gonna lie.
It didn't look like that. Goddamn it, no. I would have ran from your ass too. Then shit.
Mom's in her 60s. This is her grandson. Like, she's the only one that my nephew has left. Literally. So this is not a game. We're trying to get her off the streets because she literally threatened my mom a week ago on Facebook. And if she tries to do something to us, we're gonna have to go. We're God-fearing people, so we don't even want to have to get into that mindset.
Ooh.
But she doesn't even know what she's messing with.
And
My mom's a black belt.
Sure that our
Military.
mindset,
Well, then why y'all scared then?
our mindset is to be
Okay.
defensive.
She high right now.
All right.
Don't like firearms.
I want to hear
They
from
don't like
cousin. Cousin has been silent. So, and somebody in your family, Judy, is backstage. Who's that?
You talking to me?
Somebody backstage named Judy. Who's that?
You talking to me?
Who's this? Judy.
Oh, family.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know who that is. Okay.
I'm looking at the toxicology report. After 8 hours of the dialysis that he had my son on, he had 13 mgs of fentanyl and 3.3 mgs of non-fentanyl, and tested positive for the acetafentanyl. And no cocaine detected. No cocaine detected. No
What that
cocaine
mean?
detected.
All right, Gab, break it down. Before she cut us off.
Toxicology reports.
I know, but I mean, break it down to the part where she's not understanding.
She's not understanding. Okay, so this is what it tells me. She keeps saying it's no cocaine in the system, but there was fentanyl. So apparently she knows he was addicted to cocaine at one time, because she keeps it. To me, what she's saying is because his drug of choice wasn't in his system and it was something else, they had to slip him a Mickey. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. And even if they said they slipped it in his alcohol, which is impossible because you can't transfer fentanyl to alcohol first. But even if they could, he didn't die from alcohol intoxication. He died from fentanyl. Okay, so now if she's saying that, then how is she going back and still saying he died from the blunt force to his head from allegedly being hit by a gun? She doesn't understand the way they don't ask anybody's opinion. They don't even ask the police what they believe happened. When the coroner gets that body, that coroner gets a blank slate. They know that person is unalive. That's why they have to determine was it homicide.
You gotta remember, the part that the mother's missing, he wasn't DOA, right? So being that he wasn't DOA, they have to keep testing to find out
to see why he's sick. Exactly.
Right. Why he's in that state.
Exactly.
So, and of course they're gonna do a toxicology test.
Right.
So she got it to where as he's gone already. He wasn't gone already. So
and they also give them those shots and stuff for the overdose. When they overdose, they give them shots or whatever for them to come out of it. Yeah.
And
look, and this is another thing too.
I want to say one thing.
If he was in the hospital for a period of time,
he had more.
Then
than
there
one
would have
pill.
had to be an investigation as to what happened to him. If his children were there, or her children were there, and they questioned them, then she's saying she's got a statement that one of her sons said blah blah blah. But you could have gotten that from a police report, because if they didn't tell the police that, I don't care what you say they told you, you could say anything. That's why when you go to family court, they don't believe the mother or the father, or even necessarily the child, until they take a whole collective of the evidence, because one parent or the other could sway their child's testimony. That's why. Go ahead.
What make it worse? She's reading it. You're reading what's in the man's system, which means you even Sweet said you could put it in anything. I don't know. But what I do know, if it was put into something, I don't know if it has a taste. I don't know if it's tasteless. I don't know. But the thing is, you know it ain't water by itself. You know it ain't soda by itself. You know it's not a Mickey by itself. You know if it's drugs or something added in there. So which means he ingested all.
So let me get this straight. So first his cousins tried to poison him. Then the baby mama tried to poison him. Then the nurses tried to let him die by not replenishing his fluids.
Yeah.
And the police. I'm sorry. Yes, the police and the DA and the medical examiner have all determined that because he was on probation, they wrote it off. They could have picked it as anything. They could have said it was a self-unalivement, but they said it was a drug overdose because they didn't want.
Now they had the audacity to put in what was in his system. The nerve of the autopsy people. The nerve of you to put in what's actually in his system that you just read to us.
Right.
This lady said that this girl was an assassin also, that she was planning on knocking off the other bed. How do you know all this information? Like this, it's just, when you hear people like it takes away from the whole thing again.
Let her tell it, the girl told her.
Yeah, this is supposed to be about this little boy. I don't think any of them care about the little boy for real. I think he's just a means of them thinking that they're going to get this girl locked up, because other than that, if you believe he is in imminent danger of losing his life, you telling me your son who's already gone, his case is more important than getting this living child out of harm's way that you said you believe that she is going to unalive him. It makes no sense. And she said it herself. Like I said, she said her son's M case is more important than the grandson's custody right now. So
and then she says, the brother says, well, being that he in the system, they just wrote it off as they didn't care. They wrote it off as an overdose. No, they wrote what was in his system, right? The nerve of them to write what's in his system. And
I think the brother likes her
for the amount that the mother just read. God damn. That wasn't by accident. It was a heck of a lot. And acetylene too.
Yes.
That coroner, do you know that coroner could actually go to prison for falsifying the cause of death?
Kevin, that's what I'm talking about. Like, what is she talking about right now? People will go to jail and lose their license for stuff like that.
It wouldn't be worth it. That guy, and you got to realize too, like most people's family are in denial about who their kids are, especially when their kids are in the street. I've seen that myself. I've had parents come down and tell me so-and-so wouldn't do such and such, such and such. And I said, ma'am, would you believe me if I told you I was standing right there when he did it? Nah, because I read that boy my whole life. I ain't never seen him do nothing like that. Ma'am, I'm telling you, I was standing there. Some people just, I'm just, and she's
as soon as you said my kid would never, there your kid go doing it.
There it is. That every time it's never failed. I've lived too long. That's why I said, as soon as she start talking, you got to understand, when you mentor kids, you hear this parent every single day, all day long, to the point where when you find one that goes, hey, listen, when he get in trouble, don't go down to the school and get him. Let the police take him down to juvenile.
And then another point that she's missing, you claim she did drugs or whatever, but I ain't never heard her say anything was ever found in her system. So if she's selling it, that's one thing, as she say. But you saying she did drugs. So if she did do drugs, that would be another reason for you to get custody of your grandson. You have them already, right?
And the son kept saying they don't want to get him because they just keep taking him back and giving them back to her. She has to pass drug tests. She has to meet certain criteria if the state takes your children before they get them back.
Parenting classes,
which includes drug testing and parenting classes. So that's number one.
Thank you, St. Hudson, for the super sticker, the sugar love. Thank you, St. Hudson.
Thank you, Booski. Thank you, Booski.
Also, again, if he said, I want to clarify this point that he was in college and he was doing this. There is not a person in this world that's in college that's doing the right thing to hang out with a bunch of drug addicts and killers all the time. It's true. I'm just saying, you don't do that. If you're busy raising your son and you're going to college, that would take up enough of your time that you wouldn't be hanging out with no woman who's already, in their words, tried to off him, nor his cousin.
I mean, we do get the point that according to her being a pastor and doctorate and all that, she don't want to admit the fact that a lot of people want to admit I failed.
Yeah, because T.D. Jakes is also a bishop and he was at Freak Off, so allegedly. But
right.
That's why I say when people get to putting these titles in front of it, that's fine, but it's what you're saying makes no sense. You're all over the place. It's not coherent. You can't tell a cohesive story. You can't tell a chronological order because everything that you're saying is what your son told you. And if it was that bad, like when she simply asked him, why did he keep going back? Now it's every excuse in the world. Oh, he loved the other kids in it. Well,
and then you heard how she screwed up. She went from the kids was hungry to he went to the stripper place, which she did say, she stripped for money. That's in the interview. But then you went to the saying he kicked down her door. Like, miss, how does he be kicking down her door and be at the stripper place at the same time? Instead of, your son ain't got no business kicking down her door.
He didn't have
to the stripper place.
Right, he didn't have to kick down the door. The kids let him in and said, we hungry, take us to go get something to eat. He took him to the strip club. When'd you kick the door down? Oh, after she came back from the strip club, when she wouldn't leave because they had to threaten to call the police because you wouldn't leave the strip club trying to get one of the strippers to leave. Do you know how many times they've seen crazy baby daddies at the front door trying to get their baby mamas and girlfriends out the strip club? Yep. Of course. Why would you? That shows me he doesn't have good judgment.
That shows he got anger issues.
Right, and you don't have good judgment because
you rather kick down the door rather than to call the police.
Thank you. If wouldn't that be the quickest?
And you'd rather take your kids to the strip club before feeding them.
Right.
I mean, not before feeding them, rather than feeding them.
But let's go back. You already got custody of your son. So then they say, well, why did you go back? He was concerned about the other kids because they were hungry. So then why not call the police and stay right there and have CPS come get her kids right there? Then you have taken care of your child, removed him, and then also made sure that the other kids were out of danger. But what did you do? Put them all in the car, load them up, and went down the bottoms up. Went down to shake your tail. Come on, bro. We gotta, you know, that's why.
You know, took the kids down to shake your tail feathers and see their mama shake her tail feather. What type of mess is that?
All right, let me get back into this before she take it down, because she did put on her page. She's only going to keep up it to 12 to 48 hours till she's taking it down. So let's go.
Use straight fentanyl. The boy said they put it in a liquid after they attacked him. And the boy Taylor Salmons, who was jealous of my son, who had once dated someone my son had dated, he forced it on my son. And then
so now it's not her no more. Somebody who's
jealous.
jealous.
The dude that dated somebody who's jealous person. You know what I'm saying?
All right, here we go.
They both had the nerve to go buy a Cadillac just like my son's after they killed him. They had conversations that let you know that they did it. They were running from people. They had guns. She was at his grandmother's house. His grandmother's now dead. In his grandmother's house trying to fix guns, looking behind their back when they're driving and videotaping this stuff. It was the reason he was afraid. No one was after him. The wicked fear when they run when nobody's chasing them.
Okay, I'm gonna pause you right there. We're gonna hear from cousin, and then we're gonna get into some of the receipts.
How did they? Again, like Cap said, if it was anything else besides the drugs in his system, like it would have came up in the autopsy. Like if he was strangled, hit. None. I didn't hear you say none of that, girlfriend. But go ahead.
Receipts that you sent in. I don't know what Lex is saying in the chat, but I want to hear from cousin, and then we'll get into some of the receipts that you have.
Can y'all get the moderators to get her out of here?
So you ain't got to watch. You ain't even got to comment. You can move around because this is not no joke.
Okay. The person Jay clicked on, I haven't given the link out to anybody but you guys. So this has to be somebody that I haven't given the link out to anybody but you and Anna. So the J person clicked on again. I don't know who that is. Are you guys expecting somebody else to click on?
No, that might be that girl playing gangs.
I didn't give her the link. She don't have the link.
Oh, okay. That's all I can think
I
of.
put the link on Facebook. I asked my son's friends to join in. And I put
the link up. Let's go.
Who's Jay?
She put links up, but she ain't got receipts.
I don't want to block you. Who are you? Hello? Jay, unmute your mic. Jay. Okay, let me just block this person. I don't know who that is. Oh, I kicked them off right when they were unmuting their mic. Sorry. Okay, so let's get back to the story. I understand that it's triggering. It is. Somebody said Jay is in the audience. I don't know who Jay is. I didn't share the link to nobody, so that's why I'm like, I don't.
Okay, Mama, who's Jay? You put the link in Facebook. So let's go.
Know what is going on. Yeah. So it has to be whoever she gave.
He told me what happened. I went into my messenger and I spoke to him and Donald Davis, who's our brother, who had him.
Pause. Okay. So in 2015, because she said she didn't meet your son until 2017, 2018. So I'm confused right there.
You probably met him the beginning of 2018 or late 2017.
Okay, so 2015. Okay, so we gotta go through it just a little.
2015 does not exist in this topic. It was 2014, June 14, 2014. I had the medical record. I'm highly involved in my children's life. I homeschool my kids. I'm very close. We talk to each other every day, and we always say we love each other before we hang up or before we finish texting.
Hold up.
Okay, so 2014.
She didn't know him.
Did he do drugs in 2014?
No, he did the drug they handed to him.
Oh Lord.
So before that, he never.
Oh Lord. I'm sorry, Lord. I'm sorry, Lord. I would not disrespect. She's I'm sorry, Lord.
We know that's not the fact.
I'm sorry, Lord.
Let me clarify why I was laughing. Not at him. It made me think back when my son was about 11.
Oh Lord.
And he took something from me, and I asked him, and I said, "Son, do you have my watch on you?" And he was like, "No, Daddy." I'm seeing it bulging out his pocket, so I reach into his front pocket and pull it out. And I said, "I thought you said you didn't have my watch on you." He said, "It's not on me; it's in my pocket."
Gotcha.
Oh my God. I can't,
Okay, I'm sorry, Lord. Forgive us, please. That's just
anytime we all stop and laugh at the same time. What's up, Sissy?
so everybody's jealous of her son, apparently. Everybody's out to get him. He doesn't do drugs, but they gave him one and he took
2014. This before he
before
met her.
she even knew the
3 years before she met her.
I'm back on mute. I'm back on mute. I got cookies. I'm on mute.
I told your ass you better be here, Cat.
What's up, Bella? I'm back on mute. I got cookies over here. I'm back on mute.
I knew it. I was supposed to was a
Dang, I forgot about my cookies.
I ain't got none. Well, hold on. I just got to rewind that little Parker. Let's go.
So in 2015, because she said she didn't meet your son until 2017, 2018. So I'm confused right there.
You probably met him the beginning of 2018 or late 2017.
Okay, so 2015. Okay, so we gotta go through it just a little bit.
2015 does not exist in this topic. It was 2014. June 14, 2014. I had the medical record. I'm highly involved in my children's life. I homeschool my children. I'm very close. We talk to each other every day, and we always say we love each other before we hang up or before we finish texting.
Okay, so 2014, did he do drugs in 2014?
Her cousin doing drugs now. Look at him.
So before that, he did. So somebody handed him a pill. How old was he?
Yes, let me clarify. So he was still underage back in 2014. He was still underage.
Okay.
So those people, the reason I know it's kind of murky, but the reason why my mom's mentioning this is because those people in 2015 were there when he died. They were literally there on the scene. So that's why it's relevant that he died kind of like in that same way. But during that time, he was still underage.
Damn, case closed.
Right.
Case is closed.
Y'all just killed your own case. I'm like,
case is closed.
Now they never even told what would be the cousin's motive to try to off him. And you said the baby mama is whatever, but why would they? That's crazy.
Right. Case is closed. The reason why they was there 3 years before she even known the guy, and then they were there the minute when I'm sorry, YouTube, the minute he transcended. And then they was there for 3 years prior, and then they was there that same day. That would mean that him and his friends would be the problem.
Them would be his drug buddies. Them would be the dudes he gets high with.
She closed, opened and closed her own case. No, she bringing up because they were there. Oh, okay. Well, let's go.
And they gave him something. He didn't know what that stuff was. Just to clarify.
I protected my children, and they were made fun of by being protected. But these are the things I protected them from, so they wouldn't be statistics. He went around Reese, who is my nephew's son. My nephew has a child near the age of my son.
How old was he in 2014?
20. He was born in 1994.
Oh,
so he wasn't underage.
He wasn't underage.
He wasn't underage. He was just with them. He was at their
God
house.
damn it. I can't take this.
Yeah, now they just flat out lies. See, now everything you said don't mean nothing because
you said he was underage. The brother, shut up.
He said it 3. They said it 3 or 4 times. He was underage. He was underage. He was come on now. Okay, never mind.
But now I'm glad she asked that question. See, oh Lordy. Here we go.
And they handed him that pill. And it's going in that report.
They didn't force the pill on him. He took the pill.
Yes, he took it. He tried to fit in.
So when he took this pill,
so he got addicted.
It caused him to go to the hospital.
It caused him to die, and they didn't call me until he was in the hospital.
No,
like they did before. Like when he died this time, they did that. And the guy, on January 2020, 2 months before they actually killed him, the guy that was in that hotel room, the only person able to put anything in their liquid, he filmed them, and he called her. And I asked him, how do you get the number? He said, in your son's phone. No, you don't have his password because that phone is actually mine. He had to borrow it because the girl kept destroying his phones. He borrowed my phone and he didn't have that password. He knew to call her. He had the number, but he didn't get it from my son's phone.
He knew to call.
Okay,
Sasha Ray.
I'm sorry. Wait. Okay,
yeah.
So the person, because I don't want to say too many names. I don't want to.
Okay, let me fill you in. Sasha Ray is the daughter. Sasha Ray. I'm sorry. SS is the daughter of the babysitter that she talked about. That was drunk when my son picked up the kids, and they had an incident where the kid got burned over there or somewhere near.
Okay, wait. Like again, I know this is very triggering for you, and I know it's emotional, and I know that you have a lot to get out. But I want everybody to be able to follow because it sounds like we started on 2015, and then you start talking about.
Okay, I'm just telling you who the people are.
Right.
Sasha Ray.
Right now.
Oh.
Okay, we're gonna get to that.
They're using my name. The chick kept saying my name, so let's say their names. Sasha Ray is the daughter of Robin Fisher, who was the babysitter who was an alkie.
She got doctorate where from?
The boy that was with my son when he died and lied and said he was in the house. Then the mother later said he was also affected. So they filed a police report, and this woman is now serving time for other things, but not for killing him. So this last report, he's saying, the police said it when he called me, that his mother said he was in the car. That case is about that. And also want to touch on the other girl she spoke about. This other girl didn't kill anyone. Her boyfriend and her boyfriend's friend.
Wait. You have to, okay, so wait. Okay, so listen. Whenever, okay, so.
But it has to do with it.
On this live, just,
it has to do with it.
Wait. There could, okay, so anytime I present information, you have to like, even though I did the live, I conducted the live, I talked to her, I know things that she said, the audience, they don't know what you're talking. So you have to kind of tell them like, okay, so in her interview, she mentioned this person, this what happened, this is the allegation she said. And then you have to kind of like, you can't, like the audience doesn't, you know, it's a lot.
They don't know the backstory. They don't know the backstory. So yes, let me give you the backstory.
We didn't even get
oh Lord, not the backstory. No, not the backstory.
It is a profile she used to harass.
We didn't get the front story.
She thinks his name, Nique Parks. Her name is, it starts with an S. Her boyfriend had killed a man, and her boyfriend's friend killed a man in defense, from what I understand. The man, according to the news, that's all I know, the man came to their house shooting in the apartment. The two other men came out and shot him. They shot him in the head. She is telling you that that girl, they arrested her, but they let her go because she was innocent. It happened at her house. They let her go. But she's saying to you, and what she was saying to me when she was menacing me, telling me I can't get my son back, but she has her son. And I showed the police record of the girl, which I already had and knew about. She said that she killed my son like she killed that man. She didn't kill the man. That man was shot and had nothing to do with any.
All right, then you close the case again.
I'm gonna roll up. I'm gonna roll up 2 feet.
Right. Okay. But okay. So so Jonathan, if you could chime in to kind of give us a reset.
Oh man,
she knows who these characters are, but we have to kind of like, if we're introducing a person into the story, like you have to start and then, you know.
Okay, so let me just clear this up. I think we need to move on from 2014.
Yes.
Again, there's a lot going on.
Yes.
And my mom, she's really trying to bring everybody into the story so she can give you relevance as to those same people being around when he was dead. So I do want to clear something else up real quick. I got his age a little bit wrong, but at that time, when he took that pill, just to let y'all know, like, he tried a drug, whatever it was, that's that. But that's no relevance on when he died, because I keep trying to let y'all know. He was on probation, and just so I know what he's on probation for.
No, bro. She the one brought it up, right? And then being that she brought it up, it wasn't because he took that pill. That's because she caught him. He became an addict from the pill. This wasn't, okay, this is the first pill. That's it. Okay, son, don't do it no more. And he like, okay, mommy, I'll never do it again. They tricked me. No, he was taking pill. That's just the first time you found out.
Thank you. That wasn't no first pill.
Exactly.
And again,
exactly.
If you're not a drug addict, nobody can walk up to you and say, "Here, take this pill," and you're gonna take it.
And let me go run tell my mama.
And then
Most people that don't do drugs don't even take medicine like that.
This girl
they don't even take like Tylenol and stuff.
Right, she don't know. She closed the case by saying, and these were the same guy. But then that would take girlfriend all the way out of the equation, because these people was there before her and they was there at the end. She had nothing to do with that. Regardless of the toxic relationship they had, he had them people before he knew her. So then homeboy, I got the dates mixed up. No, it's a big difference between 17 and 20. Underage. The thing was, he was out there with the wrong people. We get it, mama. You don't want everybody. No, I don't take pills.
Family.
It's almost like saying, okay, my son's not a drug addict, but somebody wanted him to shoot this needle this one time, and he put that needle in there and they tried to poison him.
No, they stuck
drugs
him.
are poison.
They stuck him and he didn't know.
Exactly. He didn't know what it was.
Even though he saw it, he saw the needle.
He backed into a needle by accident.
No. He seen it. He seen it. And then they say, hey, we're going to stick him. He's like, no, I don't get stuck. And then they just happen to stick him. Right?
He didn't know what was in the needle. Well, I don't know, man. She sounded like Vlad need to hire her, man, because she's probably more murder cases than Vlad.
Vlad needs to hire Kim.
I mean, and you just see the level of delusion as it keeps going again. Anybody that came in contact with her son, in her words, from the doctors to the detectives to the medical examiner, his cousins, his baby mama, his friend who was jealous of him, all of them are trying to do her son in. He's just a good college guy. He don't do drugs, and people are trying to poison him.
But he's on probation. She still never said what. Well, let's carry it.
My brother said we got to say what he's on probation.
We ain't got too much time with this video. Let's go.
Somebody asked about that. was telling Nique this before the interview, but he actually stole a TV. He got a felony. He stole a TV. There was a guy in the neighborhood. He was like a neighborhood rapist. Excuse me. Sorry. Neighborhood R word. And he actually, that guy propositioned my brother's friend who was a female.
Huh?
And so he thought he was getting street justice, stole the TV. And even the guy who he stole the TV from, you know, he tried to say, hey, you know, he didn't do it. You know, he did try to, you know, say my brother didn't do it.
You know what? I do this for y'all. I swear I do this for y'all.
Who steals TVs?
And
Nobody steals TVs.
No. But then get hit with the R word. But it was really the friend.
Crackheads steal TVs. That's who steal TVs. Crackheads.
What the bait word in it? I only do this for y'all. I swear. What's up?
He's in Ray steal TVs. That too.
But called a felony because he got hit with the R word while stealing the TV. God.
Yeah, he was pushing that floor model. He was pushing the floor model down the street because he was getting back at the dude for R word.
No, the R word is the one that propositions his homegirl, I guess, and he stole the TV for justice for her getting propositioned. It was a Robin Hood type of thing.
I only do this for y'all, right?
He was running with that flat screen down the TV because his homegirl got propositioned. He's so slippery. Nah, man, that 55-inch on his back, he was doing that for a good cause, my brother. He wasn't on no
get no felony for that. I'm just saying.
TV on his back.
You don't get a felony for stealing the TV.
Hold up, Kev. That's why he couldn't get custody of the son.
Thank you. I was just getting ready to say that's why he couldn't get custody. That's why his mama, he was living with his mama because he was out on the streets and he was on probation.
And he could not, not probation. Remember, the R word is there. He cannot be around kids.
Oh, yeah, right. See what I'm saying?
Thank you, bro. That is in the system. You is a pedo. Well, not a pedo. A rapist. Registered. What would I do?
Either way.
I love you guys.
And now check this out. You go over to now. That means if that's the case, you shouldn't have been around her other children.
Correct.
That you were trying to play super stepdaddy too. So let's cut it out. Let's cut it out and act like he was. Yeah.
I only do this for y'all. I swear.
Hey, this chat. Hey, y'all cold chat. That's why I mess with y'all, man. Y'all don't just go for the bullshit. Y'all be doing y'all a deep digging and deep dive. So yeah, we got to look at it for what it is. Like I said, we all empathize with any mother who lost a child. But like you said,
even if he is involved, right? It is still on his record because he is there with the friend. Now, the girl would have been the one who said, hey, it wasn't him. But if you're still there, that would make you
accomplice. Thank you, sexy smarts. Yeah, but like I said, when the story gets this diluted.
And that was his friend.
Right. I forgot we was
even on TV.
I forgot we was even talking about this girl.
He stole the R word is TV for his friend.
Right. She clarified that. But yeah, the whole thing is when the story gets this convoluted, we're supposed to be talking about this little boy. That's what this is supposed to be about. We talking about not we, but her and her family is talking about everything but that.
So
exactly, Ken.
Sexy says he wasn't involved, but he came back to take his TV as a back.
As a get back.
I don't think I will. You know what?
You know how crazy that sounds.
I didn't want to even say all that, but
you let me know.
I left that all the way alone, right?
They should.
I knew what you. I know.
They said I'm gonna hit on you. You tell me I'm going to steal his TV.
As a backpack.
Backpack.
Nigga better have whistle at you since I'm going in his house and getting his flat screen off the wall.
Backpack.
Y'all ain't no good, man.
No, don't let me run to the po-po. I'm gonna take no TV.
Nope. It's all me. You gonna have a new 55-inch to watch the game on this weekend.
I bet not like.
And I am not on drugs.
I would not be telling Kev. I'll be having TVs all around the house.
Sir, why do you have a TV on your back with the game console still plugged up?
Coming home, it's somebody, hey, I got a TV for you.
You got the kids' game console still hooked up.
Yo, Kev, you got me? Kev, you got me? You got me? This person bothers me really bad.
Yeah, well, y'all ain't no damn good, man. I swear to God, y'all ain't no good. Let's get through this, Suge. My bad. I'm on mute. Oh, my God.
But even who, I'm going to rewind back a little bit to what he said, right? And we already know the brother's not telling the full story. I would still stand by. Even he wasn't accomplished. And he happened to be there because one thing has nothing to do with the other. That's two separate cases. So she got the R word. If he's not there, that wouldn't have nothing to do with him going to rob his TV. The thing was that came up in it somehow, even if it's his friend or not. That's why he was not allowed to be around them other kids. Well, let's go. I still stand by that, but let's hear about the backpack.
Actually stole a TV. He got a felony. He stole a TV. There was a guy in the neighborhood. He was like a neighborhood rapist. Excuse me. Sorry. Neighborhood R word. And he actually, that guy propositioned my brother's friend who was a female. And so he thought he was getting street justice, stole the TV. And even the guy who we stole the TV from, he tried to say, hey, he didn't do it. He did try to, say my brother didn't do it. He didn't want him to go to jail. But the person my brother did it with, pretty much snitched on him. So that's why he was on probation.
No. They would have, no. The guy was a neighborhood rapist, right? So y'all all knew he was a rapist, right? And then then just stop. He knew the
Imagine having a neighborhood rapist and nobody go and do something about the rapist.
Right.
But let me go.
It seemed like he said he the neighborhood mechanic. Oh, he the neighborhood rapist. So no, come on, bro.
Well, let me go behind the people. And then he didn't steal the rapist TV. He went this way. I'm gone. Let's go.
And he was on probation up until he died. So in order to meet the demands of the probation, he couldn't do any drugs, no weed, no nothing. So y'all got to keep this in mind. He continuously had to do drug testing. He continuously had to do random drug testing. So he was not a drug addict. So I just want to put that out there. That being said, I think we need to move on from 2014. My mom is trying to make it make sense. But as of right now, we're just responding straight to Alexis. All of this stuff that's going on right now has to do with Alexis. And like I said, just before she did that viral video, she used that burner account to taunt my mom. So she was already on one. Whatever she was planning, she was really ready to scorch the earth with all this evilness that she's doing. So y'all need to know this is a negligent mother who literally recorded it. Y'all see the video yourself. But y'all know we're not lying. She literally showed y'all. CPS sees it, the cop sees it, but they're not doing nothing about it. So every time when my mom does have any type of custody or any type of bearing on my nephew's life, all CPS tries to do is place him back in her household. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. So even though they see all of this, they think they're doing what's in the best interest by placing him back with the mother, but you're endangering all 5 of those kids. So we're dealing with a person who has severe mental illnesses, who is threatening people's lives, and who said on video, and Mom, hopefully you can pull up those receipts, who said in recordings, text messages, and everything that she did it. And when he was poisoned the first time, she said, next time there's no coming back. She literally said she implicated herself. Nobody's blaming her. She did.
No, she said the first time he overdosed.
Right. That's what I'm saying, baby.
She said, if you keep doing that, you ain't gonna make it the next time.
Thank you.
If y'all heard the first video.
Thank you. That's exactly what she was saying. You OD again, you might not make it back this time. That's crazy. Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Herself. So nobody's trying to put the blame on nobody. She literally saying, ha, 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 I killed you.
And she tried to get him to delete his messages, and she would unsend some of them. I have that, and I showed that to the detective. He wasn't being thorough. He was too focused on whatever they were saying. But normally,
whatever
a detective
he was
will look
smoking.
at the closest people to the person that died or was killed. They didn't do that too well. They were looking at everybody that they were saying did that.
Okay, so the people, they want to see the messages so how I normally do it is I start from the beginning and then we bring up the receipts as we go along. Like I try to keep it,
yes,
in order so that it doesn't get too confusing and going back and, bouncing from here to there to there to there. So that's why I try to I wanted to start from the beginning of the story, how you met her, how you came to know her, your son got with her, how things went from there, and then introduce the timeline that way, and then you can introduce the receipts. Like that's kind of easier for the audience to follow.
Okay.
Yeah. So
the complicated thing about it, and I'll do it, I have to make a copy and blur it with my Nimbus program so that I can hide people's names and numbers.
Huh?
So
it's supposed to be between them two.
Yeah, that's fine.
Just want to chime in, and somebody said something about the family having a criminal background. No, my mom had custody of him, but what I keep trying to tell y'all is they think it's in the best interest to place the child with the mother.
No,
that's why they're doing that. So nobody in my family has a criminal record. We're all educated, intelligent people. My mom's a nobody. Like I said, that TV thing, they put him with a felony. That's how the system does. They gave him a F something for stealing the TV. That's how the justice system works. It is what it is. That's the situation with that. But no, the reason why, I'm trying to tell y'all, they keep trying to place the children back with the mother. Like she's telling, this is why she's frustrated, because they keep giving the kids back to her. She don't want them.
I'm going to point out that, all right, she said she had some receipts, and I just see her arms crossed. I don't see her pulling them up. I don't see her trying to search for them on her computer.
Thank you. Me either.
She shouldn't have to. She had 4 years to do that. She should have everything in a file. Bam, 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 bam. You searching for what? It's 4 years ago. So she should have been done, had everything printed, dated. It should be in the file. So all she had to do was scan Nick, whatever she had to scan. Why? What you searching for 4 years later?
And my thing is that like, dude, why is it on the computer? Like, you already know that
That's why
at that age,
pushing their
she at that age.
trying to get.
Listen, she's the age where she got a printer. You know, they print everything out.
That's what I'm saying. She had 4
And they,
years.
they don't even have it on the computer. They have it on the. They print it out. Okay, they print everything out. They got the real copies of it. They don't have it on the computer. She knows she didn't have nothing on that dang on computer.
And she looking though. She looking. Sorry, Lord, but this I can't.
She had a whole ass thing on that computer.
As I tell you guys, I do this for y'all.
Girl,
that was a mess.
Oh man, she said you can't show.
Man, I bet
you can't show what you don't have. My girl went back. He said, well, the kid said, but y'all gonna see. But God damn, this was
exactly, Jackie. She can't show what she don't have.
Oh man,
bro,
I can't.
Bro, I bet you go in her house. Her computer like this. Her computer is like this. She told us I'm about to bring
the first IBM computer. The first IBM computer.
I'm fixing to bring it up. I'm fixing to bring it up
with the AOL.
Oh man! Oh, stop!
With the dial-up computer.
Oh,
listen, she on one of these, so I'm about to bring it up.
Oh, the dinosaur with the
floppy
man. Hey, that bitch got a whole back thing on it, everything, honey. That computer is old.
Then she said, I would have to erase it. What took you 4 years? You didn't think about
Windows
erasing
95 on it. It got Windows 95. It got that paper clip. Are you looking for a document? That paper clip that come up on Windows, like Microsoft Word?
Yes.
Honey, she on this computer because there ain't no way. And she pretend like she's gonna bring it up. And he get to talking, she just fold her arms. She already knows.
It's on the disc. It's on the disc.
That computer is so old.
Even when
she can't bring nothing up on that computer.
Even earlier when she was talking about some program that she was using to file the information on, I was like, I ain't never heard of that file.
Honey, it's on the microfiche. It's on the microfiche. I got all the
that software, man.
Oh man. And then the other part, well, it's the system. I'm like, the system gave the pill. The system did all this. The system went and got the bad friends. He keeps saying, we like, okay, what's your point? Because for the amount of stuff that he took, that's not one pill, lady.
Man, listen.
That's not one pill in a drink. So what is your point?
Rape vindication with the TV. I'm like, with the TV,
she messed up. She messed up because he had to be there. Because who called the popo on? Who would you rather call the popo on? The neighborhood babies or the person who took the TV? That's the part.
Neighborhood babies, of
Thank
course.
you. So we're not going to arrest him, but we're going to, lady, stop.
It's a mess.
Your son was there. It was his friend, and he brought that girl there, and that's why he caught that case. That's why them kids could not be at your house. That's why he couldn't have custody. That's why you keep saying I had custody, because he couldn't have it. Lady, stop playing with me. And any one of y'all who got violated, I'm gonna call them. Listen, DJ, I know you got violated, but this person stole the TV, right? I think I'm gonna go get. I'm gonna go call Popo on them first.
Right.
But you'll be all right. And on the Popo, like, lady, stop, brother, and the brother thinking
What they did what to you? Listen, I'm about to go over there and get that TV out their house. That's gonna solve everything. Let me tell you.
I really
Where they
think
live
that
at?
the
I'm going to go get that
brother
TV.
has a
They got a flat screen.
Alexa.
Oh yeah, I would like when y'all get mines for me, right? I want the touch screen one. Make sure y'all take the right one with the touch screen. Make sure I want that one. The big touch screen.
They ain't on now. They got them the old Pioneer flat screens that's real thick in the back. They ain't even.
I'm saying if that's what we do, if that's what we doing now. If that's what we doing now, and I'm telling y'all somebody bothering me, I'm pick the house with the touchscreen.
She got that damn. He got that flat screen from Kroger grocery store, and they had a sale going on, and he went up in there and got that TV and said, "You know what? Okay, you're vindicated."
Hey, Lamborghini Lex, welcome. First of all,
you're vindicated.
What's up, baby? What's up, baby? How you doing?
This is not just vindicated.
Let me tell you. First of all, I don't care what nobody say. What happened was Lamborghini is in here. You can drop the link for her if you want to. Lex is here. You see her?
Oh, okay. Here we go.
The lady of the hour. But baby, your connection is messed up. We're gonna try to fix that connection because
come on now. You gotta come up here. This is hilarious.
Yeah, girl.
Yes. Fix the connection, baby, because this is hilarious.
Oh my God, I can't.
He stole the TV, and that's how he got away because somebody raped him.
Oh man.
TV, man, if you don't get out of here, the TV. What? Okay, let's go.
No. DJ, please bring me the touchscreen TV. The mother specifically said, I can't, until this case is done, I can't go after McGrant. Ain't that what you said, guys?
That's exactly what she said.
So you can't change it up and say, well, they keep giving it back to the mother. Well, the mother
she
don't
has a
want him
stronger
either.
case. If the DFS had took the kid, well, first of all, why did they take him from you? But even if they took it from, he was with the mother and they removed him and they keep giving him back, then why? That would be a stronger case for y'all to get him while he's out of her custody because they removed him, according to y'all, multiple times. So I'm not getting all this. We scared. My mom's a black belt, and I don't get all of this. It's just this. It makes no sense whatsoever. They're just in denial. It's painful, really, to listen to because these people don't care nothing about that little boy. That's obvious. None of them care about this little boy. The mama, the uncle, none of them.
Exactly, Tiffany. But you can't say, well, she's frustrated because she doesn't want him. No, your mother technically don't want him neither because she's worrying about. And then it's talking about this. I'm sorry, black men. Can you please stop doing stuff and blaming it on the system, please? We had to put tired of hearing this.
Yeah, they just gave it to him out the blue.
Yes.
Oh, well, he stole a TV, but even the dude he stole it from tried to tell him my brother didn't do it, but the dude was with him, snitched on him. You still ain't said this Negro went into somebody's house and stole a TV. It ain't no system. It ain't the dude with him snitched on him. Is he decided to go in there and steal a TV because he needed to get some more drugs. You're not getting revenge from nobody propositioning somebody by stealing a TV. Cut it out, man. I hate when we do this. Black people will spin themselves in a circle to not take accountability. That dude was on drugs. He had problems. That don't make him a bad human being. But when you sit and try to spin these stories, it makes her look even more credible. And she's trying to give her kids away. She looks more credible than y'all do. That's crazy.
Hey, Amora, how you doing, sweetheart?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Wonderful, wonderful.
Hello, my love. How you doing, sweetie?
Hey, Queen. How are you?
I'm
This
good.
is Amora, guys. Everybody say hello.
Hi, y'all.
Girl, I done cracked the case. We done cracked the case for you like 20 times already, right?
Listen, we got the detectives on the case, honey. But no, you know what's funny now is that like she done just did a cease and desist on Nique at Night, and Nique at Night is giving her the business right now. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy because
she agreed to go on the show.
Her mama and her bum ass son can both get it because they ain't he got plenty of He's a managerial everywhere. He's so
Exactly.
smart, but he had a accident. That ninja ain't working either. He's a bum too. Go on with yourself, lady. But
So
He
what's
sound
up
like
with
a
this
bum.
grandma? What's up with this grandma, Amora? Give us the background. What's going on with her?
So his mom, to be honest, I literally have only seen her in person. Really not that many times. Maybe I would probably say at least maybe 4 max, but even that's a stretch. So it was at one point we did have like a like a good relationship. Like we would talk on the phone sometimes. A couple times we would talk together about trying to get him some help and stuff. And then she just would, I don't know, out the blue, like she would just switch, like her whatever switch she got in her head would just snap. Like I don't know. So I kind of just stopped talking to her altogether. And then as going on with her son and whatnot, it's easier for it's easier for her to blame it on me for when she doesn't like me. So she's really fucking psycho. And they've reopened the murder case, and so
Hey,
they're saying I'm the number one
how
suspect.
was they able to reopen it now? What's going on with that?
So,
no,
so mind you,
it
I
has
really
to,
don't know because
it
I
has
still
to
have
be
not.
something different because they can't. That's double jeopardy. They can't charge you for the same thing twice.
Well, and that's the thing. I've never even been charged at all. So, but so I
Oh,
guess the
okay.
girl that did go to jail for the first time, mind you, I'm finding all this out yesterday during the live stream, and everybody's like, "Oh, look at your heart beating." I'm like, "No, I'm not worried about it. If it sounds like I'm breathing hard, I did let them know I was, walking back and forth." But anyway, um, I still haven't seen it. I still haven't been contacted by law enforcement, but they're like, "Oh yeah, the case is reopened. You're the number one suspect." And I'm like, "Okay, if I'm the number one suspect, I'm in the same place I've been the last 4 days, and who knows how long that's gonna last." But I'm literally a sitting duck, and my car is down too right now. So it's like, well, as of yesterday. But anyway, it's like, how am I the number one suspect and I don't even know about it, let alone don't even got a warrant? And it's like all this stuff that they're posting now, that's circulating now, is literally the same stuff that detectives saw back then. Not to mention, they did take over all my emails and all my social media. Y'all, they just gonna have to live it up with the fact that he was just a fucking crackhead or he liked to do drugs. That ain't got nothing to do with me. But they wanted to be me so bad.
And all the things that she's showing Nick at Night was all the stuff that was presented during the time, at the time, correct?
Yeah, like there's literally nothing that's new that they're showing.
Right. So she ain't bringing up no new
DJ,
evidence.
she ain't showed nothing.
Yeah, and then like don't get me wrong, like they had some sketchy text messages from back then or whatever, but I mean the facts are the facts. Like they're trying to bring other people into it, saying, "Oh, this person was involved," and I'm like, "Nah, I even stopped talking to them people that she's trying to say was involved. I stopped talking to them people a year or more before he died." So it's just like she's just going to dead ends, and everybody's bringing up people who know of me, but literally I've never seen in person. Because like I said, I
She
haven't
tried
lied
to
about
say
shit
those
in
people
any.
stopped talking to you and cut you off rather than what you just said.
You said what?
She's trying to say that those people cut you off and they're not friends with you rather than what you just said, that you decided to stop talking and dealing with those people.
I mean, at the end of the day, she killed her own case. It doesn't matter. She said these people he got high with in 2014. She did not know them. And these are the same people that he was with when he passed. Your case is closed.
Exactly. The one she's saying Reese is his cousin. Um, mind you, not to like name drop. And then, she was like, "Oh, I'm gonna sue y'all" or whatever. She was like, they're saying they're gonna sue me, and I'm like, well, technically, I ain't never really name dropped. And if I did, I didn't say no last name, so nobody would have known who y'all was if y'all didn't come up to claim the spots in my story. So it's like, y'all doing all of this for what? And yet nobody has reached out to me and see what these kids need, if the foster parents need anything. But
Okay.
yeah, everybody got an interview to do.
I just gotta ask one question. Cause the your first two kids, they have your last name or their father's last name.
They have the father's last name because it was statutory rape, and I've already claimed clean. I've already came clean numerous times. I haven't lied about anything. I did develop Stockholm's disease, so yes, I did fall in love with my
Stockholm
abuser.
syndrome. Mm-hmm.
Or yeah, that's what it's called. But yeah, I did fall in love with my abuser. But I did wake up, and when I woke up, that's when I bought my own. Well, I said bought. That's when I got my apartment in 2016 on my 18th birthday, and I lived there because I was working 2 jobs in high school secretly. I used that money and I took my babies and I ran. That's why they can only bring up past stuff. Nobody's really seen me or heard from me.
Wow. You know what? It's sad that they see you getting some shine and they want to come and just steal your shine to make it about the son. Now everything is about the son and his MRDR. But you're the one that really needs help. You're the one with these kids. And I really want you to come up here because I want to get some support for you. You didn't put your Cash App under your name. I really want people to,
I'm
like,
sorry.
if it's $1, if it's anything, y'all need to help and support this young lady. You know, people try to bring up the fact that she said something about I want to just go to a strip club and make some money. Well, she used to dance. So what? So god dang on what? It's a new generation now. You know, it is what she used to be a dancer. So god dang on what? She's in school.
Kev, anything because you didn't get a chance to talk to her. This is my brother Kev, not my brother, but my brother Kev. This is
Nice to meet you.
Oh, but he went in for you, right? And you need a man. It's good to have a man that speak up for you. We need some more men that speak up for women. But anything you have wanted to say to her, Kev?
Yeah, first of all, how you doing, Amora? Nice to meet you. I want to tell you, first of all, I respect you because you changed my mind. Not what anybody else says. So it's something to be said to the fact to get to know a person before you judge them, because when you went viral and everybody heard the story, I'm sure you knew what probably the first reaction people had, right? And,
yeah.
And of course, being a man, you know, you think, man, she did that to my kid also. But by the time that you articulated yourself when you talked to Suge the other day, and you made me look at you, because I have two daughters that are 35 and 32 now. So that gives you an idea how old I am. But I couldn't imagine either one of my girls at 15 or 16 going through what you went through. And so you made me see, I couldn't look at 20-something-year-old woman, however old you are now, and judge you, because you made me look at you through a 15 or 16-year-old's eyes. So I said all that to say, no matter what people are saying, I think it's a lot of girls, young women that feel similar, and it would probably be hard for them to say. So even though they judge you for what you said, I respect you for what you were trying to do. You were crying out for help instead of doing something wrong to your children. And they may feel like, you know, you giving up custody is wrong. But when I say wrong, there's women who physically and abuse their children and otherwise. And so, you know, I respect you for that, because, and you also understand that, you know, there's some things that you need to fix within yourself. Nobody has to tell you that. You know that better than anybody. And so I respect you. Your message is important, because you might reach that one girl that may be, you know, desperate. You know what I'm saying? So whatever you have to contribute to the conversation, please do. And the one thing I wanted to ask you, have you ever had a male in your life that was not related to you, that did not sexualize you, or that you had a relationship with that was strictly platonic, that you could look up to, like an uncle, or, you know, a grandfather, or, you know, a fatherly role model?
Just one more time. You said, have I ever had a male?
Have you ever had a male figure in your life that did, you know, that was just a kind of a role model, or somebody that you felt safe confiding in, like an uncle or a big brother or something like that? Father figure.
My old landlord.
Wow.
Wow. Exactly.
I feel bad for that, because that's the one thing that young girls need, and that's a relationship with a man, and not in sexual terms, just a relationship with a man that you know has your back, has your best interest at heart, and that you feel safe with. And you know, I feel bad that you never had that, but I'm glad that you understand that, you know, there's work that you need to do, and I think you're going to be successful. And I just wish the best for your children. If you can't count on their fathers, you know, it's, you know, people can't judge you too harshly, in my opinion, because me being a man, as well as people say, well, she laid up and had 5 children, so did those men. They had a child with you as well. So you know, your children are definitely the number one thing. And if, you know, and if there's anything that, you know, the community can do to help your children and to help you so that you can help your children, you know, reach out, Suge Spot now, come over anytime. And if you need help with your children, anything that we may be able to do, if it's sending a couple dollars of Cash App, if it's getting school supplies, if anything like that, because that's what's important, you know. And I think that you saved them from a lot of the pain that you went through, and that's probably the main reason I respect you, because you could have become a victim of what you went through and took your children through the same thing. And I think you literally broke that toxic chain that's been in your family. And no disrespect, you know, to your mom or your family, but just keep doing what you're doing, because it has to be something afterwards. You know, you made a cry for help, and people can either criticize you or they can try to help you if you're helping yourself. And so, you know, don't let people discourage you. And your kids are important. They're part of our community, and we have to always look at each other's children that way, because your children didn't get here by themselves, and we don't blame you, because we understand that you were in a position where you had no choice. You could not consent. So no matter whatever happened after that, it was a result of somebody initially violating you, and people failing you, and the system failing you, and adults failing you. And so don't let people judge you too harshly. As long as you're trying to make a change, you know, that's between you and your God. And I just wanted to tell you that. I don't mean to be long-winded, but I respect what you did, and I understand what you were trying to do, regardless how it came across to people. And I think a lot of people do. So
thank you so much. You don't understand how much I need to hear these words of encouragement and support.
Sugar Love, she said she can't find your Cash App. It's ALEXUSWRIGHT
23. I got that. It's coming up. No results found.
Oh, that's weird.
So we gotta figure out that to make sure we can get the money to you that we want to help and give. Also, she has a girl 2 to 3T size C5 and C6 shoes. If you can get her, contact Lamborghini Lex. I would charge you to Amora to go ahead and get like a PO box so people could send things to your kids. She has 11-year-old, large 16. Man,
Do an Amazon wish list too.
That's
so
what I
people can
said.
go on
Yes,
Amazon.
exactly. Do an Amazon wish list.
Man, he's 11-year-old. He wears he's a 16 in size.
Yeah, he almost the same size as me, literally, like height wise. So like when I hug him, my chin is literally
size 16. That's big. 11-year-old. Jesus Christ. You're 5'6", so he's 5'6".
No, he is. If I'm 5'6", my chin rests on top of his head when I give him a hug. So he's about almost 4'9". He's got to be.
Yeah, we're not getting it under Alexis, right? You got to have another one. Maybe it's written another way. Maybe the Amora way.
I just sent her like hold on, let me see. I just sent her 100. Did you get the 100 I sent you?
Yeah.
I just sent her $100.
And thank you, by the way.
Under what?
make sure you type it in the chat. It'd probably be easier
I
to
think
read
I
it.
see it. Did you put the $sign in front of it, Sugar?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what it is. You gotta put a $sign. So let me bet. My bad. So wait.
The $sign is. I know I'm slow. God.
Hey, we
all
we're in the upper. I was trying to think of a delicate way to say it. We're in the upper age bracket demographic over here. So
Y'all gonna
sometimes
stop doing me like that.
Niggas don't know how to use Cash App up in here. Oh, we don't see it. We don't see. We got our reading glasses on. We don't see what the Cash App and sending the YouTube and the Instagram and to the TikTok, the ticketing top.
So, if you don't mind, I mean, if it's not too personal, what are the names of your children? If it's too personal, we'll go past that because I know a lot of people don't. But we just, I know you have twins. Matter of fact, you don't have to use names. But you
I
have
can tell you
twin
the
girls.
nicknames that I call them.
Okay, that's fine. You
So
got twin girls, right? Those are the youngest. We'll
yeah,
start with them. Okay. So
yep,
they're how old?
2.
2. Wow. Okay. And
Oh.
then your son's in the middle.
Yep, 5,
Okay. And then the older 2 are
10, and 11.
okay. See, and that's kind of how mine fall too. I call them the big kids, the middle one, and the babies. Because I got 5 grandbabies. So the 2 boys are 13 and 14 and 13. The middle one is 12, and then the babies are 6 and 5.
Right.
like
So the
it.
5-year-old, that's the one where the grandma tripping out on about the
Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Whew, that
Well,
one.
just keep us updated with what's going on with you.
It's already hard being a middle child as it is. Then you got all this other nonsense going on, man.
Yeah,
I
and
also want to say that I'm very proud of you for having the wherewithal to still do something with your life. You're in school, you're getting an education, that for one. And don't let anyone ever make you feel bad for
Absolutely.
doing what you have to do to feed yourself and feed your children and to get a better life. I used to dance on the side, and that was because I really wanted to know what it was like. I had a best friend that did it, and anything she did I pretty much did. But we are college educated women, and I had a job and was still doing it for a second. It
yep,
wasn't for
because
me, so I went back. But you do what you need to do to better yourself and shake anything negative off of you.
Hey,
thank you.
I say okay, dance, but you in the wrong place. Columbus, you were wrong.
That's why I went to Florida. That's
Child,
like
please. I
that's why
wasn't
they
in
kept
no
trying to.
You
I
gotta
was
Minneapolis.
go
like,
to
I'm
a
nah,
not
I
place
gotta
doing
got
drop
that.
that's
my
making some
kids.
money. No, you don't want to do that in Columbus. You're gonna be in the broke area of the world doing dancing.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
I'm
We
trying
don't
to
want to
tell you,
incur the yeah.
Tampa's where it's at. I was making $1,400 in Florida. I was in Florida for 3 months, so I was
We're
paying.
not encouraging anyone to go and do anything like that. But what I am saying,
It
as
is
an
what it is.
adult, if
No,
that
we
is what you're
joking. Yeah.
doing, do not be ashamed of what you're doing to take care of yourself and your family. That is what I'm saying.
But I would like to say too, and I would like for you to clear up this message she was supposed to, even though it really doesn't mean nothing to the case, but it makes her feel better that you is a iller and you was like, oh, don't ill the person, just take the kneecap out. I mean, when
Yeah,
people is mad, they say certain things. She didn't even say what year it's from and who was you even talking to, but she got it as you was an assassin.
I don't know. She thinking people be taking a fall for me and all type of craziness. So, and I guess she thinks I got the power to put out hits. So yeah, I don't know. But anyway,
Then they also said that you had
She
like
called you a witch.
Oh yeah, and you're a witch to do spells.
well, I'm pretty sure I would have did a fucking money spell by now. Shit.
Hey, Amora, what was your honest aside from, I know it's a lot of drama and it's a lot of emotion involved with the whole situation, but tell me about your relationship with your son's father, with your middle son's father, and just from your point of view.
To be honest, I love like he was a. I'm just gonna say what it is. That man really was a complete monster, and I really did love him, and I stayed so many times when I should have left. It was very, very toxic on both his end and mine, but he opened the doors for it to be toxic, and he kept it going. So it got to a point to where I started physically attacking him as well, like because I especially like I'm not gonna lie, like when somebody's about to hit you. So it got to a point like, okay, well I know you're about to hit me. I might as well just fucking hit you and get it over with. But
Were you used to that
Facts.
physical? Were you used to that in relationships, the physical abuse?
You said what?
Was that something that was normal in your romantic relationships with men, the physical abuse part, like
Just with the 3, like my twins dad, he did it the less. Like he did it the less, but he still did it every now and then for sure. But with my middle son's dad, yeah, that was It was a lot. He was always doing something because he was always drunk or under the influence. And of course, with that mixture, of course, you're going to become an angry and aggressive person. So I could just be talking, and sometimes he would just smack me, and I'm like, all right, here we go.
Wow.
And is that the same one who beat you up when you was pregnant?
Yeah, like there's actually a video of me jumping out the window while I was pregnant, and everybody's like, "Oh, she's crazy. She really don't want that baby." But no, people don't realize. Not only does he like to slap me around and then push record while I'm already under distress and pissed off and shit, saying all kind of crazy shit. But a lot of people is like, "Okay, well, what did this man really do?" Like, it's like they don't even pay attention to the fact that this man literally won't leave me alone. To where my only choice at that moment in my head was to jump out the window, at a 2-story window while pregnant at that.
Thank goodness
Yeah.
you're okay.
He was kept poking at you until you retaliated or until you did something to get away from him.
Yeah, like he would just keep fucking with me, and then when he was getting the reaction that he wanted to make him look like the better person, he would start pushing recording. Like I said, recording. He would start pushing record because anytime in the video, what did I kept telling him? Leave me the fuck alone. Get away from me. He could have walked away at any fucking time if I'm telling him to walk away. Leave me the fuck alone. He could have walked away at any time, but what did he do? Sit there, record me, and antagonize me.
Do you have any whereabouts where them videos are at?
Posted on social medias. All these videos are going around.
With him beating you up?
No, not beating me up. I'm like, this is like, like after he's already recorded, where I'm already under distress, or my face is a little red, or you can even see in the background. Yeah, or you can even see in the background where it's messy because we just got done tussling around. So he'll try to hurt and push record instead of just walking the fuck away.
Are you in a romantic relationship now? You don't have to like disclose that.
No, I'm not. I'm not talking to nobody. I'm not having sex with anybody. It's just me, myself, and I.
I was gonna ask you, are you now processing, or where are you in the process of like thinking about how to? We talk about choosing better over here. Obviously, you're a very articulate, very attractive young lady, so that's not even an issue. Have you been able to kind of self-reflect and think about the things that made that relationship toxic, or things that you would be red flags to you now?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, even if you guys go on my Amora Lex page, I even have a post from on Facebook from back in April where I've kind of already started kind of digging through and analyzing things about myself. So yeah, I definitely do understand. I know some of my faults, and I've been publicly taking accountability since day one. Like I know my faults, and I do know things I need to work on, but I do know what to look for in a man. But right now, I'm so cool on men because they haven't been anything but my downfall because I couldn't choose better. So now that I love myself better, I'm not choosing nobody right now at all. But me.
Understood.
Amen.
Understood.
Amen.
Understood.
Now, when you was trying to get up there, I mean, you trying to get up there to talk to them yesterday. I don't know. They were saying that you were in the chat, but how did the interview with you? How did you feel when you went through the interview with Tommy Sotomayor?
Honestly, it was actually really good. Like, as you know, like every interview I've done, I've cried just a little bit, or you can hear the frog in my throat or whatever. But overall, I do feel like he did tell me a couple things that I needed to hear, because at first I'm just like, I've accepted many things, but it's like other people won't accept things, and it's like, and it's true. And I was telling him, like, now that I've gone viral, everybody has a story that they want to say, but these are also the people who so-called say they saw me struggling with this, and that. Where was the help? Who did they save? But overall, I do think it was good. He did tell me some things. I do realize, like, it has somewhat made me an angry person. So when people do say negative things to me, I take it so far, so fucking quick. Like, but in my mind, disrespect is disrespect. There's no levels to it. You came to me from a bad place, I'm gonna respond to you in an even negative place. So
Have the older boys?
Well, what? So, as everything you went through, was it supposed to make you a positive person? I'm not understanding that, but you are supposed to
Exactly,
be.
sugar.
You are supposed to be angry. You are supposed to feel the way you feel. You was not dealt a good hand in life, and you try to play the cards that you were dealt the best of your knowledge, and you don't have to be happy about it. You don't you can be negative about it because it's nothing positive about doing anything on your own. It's nothing positive of trying to get help from people and everybody it's like turn their back on you. And she had the audacity to even bring up your sister. I don't even want to talk about it, but
yeah, when we heard that shit, we was like, well, how do you so-called know this and neither one of us know about it? Like, you're like, why didn't you call the cops? Like, there's so many allegations that you just every time there's a new allegation, because nobody heard about it 2 years ago, nobody heard this 4 years ago when your son died, but all of a sudden now that I'm viral and you getting a little platform, now y'all got this going on, but nobody called the cops. And it's just so much going on. I'm just like, alrighty then, y'all can keep that little shit, but we're not even about to entertain that.
no, do not, because if what she was saying was true, and she claimed she had all the kids, then all of them would have been acting one way, not just one. If anything foul was going on, as for what
And of
she
course,
said,
obvious, and it makes it a little weird that all of a sudden, if they're around these people who are doing these things, why is it only the one, her grandson, which is her son's child? Like, why are you only mentioning him if this happened to all of them? And if you had all my kids, if you, and then she was like, I had her son most of his life. Don't you think you would have been filed for custody?
Yeah,
She
I brought
said
that
that
up
they did
yesterday.
have custody. She said that they did have custody of him.
When she had all my kids falsely taken away from me, before they gave her custody, my sister had custody, and my sister was pregnant with her son, and she had, and like, my sister has gestational diabetes, so she got really, really sick, so she had to give Alex up. But in the only place that we could think at that moment that Children's Services was trying to talk to, mind you, when they already took him forcibly from me, they did legally take custody of my kids, so I couldn't choose where he was placed. So she did have him, and it wasn't 11 months. She only had him for like a couple months. Altogether, all my kids were out of my custody for a little over 11 months, but she's only had Alex probably about 2 or 3 months. They took him from her and gave him back to me because she's already showed, like, she started showing signs of being a nutcase.
And we figured that's how
Yeah,
he got back to you.
We spoke about that because I was going to ask you that too. Now, and I kind of said this, and I kind of even feel it more today, speaking to you. If at that time you and Alex's grandmother would have had a better relationship, would you have allowed her to have Alex or take care of him? Because
Absolutely.
yeah, and see, and I said that yesterday before we even spoke. I said,
and that's when I
I
said,
think if she would have been just a halfway decent person and called you, I said this, you can go back and play the tape. I said, I'm sure that young lady would have willingly given her son to knowing that his father was passed and if they were stable and all that. Yeah, that would have been ideal. So that just answered my question.
Yeah, and honestly, the main reason why not only has she done too much regarding having people take off of my kids, having my house kicked in, and she's literally had so much stuff done. Like, it's gone past that point to where now I really just can't trust you because
Yeah,
you
she's
hate
so
me.
unstable. I would not.
Yeah,
I was going to
you
say
hate
that
me.
I wouldn't trust her with my child because
Exactly,
mentally,
because she hates
she
me
is,
so much, she'll probably fuck around and kill my child trying to get back at me.
right.
she
And that's
seems
why I
trust
said
her
that
no
he
way.
wasn't going to give her to him because if she's talking bad about you, you're not going to give your child to her. And also, if she thinks that you did something to her son, you're not, if you don't have a good relationship with her, period, you're not going to hand your child over to her.
Exactly. And then she's already made it very clear that she wants my son to know that I killed his dad, and that's not the truth at all. If you
I
really love
said
my
that
son, then you
too.
would tell the truth about his
I
dad.
said that too. I said she wants to raise him so that she can say your mama killed your daddy, and that's why you with me. And she won't care about. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, you too. I'm so sorry. So sorry,
Yeah,
you
so
too.
and why she's trying to paint me out to be the bad person because I made my decision. Your intentions for my son was never ever good, ever.
her teachings for you were never
Yeah,
good.
we figured that out kind of by the end of once we watched it because I said that I said
Yes.
she hasn't mentioned that little boy. She hasn't choked up one time that she hasn't seen him in 4 years if he allegedly lived with her and what
You want to
happened.
know what's crazy?
Go
I've
ahead.
had the same. I'm sorry not to cut you off.
No,
I've
no,
had
go
the
ahead.
same phone number for the longest. I was actually at the same addresses. You might not like me, but what could that have ever stopped you from sending your grandson something? Because why would I not give him something that you buy just because I don't like you? Shit means I ain't got to buy the shit.
Right.
And speaking of the address, so how is the living situation? Did you talk? I know you said you talked to the people trying to help you with that situation. Is it ironed out? Were you able to find some help, or where are you at right now in that situation?
No, we came to agreement because I did tell them, because I told you I tried to work with them, and I tried to even tell them like, hey, I'll be late, but I can I can catch up as much as possible. They weren't willing to work with me, so yesterday I texted them. I said, hey, I just want to let you guys know, I not in any way, shape, or form do I intend to bash the company, but I am going to tell them about the experience as well as the text messages or whatever. And I said I'm going to raise awareness, and I said I have over 2 million people who will probably see this, and a couple of them will be lawyers or whatever. So today they was like, okay, well, because mind you, I've already given them $6,500 to move in, which would also include my security deposit, first month's rent, and last 2 months' rent. So they was like, okay, well, here, we'll do this. You already gave us your last 2 months' rent, so we'll just say that this month is counted for. But you do have to be out of the house by the 31st. It has to be cleaned out and all that other stuff, so we could avoid filing the eviction. So I still have to leave, but they won't file the eviction if I leave.
So, that's the house that had the electrical.
Yeah.
Okay.
What? You need a lawyer. You need a lawyer. Did you call
I was
legal
just
aid?
gonna say that.
You said what?
Did you call legal aid, or do you need a lawyer in Ohio? Is it legal aid not working?
So legal aid, their intake is so slow. I'm just still waiting on somebody from their intake department to hit me back, because you do your intake and then it takes however long. They said between not 4. They said anywhere between 2 to 3 weeks before you're assigned a lawyer or whatever, and then it still takes time to do all that.
And let me
So
just
listen,
say this.
anybody that's in like the Ohio, Columbus area that might know a lawyer, please reach out to them and see if that someone could help this young lady, because especially because she is. How can you evict someone that the house burnt up based on their error? What are you doing? You know what I'm saying? That's not right. So
And
even
it
though
wouldn't be safe for her to
a
even enter that house
paralegal,
unless they did electrical work on the entire house.
Oh, and even still, they didn't do. They
I
only
would
fixed
also show up
the
to
wires
court.
that was messed up.
If you have pictures of the burning and everything that happened, I would take that to court. You know what I'm saying? Don't miss the court date. Go to the court date. Show them that, listen, this house was burnt up. I paid them. Show them that you paid them $6,500. If you don't get a lawyer, okay. The next thing is, and also save up if you can $1,500. And what you can do is you can file an appeal. If they evict you at that moment, you can file an appeal. I'm not sure how the law is in Ohio, but I know that you can appeal eviction, and then the court will take the money for the appeal, and they have to go to the next level up, because what they do is they do the area in which the house is in. The next level up is like the county, then the next level up is state, and then you keep going from there. And then if you actually continue to pay the rent from that point on, they can't just evict you. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna definitely get that shit done, because they really got the right one.
And we also to make sure while you're doing that you get like a case manager, or like how we were speaking like yesterday, get somebody for you, right? Because it still leads into you need some ear, right? You're like, it's too much. So just make sure while you're doing that and going through that because that'll be a big help for you too. And then some places, some states, when parents are going through stuff, sometimes they send the kids a aide, like like a nurse attendant or something like that, to help you out with the kids. Some states do that, where you can get help with the kids, because maybe you don't want to rush back too fast and all of that is right back on you, because you want to get all the help that you can get first.
But I gotta say, she is in Ohio, which is a very racist place. And I even encourage her, you might need to go ahead and, when you're able to switch, go somewhere else, because Ohio sucks.
Hold on one second. You said what? What hot chips? No, those are Alexander's.
When
I'm
it
sorry.
comes down to support, Ohio is the worst place to be because everything is like so far away. It's not like it's like the Midwest. Like okay, in Texas, if I each city, I can just go down the street and like get taken care of. Ohio is almost like all the Midwest, where just to like get the right services, you gotta like drive almost 30 minutes over here, 40 minutes over there. The main places over here. It's like it's a huge state where all the stuff is spread out in different cities in Ohio. So that's probably the biggest problem is that you might have some services in your city, but the biggest stuff might be, oh, okay, well, if you would really want to get it done, you got to go to Cincinnati or go to like Cleveland or some bullshit like that. And I know that that's how Ohio is like, it's just spread out.
Yeah, but
It
that
really is though.
that would still be a big move. So she would sort of have to. That's still a big enough move, and she still would have to find a place. She still would have to have the money. She still would have to have a car. She still would have to round up everything. So right now she has to work with what she got right now, and then get the move.
I'm gonna say this.
Mhm.
Okay, not saying to do this, but I'm saying like a place like Texas, right? You can come to Texas and you can just say you've been abused, whatever, and you go to like a place, they'll put you into a shelter for like about a month, and after that month, you have like they'll give you housing for a year. So it's like a thing where like different places have different services, but you're in the Midwest, it's harder because it's like a liberal. Like I don't think they're a red state, and they're not like organized. You know what I'm saying? Like even like Ohio is country as fuck. Bro, like, dude, they don't even have DoorDash all the way, just to get to Walmart or drive far. I'm not sure how it is in Columbus, but I know just when I was in Steubenville, I mean, everything is like a drive, everything is far. It's just sucks, you know what I'm saying? So you're in like a place that's a dying, like the whole Ohio is like a steel mill factory bullshit ass area, like the Midwest altogether.
This is where you come to be 12 years a slave.
Yeah, you have to go somewhere.
Oh my goodness.
Like you cannot be in Ohio and try to. You're in the wrong place. Period. I'm sorry. I just like I was in Michigan, right? The dropout rate in Michigan is 60%. You know what I'm saying? 60% of high school students drop out that bitch. You know what I'm saying? I knew immediately I did not want to raise my children there. And I don't know how it's probably comparable in Ohio. Like you're in like a dying, like the Midwest, that whole it's called the Rust Belt for a reason. You need to go where the jobs are at. You need to go where even North Carolina, if you don't do Texas, you have to go to a place where it's thriving, do the research, find out where it's thriving at, and they have more services in places. Because my thing is she's already down in a down place. So my thing is that like the best time to do stuff is when you're down. You know, you don't want to like get a house, get an apartment, rent, and then try to move. You need to move right now while you're down. If you have a car or whatever.
Find out something about North Carolina, because I did look into North Carolina because it is family oriented, and I was like, I could actually raise my kids here in a family oriented place.
Then you'll find out what the services are. You might have to spend a little bit of time in the shelter, but they might have services immediately where they like say, okay, you spend like a little bit of time in the shelter, and then we'll put you in a house. But Ohio ain't gonna do that shit because everybody's fucked up. It's like
your mouth, DJ.
I'm sorry, my bad.
First, let's ask this first question. Amora, darling, are you physically and mentally ready to leave everything behind, like if all of your family, and start anew?
I've already walked away from my kids, which is the hardest thing. Anything else could be worked on.
So it's okay if you take them all, and then because you're gonna still be by yourself.
Yeah, because actually earlier this year, when I had that little 6,500, I actually thought about taking that 6,500 and just going somewhere and just try to work with that. But I did let my mom talk me out of it. She was like, just wait another year. And I said, no, I don't think I have another year. things are just going to be worse here. So yeah, I definitely already tried. I started filling out applications for houses and everything.
So you wouldn't mind moving to another state, right?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so that's where we start from. So now Texas, like she said, is easier for women because you could go into the shelter there for maybe a month or so, and they'll
I
give
did
you
look
your
into Texas too.
and well, DJ can help you out when you speak to her about how the angles. Maybe you saw it in a different angle. She could show you in another angle.
Heck
And,
yeah,
and
I'm down.
I've done this before. There was a lady that I knew from Atlanta that came from Atlanta, came to Texas. All she had to do was say, you know what, I was domestic abused. All you got to say who it was, and then okay, they put you into a shelter. Now it's gonna be hard. If you got like 5 kids, honey, they gonna make you stay in one room with them 5 kids for that little month until they can place you. Then after they place you into a house, they'll place you into a house probably with another person. Then after that, they put you into a 1 year situation where you have your own apartment. That gives you enough time to get a job and get yourself on your feet. But I'm saying is that these things do not exist in all states, especially liberal states, because liberal states are not. But Texas is Republican, so they have a different way of thinking about stuff. And that's the thing is that you have to like really do the research on where you're at. You're in the wrong place. That's why you're having so much trouble. You're in the wrong place. That's a racist town, Columbus.
Um, not to cut you off. I'm sorry, Genesis. Amora, do you have any type of financial support from any of the fathers? Do you get child support? Or are you able to get your child support? If I'm not being too personal.
No, you're not being personal at all. Like, this is literally stuff I've already came out and was very transparent and honest about. So the two dads actually there was a child support order for all three of them, but the one who died, although he was on drugs, he did say he do want to try to be there for his son. So he was kind of in and out, sort of like he was there, but he wasn't there. He couldn't provide, if that makes sense. So I saw him trying, so I dropped it on him. The other one, the first one, there is a support order, and they're actually getting ready to file a contempt of a court order because he only pays like every once. Sometimes it'll go a couple years without payments, or then if he does actually the last payment I got from him was like $200 something, and that's because the caseworker, our support officer, reached out to him like, I'm about to file because you're just not handling business. Before that, I had got like $50 in February and then $25 in December.
Was that the same father that when you had went to help? And what was that he said when you told him to take his kids? Because remember, I know you said it over and over, but some is new to some people's ears.
Are you saying in the video when I said take him, I don't want him, when I was pregnant?
No, when you was like when at one point in time you was reaching out to them saying, "Hey, I need help. Take your kids," and they refused to take the kids.
That was right before I walked in the CPS office.
Right now, can you go back through that?
So as you've seen, except for the main video that everybody saw at the CPS office, there's two other prior videos where one I was online for a few hours telling everybody to reach out to the dads and stuff. I still got no response from that. So then the second video, before the viral one, is me when I was outside of the Children's Services office saying, "Hey, this is my last attempt," type of thing. Like, we're here. If there's any family on the dad's side who would like to step up, nobody stepped up. So, and like I said, I don't have the phone information for the first one, so I did email him. I did say this is like pretty much like like I said, he is the last resort type of thing. I don't want him around, but like I said, I was desperate. So I said, "Hey, I need you to take them for a while, but if you're going to try to make it hard for me to see them, then let me the fuck know now." That's exactly what I said, because like I said, he already has a history of straight bullshit as well as running off with my kids. So I didn't get no response there, but the other one, I did have his phone number. He told me verbally, like to me personally, that he didn't want them. So then when the cops reached out to him, like on the phone while they were with me, he told the cops the same thing, that he didn't want them, that he actually had 2 babies on the way with 2 other women.
Damn.
Yeah. And he just started. So with him, I didn't open a child support case on him until a year after my daughter's, was born, because I tried to give him a year to, man up and try to get himself together. So it was open a year after they were born. He didn't start making payments until this year because he thought he was going to go to jail because they, filed the contempt of a court order or whatever. So it's been open for 2 years, but he's just now paying.
Here's the question. I have a question. Wait, hold on, real quick. So the child's father that's deceased, did he ever work a job at all? Did he ever have a job? Period.
He tried to work every now and then, but he, like I said, I'm sorry, y'all, I'm smoking. He not only was he a felon, but he couldn't keep a job because when he went, he wasn't focused on the job. It was other women and just going there playing around.
Okay.
And he actually has a
I'm asking that. Okay.
The BBBs.
How old was he? How old was the father?
The dead one?
Yeah.
I think he would probably be 27 or 28. We
So
were like right there in age.
All right. So you need to contact the Social Security office because I'm sure that at some point he worked at any point, right? And they have a
good idea, Genesis.
survivors benefits, right? So you need to contact the Social Security office and tell them.
Yeah.
Okay, so you did that already?
So I called them and I asked them about survivors benefits, and they said even if he was on the birth certificate, which I really can't remember if he did sign it or not, to be honest, I'm not gonna lie. But they said pretty much his mom would have to sign off on my son getting survivors benefits, and she already made it clear that she wasn't going to sign off on me, but she made sure she would sign off on the other baby mama getting, survivors benefits because she didn't want me to reap his benefits if I was such a bad person or whatever.
He has more than one child?
You said what?
He has more than one child?
So after he died, a girl popped up. Well, actually, I'm not going to say after he died. Probably like a month or two before he died, this girl, I guess he had a one-night stand with her, or I don't know. I really don't know that situation, but I do know that, they do have a baby. So 2 months before he died, she popped up saying that the possibility of her daughter being his. So the DNA test wasn't done until after he died. So nobody got the actual confirmation until a couple months after his funeral.
You need to contact them again and you need to say, I have a son. And when I first contacted you guys, you told me that his mom had to sign off on this. That's not fair. Me and his mom don't get along. I need to get the survivor's benefits. They probably owe you back survivor's benefits at this point, and they've been giving it all to the woman. That's not. I never heard of the mother having to sign off on a 27-year-old man.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's just when they told me that over the phone, I was like, well, there's no point in me implying because I already knew it was dead. Because she was actually posting about it online before it was even a thought.
Well, did you keep a copy of that? You need to get a copy of what she said. You need to say, listen.
It's gonna be so hard. I literally have 4 years, which I would like to try to find a lawyer who can actually subpoena those records from Facebook. I have 4 years of slander from her literally every single day for the last 4 years of defamation of character. She's then came out and told the world about me being raped well before I was. She's done so much. So I do want to take her to court because that's 4 years of slander that she cannot delete in one day.
Well,
Amora, I'm sorry, just real quick before I forget. You don't have to go through his mother to do anything because he was a felon. His DNA is in CODIS, which is the registry for all people convicted of any felony. Your DNA is entered into the CODIS system. That's how they're able to do a DNA test after people are deceased. You can establish paternity that way for your son because they keep your records on file indefinitely, just in case it's a cold case and your DNA is linked to that. So if he's a felon, his DNA is on file with the state, and they will get a DNA sample that way and improve and establish paternity. So you don't have to deal with his mom at all. But go ahead.
And
with that, they owe you 4 years of survivor's benefits. So that's another thing you need to look into. That's 4 years. My daughter gets survivor benefits, $750 a month. So that's 4 years of not getting that. They owe you all that. So whatever. There we go.
That's crazy. I did not know that.
You see? And another thing is slander also, because she told the people yesterday that you told her that you were babe, and she said, "Oh, you was a flat out lie. You and the boy are the same age, and you had a relationship together, and your mother okayed it, and y'all was planning on getting married and all that. You wrote on Facebook, y'all was planning on getting married and all of that. And I'm like, there is no possible way. I mean, she must got the ages messed up the same way her brother had the ages
It would
messed
have
up.
never been statutory rape if we were the same age. I was
Thank
15,
you.
he was 21, almost 22. That man proposed to me on my 18th birthday, and mind you, I already said I had Stockholm's disease or whatever. But like I said, 18, that's when I woke up. I got me my apartment. If I actually still got a copy of that lease, he ain't on that lease. That man was not about to live with me and my kids. I took me and my kids and I got the fuck up away.
Well, again, an underage person can never consent to X with their. A minor can never consent to an X with the adult. If there is no mother permission, if that is by law. But the way she tried to put it, they're age apart. Like, what?
And don't get in your head too much, your own head, about having Stockholm syndrome, because it's grown women right now today that are in relationships similarly. Like
Yes.
you
That's
relate
what
to
I
your
put in my
abuser.
social security case, Kev.
Yeah. Don't beat yourself up with that. Yeah.
Thank you. And that's why I keep telling my story, because they're trying to do anything they can to get me to shut up. And I'm like, no, it's 2024. We're taking accountability, and I'm showing the detrimental effects that it not only has on the baby mom, but on the kids when the mom is left to, lead with such a drastic decision.
That's a fact. And
And
that's
it's
why
not
I
just
told you
single
I
moms, it's
respected
single
you.
dads too.
That's why I told you I respected you, because I told you those guys that are not stepping up and taking their children, they're even more responsible than you. You have 5 children. They only have to take one off your hands. If they're not in a position to take care of their child, then they're not doing what they're supposed to do as well. But people aren't going to go all in their social media and pick their personal lives apart, scrutinize their past relationships, they other baby mamas, and so on and so forth. So,
and you want to know what's crazy? Is I literally held on to my kids until because usually, like I said, I'm used to, I've always had to figure it out since I was younger. So I'm always used to having a solution or a trick up my sleeve or something. I had nothing this time. I tried calculating different scenarios in my head and nothing was coming. And it was like, I held on to them, and I held on to the fact that I probably could do it by myself. And I kept trying until it literally almost fucking killed me. That's why in the video, I was literally having many heart attacks, and my heart was beating faster than I was breathing. My chest was literally getting ready to explode. That's why in the video, I said I can't do nothing for them if I'm dead, and I can't stop stressing if I don't have help.
I respect that.
And how's your heart now? Have you been back to the doctor to check that? Where are you at now?
I think I'm not gonna lie, I did get a missed call from them today, but my connection and stuff has been wonky. This is the first time today that it's somewhat been stable.
Is your phone disconnected, or what's going on with your phone?
So for some reason, this one has a cracked screen, so it kind of does whatever it kind of feels like, and then the other one is off, so I just use that one for Wi-Fi. But the connection, because it's been on and off raining today, I think for the last few hours it hasn't rained, but since it's been doing that, it was just the connection to satellite and stuff like that. So hopefully by later tonight it'll be back back together.
So
can I ask you a quick question too? I'm sorry, just real quick. I didn't just want to forget. I had 2 quick, real quick.
Before you get to Kim, so it sounds like she needs a new phone. She needs some help. Anyone, even if you have a phone, you can send to her. The bottom line is we're here not just only to ask her these questions, but also to support her and help her in any way that we can. So if anybody got an extra phone, they can send to her. So she got a cracked screen phone. She can't get on it, whatever, or maybe the other one. I don't know. Maybe
no, I can get on it, but you know how sometimes I'll be texting you and it'd be all kind of typos and I'll be looking all illiterate and stuff.
Right.
So I'll be texting and it'll start jumping and doing all kind of stuff. I'm like, oh, okay, well I could try to fix it, but but yeah, that's what's going on with it.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you real quick, Amora. Are you do you have any type of counseling available to you?
So even though I never even for years I haven't done it in the past year, because like I said, I really did think I had healed from things that turns out I've actually only suppressed. And I actually came to realization while I was doing my interview with Nique at night, as I was opening those those cans of worms, I was like, damn, I don't think I really healed from that shit, but But over the years, even though I didn't feel suicidal, I did just used to call this, the suicide hotline and just talk because there was somebody who would listen.
Yeah.
But as of now, I am, looking into seeking counseling or therapy, because like I said, I do got some things I didn't heal from that I thought I did.
Yeah, and it's not, and the reason I said that because a lot of times, of course, we have to heal the emotional scars and wounds and things like that. But like you said, sometimes you weren't necessarily feeling suicidal. You needed somebody to talk to. I was talking yesterday about making yourself available to people. You just need somebody that's available to you that you can just talk to sometimes. And so if you don't have that person, try to find that person for yourself, because a lot of times we don't have counseling that's available. You may have more resources because you have some kind of connection to the system right now. So you may have, some avenues. I don't know how good those programs are, but the most important thing is finding somebody, who really cares about you, who has your best interest, and just be able to talk to them, because a lot of times, that gets you through the day more than anything else, and I think in order to get to where you need to be able to, get your children back and be where you want to be, your mental health is going to play a big part in your healing, not just from the psychological part, from, all the, negativity and the abuse and the SA and the R's, but the when I say mental health, your spiritual and your mental health, because you're on the right path. I can just tell from, what you're saying right now, you're on the right path. So, but just always know that your mental health is number one. Your physical health is not going to be important if your mental health is not in place. And, so just, I just wanted to make sure that you had some type of availability. If not, I'll get with Genesis, and I'll send her some information that you can contact some resources locally to get some mental health assistance if you are looking for that, or any type of counseling.
Yeah, please. I'm definitely not opposed to it.
Okay.
Or Genesis could give us your email, or how we can get in contact with you.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna send it to you, behind the scenes, of course, for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, not on,
I'm sure she's getting like a lot of people hitting her up, and I mean, so here's the question.
This internet is not your friend right now. I know we all look at it, we all participate. View as least as you can, because people are going to try to attack you. People are going to try to tear you down, and we're only human. We say, I don't care what the next person thinks. Yes, we do. And it hurts sometimes. And especially around these kind of issues, they're so sensitive. People can be so hurtful. But the fact, again, it encourages me, because I'm not a real optimistic person, because I know the trend that the world is going in. And like I said, I don't think about the negative parts about she should have did this. Why didn't she do that? I see a person that can make a change in her life. And like I said, your 5 children are important. Whether you know it or not, they're important to other people who are not. They're important to me. All Black kids are important to me. And so your success depends on their success. And so, anything, we don't play no games, and so it's not about that. It's anybody that is sincerely trying to do something, we want to be as helpful as we can, and that's all it's about. We're not looking for anything out of it, and and it is people out here to care. And I know a lot of times, because I deal with kids that they don't have any living family members. They have no siblings. Their parents are deceased, and their grandparents and their cousins and aunties don't want them. And so I deal with that emotion, and I know your position, but I know kids when they come from that place, how it can be. And just to hear you have that pep and that optimism in your voice, and to see you're going to school and you're trying to get yourself together so that you can reunite with your kids, that gives me hope. So, because I've given up a lot on the younger generation, because like I said, just the way the world's going. But like I said, we proud of you over here, because you could have went a whole nother direction. You really could have. And so you cried out for help, and we're here to assist you as much as we can. We can't fix everything that's going on in your life, but you seem like the things that need to be fixed, and you're taking the steps to work on those. And so just any help you get, accept that, be grateful, and I think you're gonna be fine. So just keep us updated on what's going on with you and your children, and we wish you the best.
Thank you so much.
And once again, if you want to help Amora and her children, please give contact her on Lamborghini _
It's better for her to do an Amazon where she can pick out the things that she would like, and then people can go pick up instead of us picking out what we want. She can pick out the size, the shoes, or whatever. Then people on Amazon would just send it to her
Yes.
through Amazon.
So do that, and then get back with us, and we'll do a live, and we'll say, okay, she got the list up. We'll support you in that way. Also, and I hope that you guys have hit her Cash App with what you can. Everything helps because, like I said, she's facing eviction. Do you still have your car, or is it repo?
I'm pretty sure it's out for repossession. You know, like as of the 15th, I'm now 2 months behind. Plus, I don't have tags, so and it stopped, so it's kind of sitting on the street, so it could be gone at any moment.
It stopped working, like
I think the battery died because like even when I get it jumped out, it'll just sit there, and I try to go start it, and nothing's happening.
It could be your alternator draining the battery.
So at this point, where are you staying now?
Well, I was bouncing around from house to house, but I'm actually at one of the places where I've placed my kids.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, but you know.
So why are you bouncing around? You still have the house though. You're not evicted yet. Why don't you just be there? Is it still messed up a little bit from the fire, or what's?
I don't feel comfortable there. But I do have to go be there to clean it out because I do have to be out the 31st.
Is that where the break-in happened at, or like why don't you feel comfortable there?
No, that break-in happened at the last house, not the landlord that, you know, I said was my father figure or whatever, or somebody I could confide in. That was, you know, when I lived in my apartments.
I wouldn't advise her to stay there. Don't stay there. Don't stay there.
If you're not comfortable,
no,
and you already been going through things that where you're not comfortable at, then yeah, you know.
Plus, I just can't get there, and like I said, I really get my car. It's just I can't get there.
Right. Oh, so you're where your car is at. Okay.
Yeah, and it kind of stopped. I was over here with my boys, and I've had, like I said, since Mother's Day, I stopped over here, and I have my youngest two with me. So yeah, I'm kind of just here.
If anybody knows any mechanics in Ohio, you know what I'm saying, some real mechanics that might want to be able to help her with her alternator, whatever's going on with her car, we need to like pull together as a community and help this young lady out. That's all it boils down to. Everything is not just about like, you know, the story. Some things are about coming in, call to action. Call to action. Anybody got any family?
Well, everything goes together, right? Everything goes together because even if you have all of these things and your mind is not right, then that doesn't help.
Sugar Love, if you have a car, you can do a lot with a car. Okay?
That's not what I'm saying, DJ.
So
I'm saying we want the mind, the body, and the soul, and the finances. Right?
Listen, you get the car first, then the mind, body, and soul.
No, it has to go together.
You can get to the mental.
Hold on.
Oh,
let's ask her. Let's ask her.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was saying how would you? I mean, even though the finances is, but she's still broken.
But you need money to get around. You have to get around. You have to, the reason why she is going through what she's going through is a financial situation.
No, we all going to give her a cash app. We are going to do that. But none of us are in Ohio, neither. But we still want to make sure her mental state is good too.
I'm sure that if she knows that she can get around her car, that she's not going to be evicted, I'm sure her mental state will somewhat improve. And then
it don't work like that, DJ.
Yes, it does.
Let me ask her how you think things should go with you, young lady.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm confused. The whole conversation kind of just took me out. I kind of was like, I'm not understanding the question. I'm sorry.
Right. I'm like, at this point, what are your first steps? Do you like, even if like you get the car done, she's able to travel and go back and forth, but once we gotta get her, once her mental get right, and let's say she still could drive, because nobody want to be driving and their kids are not in the car and they depressed, or that's how accidents and stuff happen too. Like we want to work on the whole entire person. Yeah, yes, we're gonna get together, we're gonna send the cash out. We already said she got to eat, she got to survive, but we want to also make sure we get her the mental help that she needs, get her mind right. She's, like she said, she's been through so much. There's a lot of stuff that has, and then now she got the grandmother opened up a new case on her. I mean, that's a lot for one person.
Can I just say something, Sugar Love? Because I've been exactly where she's at, right? I've been 100% where she's at. I've been on the street homeless, right? Now, when you know if you know that you can get around and do what you got to do, take care of whatever, your car is good. Even you can stay in your car. If they fall out, whatever, that's one thing. Car, that's a big deal. Car, phone and car. That's number one. And number two, then place to stay. Then we can focus on getting counseling and this, that, the other. The first thing is stability of where you live, where you stay, transportation, phone, communication, all of that. You can't apply for jobs if you don't have a phone. You can't get to the job if you don't have a car. You can't sleep and get rest if you don't have a place to stay. So
they might give her one. Depends on where she go.
Well, she could do that too. But what I'm saying is that, like, yeah, she could find. So I'm not saying to cut out one, but I'm saying, like, right now, her car is not working. If someone's in Columbus that like knows how to fix a car, hey, let's try to get her that. Number two, her phone's not working. She needs to have a working phone because she needs to be able to get phone calls. If she gets a job or gets in.
This one is about to die. I gotta go. It's 1%. I gotta hurt.
But you understand what I'm saying, Amora? That's how I'm looking at it.
But we got you more, but we just want to make sure every part of her is fixed.
Right. The mental
even rich people, they got all the money, and if your mind ain't right, nothing goes right. If
your phone ain't working, you can't even do the mental health. If your car ain't working, you can't get to the hospital. If it's really like
thing. I wish, like I said, I'm not in Ohio, right? I wish I knew people in Ohio that could, if there are, even though they racist, everything, she got to go. But the point is, she's still there now, right? It has to be something for people there. They're not that racist. They don't have certain services. We just need the right ones for her to go to.
I think she needs her basic needs met.
All the above.
She has to get off the couch with somebody else. She needs to get into a place where she can feel safe. Then she needs to be able to travel. And
well, again, we don't want to get to telling people what they need to do. We all know, but I think, like Suge was kind of saying, a lot of times people just don't know what resources or how to tap into them. So you gave her some good information, and Suge gave her some information to where, and Lakeisha to where now she can go, oh, okay, maybe now I can call the Michigan Housing Division. And she has 5 children, so even though may not be in her physical custody, that will kind of push her to the front of the line because she has a greater need in an emergency basis as far as being placed. And so some of those things is probably just she didn't know what to do and how to do it. You got to remember, she started doing this when she was 15, 16, 17 years old, and she's just now, what, 20? Or 27, I mean.
She's 27.
Yeah, so she's been busy raising kids and trying to figure it out. So she probably just didn't know a lot of the information that you gave her, and I think she's gonna be all right because maybe a group of people have never just told her, hey, we got your back. This is what you need to do. Here's what you need. Here's where you need to call. Here's the names, and then she'll get that ball rolling. Her, you know what I'm saying? So that's what I think. I'm looking at it.
whatever we are able to do, we're able to do, and we got to do what we're able to do first, right? We know what she
Right.
needs
Right.
first,
Right. But we do what we got to do
but we
first.
got to do what
Yeah.
but we got to do what we able to do first. Like
Exactly.
if we can find somebody in Ohio, that would be fine. But we do know it's more quicker. Everything could get done, but it won't get done at one time. That's the point that
Right,
I'm
right.
saying.
Like
Right,
yeah, like
right,
Genesis
right.
said, the basics got to get met first, and then
Yeah, but
everything kind of can go
you
step for step.
you gotta get whatever you can get first, right?
Right,
Now,
right,
if we able to get the phone, am I able to get the phone? Then get that phone out there, right?
right.
But let's say the office she needs to get the mental help. What if that's across the street? Then that could be first. Like
Right.
there's no particular order when you
Exactly.
have nothing
Exactly.
at the
Exactly.
point.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
We did the best we could do. We
right,
offered what help we could, and we gave her the resources that we knew about. And that's what you do. And that's how you move forward in a community. So I'm proud of us as a group. You know, Genesis stepped up big for her, and just anybody else who but that's what we do. And some people always worry about getting burned. Listen, you're gonna get burned less times than people are gonna do the right thing when you help people sincerely. And again, that goes with discernment too. You can't help everybody, but again, when I look at it, it's not about her in the beginning.
Yeah.
It's about those 5 children. And if she's not in a good position, then those 5 children by virtue are not going to be in a good position. So I'm proud of how we try to attack the problem as opposed to going this and this and wow and the drama and you and the grandma, y'all gonna fight. It's like, okay, Genesis said it so perfect. What are your basic needs? You need a roof over your head. You need some communication to where you know you can take care of business because the phone is our everything now. So
and transportation,
then housing, then or whatever. Suge might say it might be in a different order, but however it comes, we did what we were supposed to do. We gave her the information that we knew and let her know, hey, you got support. If you need people, come back over here. You know where we at. We'll holler at you. As long as you're doing the right thing, we're going to hold you down. We did our part. That's what community look like.
And at least we know if she does go to Amazon, the things that they need, she would be the one that pick it out.
Right.
And then, but look what they did. Remember 21? That girl, they sent the girl a house that she couldn't even use. Goddamn. Couldn't even use because she had no place to put it. But Amazon is always the best way to go, and then the address is in it already when she does it.
They got so many jobs.
Where to sit
now. Yeah, the job stack, and indeed you can work from home, and it's so many different avenues now. Like, you know, as far as getting.
Yeah, she said she was working from home, but then when the fire happened, you know, of course, that messed that up.
Right, but again, you can get emergency housing. They'll put you up in a hotel. It's just you got to be able to juggle sometimes. And again, when you got people, Keisha said, "Hey, do this," you know, Genesis can tell her, "Hey, I know about this." She'll tell her, "Hey, listen, I know that you can do this." That's how you help a person, because we can't give her enough money to get her out of her jam. But long as she has options, then it's up to her, and she have help, and that's how you push the ball forward.
This is today, Jay.
The lady said,
"Wait a minute, why you stopping right there, Suge?"
No, that's not me. That's DJ. I said that's from today.
Let's go on to why we're here.
Okay, I thought that was you. Okay, I'm on mute.
Okay, let me move this over here because, like I said, if y'all want to show love and y'all want to send me a cash app, Nique at night 12 is my cash app. Okay. Now I titled.
Then I made the girl lose her voice.
I titled this video "Cease and Desist" this because
you gotta change your title too, Suge.
I was sent a cease and desist from a lady that I recently interviewed. So she typed up this cease and desist and she threatened me. Okay. She threatened me and she told me that I better or else. And she told me that this is a one-way street. Okay. And this is the thing with older people. Okay. Respect in California is earned. Okay? I'll lead with respect. I'll start off with respect.
I endorse
But
that.
to keep my respect, it is earned. You do not automatically get my respect just because you're older than me, just because you were born before me, and etc., etc. Now, some people in the South, they feel like, and that's how you were raised, and I don't want to take that from you. If you feel like you gotta, do certain things, and older people are just automatically respected, even if they disrespect you, that's good values to have. Okay? I'm not saying you know nothing about it. That's good. If you was raised that old people could disrespect you, they could talk to you crazy, and because they were born before you, that you just got to take it, and you were raised without a voice, an opinion, and you were raised to be silenced just because the mere date of a person's birth, and you adopt those things, and those things is how you were raised. Keep those values. As for me, I was born in California. I was born in California. I was raised by a wonderful mother from California. And I've been in California all my life. I was raised that I should respect my elders. Absolutely. But I was raised that in order to for an elder to keep my respect goes both ways. Okay? So I got a lot of messages under my last video, and there were people feeling like, oh, you're disrespectful because you don't put Miss Sir and oh sir, like, Miss Ma'am, or thank you, ma'am, thank you, sir, in front of your greeting to older people. You're entitled to feel how you feel. However, I am a grown-ass woman. Okay? And my mom told me before this thing not to cuss. So I probably shouldn't even said ass because I don't want to start cursing. And my mom advised me, do not curse the lady out. So I'm going to refrain from cursing her out. Okay. Now, again, I wasn't raised on the yes, ma'am, thank you, sir. Oh, master, sorry, master. I'm so sorry. And I wasn't raised that way. I was raised to greet people by their name. Once I became an adult, if you're an adult and I'm an adult, I call you by your name. Now, I did an interview with a woman who, at the end of the interview, she wanted me to, at the end of the interview, after I had been calling her by her name the whole while, she wanted me to then call her something else that she preferred. And now on all over social media, she has been stating and she has been saying that in communications that were not on YouTube, I referred to her as this name. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Now, let me get serious here. let me get serious. Okay, all right. Let me be for real. Now listen, I interviewed this woman, and basically what happened was Diana is a YouTuber as well as me, a YouTuber. So I got a message from a YouTuber by the name of Diana who always helps me out, and she always likes to see me win. Diana is a woman who she started out her YouTube channel doing carbonation content, nature boy content, and that's how we crossed paths. Ever since she started doing nature boy content, I was doing nature boy content. We would converse basically about, things about nature boy. We would share receipts together, and we would kind of like work together behind the scenes on certain stories as it pertained to like nature boy. She would do her content, I would do mine. Diana is non-confrontational. She is sweet as pie. She don't hurt a fly. Diana has always referred to this person as the title that she would like to be referred to as. So Diana is raised, in the state that she's raised in. And so she refers to people, if they're a preacher, if they're a pastor, or if they have certain titles, she says those things, reverend this, pastor that, whatever. Me, I don't go to church. I don't go to that lady's church. I don't know who she serves and what master she serves and what God she prays to. So she's not my reverend. So I'm not going to call her reverend anything. She's not my reverend. Okay. But since Diana is such a sweet lady, she has always given her the respect of the title that she has posted on her page, and she has called her that. Now, she has had communication with both me and Diana. Diana reached out to me. Okay, and I might start being all over the place, but I'm gonna tie it all in. Okay, so I'm chilling on Instagram. Diana reaches out to me and she says, "Hey, Nique, have you seen this story about the CPS situation? Blah, blah, blah." I tell Diana, I'm like, "Yeah, I heard about the story. I was gonna do a video on it, but I haven't got around to doing the video yet." All right. So Diana then said, "Girl, did you see that there is another woman attached to the story? And she's saying all of these outlandish allegations." I said, "Really? What happened?" So she told me. So I said, "Okay, let me look into this." She told me, "Hey, the girl that is at the center of this whole CPS story, she said, she's willing to do interviews. Do you want me to reach out to her for you to do an interview? I think this will be good content for your channel." Now, Diana is not affiliate of my channel. She does not work for me. She's not employed by me. She is not my assistant, and she does not work for me. She's just simply another YouTuber who fell back from doing content, and she reached out to me because she knows the type of content that I do. And she said, "Hey, this might be a good look for your channel. The girl is doing interviews. You should interview her." So I said, "Cool." She said, "But look, this other woman is making outlandish allegations. You should know this in case you do interview the girl. Ask her about it." So I did. So I did the interview, and after the interview, the woman that had been saying these outlandish allegations towards the woman in the CPS situation, Amora, she had been constantly posting on her page disparaging, defamation, like very strong allegations against her. She was posting on her page. She was saying, "Oh, you M-worded my son. You did this, you did that." And she was making all of these strong allegations on her page. She was very vocal about how she felt, and all of her communications on her page have been public. Every communication that she posted, she tagged Amora in it. And so for me, that let me know that this is something that she feels strongly about, that she's already vocal about, and that she might want to go on a platform and speak about. So Diana comes to me again and she says, "Hey, since you interviewed Amora, do you want to interview the grandmother?" And I said, "Sure, I don't mind. I'll interview her." So she said, "You want me to reach out?" I said, "Sure, you can." Okay. So Diana reaches out to her and she asks her, "Hey, do you want to do an interview? We can help you get your story out, blase, blase, blase." Now, I wasn't the initial contact with her and everything like that. Diana was the go-between because she was the one who was like, "I don't mind. I'll just reach out to her," etc. She reaches out to her, and the grandmother agreed to do the interview. Okay. So she agreed to do the interview, and I said, "Cool, that's great." So I interviewed Amor the night before Mother's Day. So the night before Mother's Day is when the interview happened. So quite naturally, the next day was Mother's Day. Okay. Now, Mother's Day, I didn't really have too many plans. I was just at home. I was just chilling. And so Diana was like, "Hey, when do you want to interview her? Like, do you want to interview her today?" And I told Diana, I'm like, "I'm not tripping. Like, I can interview her today, but it's no big deal. I'm just really, really in chill mode right now. So if she wants to interview today, then cool, I will. But if not, then, I'm not tripping." So Diana she said, you know what? Do you want me to put you on the phone with her? Y'all said the sound is gone? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? What happened? Somebody said it was frozen. Is it frozen? Is it frozen? Hold on, wait. Let me see. Okay, y'all hear me? Okay. Y'all see me too? Okay. All right. And sorry I'm taking so long to tell the story, but you know I got to tell everything. I got to tell it all. Okay, it's not frozen. Stop playing with me in the comments. If it ain't frozen, don't do that. Okay. Let me get back on track. All right, cool. All right. So Diana asked if I wanted to talk to the grandmother on the phone. So I said, I don't mind talking to her on the phone. That's cool, whatever, like that. So when I talked to the grandmother on the phone,
thank you, Julie Wilson, for like the $2 super chat for Sugar Love. Thank you so much.
I told her that, yeah, I can interview you. I don't mind taking your story. You got some very, very strong allegations against the other woman, and people want to hear your side. Now, I'm a person who I'm not on nobody's side. I don't know you in real life to be team you or team her. I'm not team Alexis. I'm not team you. I'm not team nobody else in this story. If anybody I'm a team up, I'm team hopefully the kids is safe. And hopefully the kids get into a happy, loving home, and they are raised up beautifully, and they are provided and afforded a beautiful life. That's the only team I'm on, okay? I ain't team you, her, or nobody else. I don't know y'all in real life like that at all to be team nobody. So, because I interviewed Alexis, and the interview didn't go bad. There was people who had some very, very pressing things that they wanted to ask Alexis, and she handled the questions well. Now, whether she was telling the truth or not, that's up to the viewer to decide. There was some things that Alexis said that I was like, wait a minute, hold on, wait, what happened? But ultimately, it's up to the viewer to decide how they perceive the information that she's given. And as long as she's not like, like just going off the rails and just saying all kind of crazy stuff, then she's able to tell her story, which I allow her to do. Now, there was some people who got mad and they were like, oh, well, you didn't have pushback to Alexis and you didn't. Listen, I match energy. If you don't give me a negative energy, then I'm not going to go in on you. I have no reason to go in on Alexis because she didn't give me that energy. If she didn't disrespect my platform, I have no reason to give her that energy. Okay? So, how y'all try to compare the two interviews, I really don't know, because when I made Alexis aware of my rules of my platform, she made sure to say, my bad, and try to correct the problem. Because before I did the interview with Alexis, I did not tell Alexis the words to say and not say. Any interview going forward around this story, I'm like, because the allegations are so grand and I know how YouTube is, anybody else attached to this story, I need to make them aware of my rules before we even get going, because I don't want to have a situation like I had with Alexis and get in the middle of the interview and tell a guest, hey, don't say this, don't do that, don't say this, don't do that. So when I talked to the grandmother, I'm like, I know that there was R-word allegations, M-word allegations. There was all these different allegations in the story. So I wanted to make sure that the grandmother knew my rules so that we didn't have that hiccup going forward. So when she got on my platform, or no, when I talked to her on the phone, by the way, which all calls are recorded, might I add, when I talked to her on the phone, and I don't normally record my phone calls. The only phone calls that I record are phone calls regarding my platform, or if I need to document something as far as it pertains to my real life, as far as like, certain things, you gotta, have your protection. But I don't go around recording phone calls. But when it comes to setting up interviews, I just always protect myself, and I always document all of the communication as it pertains to things that are going to go up on my platform, people that I'm going to be talking to, and things like that. So all of the phone calls are recorded. Anything that I'm telling you now can be backed up with facts later if I need to. Now, hopefully I don't have to go there, but I'm just letting you know that everything is recorded. So in the recorded phone call, the very first time I talked to her, she was saying everybody's first name, last name, where they worked, who they were, and she was giving the spiel on, she was trying to tell me like, oh, such and such, this, and then she was like naming Alexis kids, and then she was like, oh, her younger son or her older son name is this, and this kid name is that, and this kid name is that, this person name is this, da-da-da-da. So on that phone call, I told her, I said, listen, I want to hear your side, but because the other individuals are minors, I do not want you to say her children's name. I do not want you to say certain names on my platform. I said, because her son is your blood, you have the right to say your grandson's name. I said, but going on my platform, please do not say that girl's child's names because they are innocent. Do not say the names of all of these other people that you are trying to tell me in this private phone call. Do not say those names on my platform. I told her that, conversation number one. Now, we set up the interview. She said that she would be available to do the interview on that Sunday, which was Mother's Day. She was like, okay, I got to gather up all these receipts. I have to put everything together. And once I put everything together, then we could do the interview. How long do you need? I was like, well, I could be ready in an hour if an hour is good to you. She was like, she was basically like, oh, well, an hour, I might need a little longer than an hour because I want to make sure I got all my ducks in a row. So I'm like, listen, you don't need everything. You just need like the main key things to like tell your side. Then use those receipts and that's it. I'm like, you don't need everything that you have documented in the last 4 years. Just the main things that support what you are saying. Just get those things. Okay? And so she said, okay. She said, do you think I'll have everything in an hour? I'm like, you think, how much time do you think you need? Do you think you need like an hour and a half? How long? She was like, that'll be good. So we agreed to do the interview an hour and a half from the time that I had spoke to her. So I want to say from the time that I spoke to her, we had agreed that we would, like, she was going to email me certain receipts that I could pull up on the interview and I could share with y'all to corroborate the things that she wanted to say. Now, 3 hours had passed by and I didn't get no type of emails. I didn't get any texts. I didn't get any type of supporting documents. So Diana, she was like, well, I haven't heard nothing from her. Do you want me to contact her? So I'm telling Diana, like, maybe she's getting cold feet. Maybe she doesn't want to talk. Maybe somebody's talking her out of it. I'm telling Diana not to bother her. Like, even if she like flakes on us, that's fine. You know what I'm saying? Because number one, it is Mother's Day. Number two, it is last minute. And number three, you got to be comfortable with the stuff that you say on your Facebook. You got to be comfortable to be able to say that on camera. Okay? Even though you a bad mama jamma and you woofing your mouth on Facebook, sometimes people are scared to say those same communications on film, or you know what I'm saying, things like that. So they Bible thump, I mean not Bible thump, they use their Twitter fingers online in text form. So sometimes they're not bold enough to get on camera. So I didn't know if this was one of those situations. It's a touchy subject. I don't know if she's like one of those people who like turn out and they start crying. Whatever the case was, if she's backing out of it, that's fine. Now, in the midst of me texting Diana and telling Diana that you know what, like leave her alone, Diana has sent her a message. Like, I guess the same time I'm telling Diana not to text her and don't call her, Diana has sent her a message to basically ask her, are we still on schedule to do the interview? So I don't know how we ended up on the phone, but we ended up on the phone again. And Diana was like, hey, you know, I put you guys on the phone or whatever. So when she got on the phone, she told me that she wanted to enjoy her Mother's Day with her kids. She said her kids was at her house, that she wanted time to prepare for the interview, and that she wanted to put the interview off till tomorrow. I said, that's fine. Don't worry about it. You know, I'm chilling at my house anyways. I'm not really doing nothing. I mean, you know, if I interview with you today, cool. If not, I'm not tripping. I have no plans. It's just me and my daughter. We chilling at home. You know, I end up doing a try-on haul for my daughter. That was it. So the next day comes, and she sets a time for 11 a.m. my time, which was going to be 2 p.m. Your time, to her time. So the time was approaching, and it was time to reach out to her to see, like, you know, were we on track to do the interview? Now, when we spoke to her around that time, she said that she was not prepared. She had to eat, she had to make food, she had to gather the receipts, and she needed several more hours. So I said, okay, you know, that's fine. Diana was like, you know, it might be good to do it around this time, that time, you know, to get the maximum viewers. I'm like, it don't matter. When she's ready, that's when we'll do it. Okay. So after that, the next time comes that we're supposed to do it, she delays it again. So she says she still had to gather a few more receipts. And so at this time, me and Diana are both trying to tell her, like, listen, this is not gonna be like a documentary style expose where every single thing you documented is gonna be put on the screen. We just want the main things, like maybe like 3 to 5 supporting facts that can back up how you got to the resolution that you feel like she M-worded your child. We don't need everything. We just need a couple of key things that support what you want to say. She was like, well, I got emails where I emailed the CPS person. I emailed the police department. I got emails. I'm like, ma'am, we do not need any correspondence that you reached out to somebody. I was like, any correspondence where you reached out to a detective or you reached out to a CPS worker, all you have to do is tell the audience, hey, I reached out to this person, I reached out to that person, or whatever. And that's that. Like, we don't need every single document that you've done in the background. I'm like, we just want to hear from you. We want to hear your side. We want to hear start to finish. So she said, okay. So the final time comes, which was 8 p.m. 8 p.m. comes. I think I was running like, I want to say like, I was running like, it was like, I was running like a couple minutes behind. Like, I was like 8:02, 8:03, 8:04, 8:05. One of those, I sent the link. So I sent the link to Diana, and I'm like, she was ready. She said she was ready. She had her son, her niece, and other people that she wanted to support her throughout the interview. And I told them, fine. So when we got to, and also too, what I told her as well, I said, she emailed me a couple of things that she wanted me to post, but I said, listen, you have all of these things on your computer. I said, on StreamYard, there is a feature that you could just, it'll be easier instead of like you having to email me and you having to look for all of these things and all that. I told her, I said, it will be easier if you just went from your computer and shared your screen. And so we agreed that that was the way that we were going to conduct the interview. Now, I did have some receipts that she sent my email, but before doing the interview, we made the agreement that it would be easier for her, since she knows this case backwards and forwards. She knows all of these things. I'm like, it will be easier for you to just click on the things from your computer and share your screen. That was our ultimate final agreement on how this interview was going to go. Okay. But just for backup purposes, I did have a couple of things that she sent me in my email. So, in addition to preparation for this interview, Diana, she had went to my interview. She sat through my whole entire 4-hour interview, and she took clips that Alexis has said so that we can put them into the interview, so that the grandmother can respond directly to things that Alexis said, and we could have everything together. So 8:00 comes, okay? 8:00 comes. I'm running. I want to say 8:05. I give everybody the link. That's like the rough estimate. I give everybody the link. So we click on the link, and I'm giving her the ground rules again. Okay, so I'm telling her how I run my channel again, right before we go live. Okay. So, thank you, OT Babe, for the $10 super chat. I appreciate it so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right. So right before the interview, I'm in the chat. There's several people in the chat, and they are waiting. I want to say it was like 50 people who were active in the live chat before I went live. Okay. So, I'm getting ready to go. I'm telling her basically how things go. And I tell her, I said, hey, before we get started with the interview, let's test out your screen share. I said, pull up your screen so that I can make sure that you're able to share the documents before we get started. So she says, okay, great. I love how professional you are. I said, yeah, because I want everything to be seamless. I want us to be able to correctly tell the story. So then her son starts to say, hey, you know, we just want to tell you this. So they start trying to tell me things about the son, like, oh, he wasn't on, you know, any extra mood enhancers. He was a good person. He was this type of person. And I was like, wait. Like, we could go over all of those things in the interview. Okay. And that was things that she kept doing when I talked to her too. She would like try to tell me all this information. It's like, wait a minute. If I interview you, I want everything to be organic. I don't want you to mention things to me right before the interview just for the sake of, you know what I'm saying, trying to shape a way that I interview. I still have to ask the questions, and I still have to interview you or whatever. But bear in mind, because she is a grieving woman, I wanted to make sure that the things that I did do were respectful. So I'm talking to them behind stage. The chat is going like, oh, where are they? What time does it start? Like, everybody's waiting and everybody's ready to, you know, get going. So everybody's in the chat, like, where are they? Where are they? Or whatever. And we're talking, they're telling me stuff or whatever. And I'm like, hey, you know, we got to get started or whatever. But, you know, I told her, like, not to say people's names. I told her, you know, let's wait to the interview and they can address all of the things in the interview. Okay. So, and each correspondence that I had with her, I've always called her by name. Now, Diana, who had reached out to her, she referred to her as Reverend. That wasn't me. I called her by her name. So throughout the interview, I call her by her name. Okay. So normally I don't get really offended when I'm doing an interview with people because it's like, if I tell you not to do something, majority of the time, people respect my wishes. And even if they slip up, they try to correct themselves. You know what I'm saying? So as I'm conducting an interview, I start off by giving my intro. I start off by introducing her. And I start off by giving you guys a summary of how, like, the things about, like, who I'm interviewing, who she is, and why this story is, you know, being talked about. So as I am doing the intro, we basically start to do the interview. I'm trying to get her to start from the beginning of the story, from when she met Alexis. Start with the beginning. Tell us when you met Alexis, when your son got with her, when things got toxic, and up until his death. If we go in that format, it's easier to chronologically put in the receipts that go with those details. Now, if you go out of order and you start talking about this, you start talking about that, and you start talking about this, it's hard to keep up with the things that need to go in there as supporting documents. So I kept trying to get her to reset and go back to the beginning so that we can start from the beginning and end at the end. I wanted it to be chronological because when she mentioned certain things, I can bring up the things that Alexis said. I could bring up the things, okay, well, do you got something that support this? Do you have a document that shows this? Like certain documents, then we could input and show them, and it could be more seamless. From the start of the interview, that just totally went out the window. I would ask one question, and then she would go on a tangent. And I would try, and then people say, like, oh, you're rude for cutting people off. But it's like, I feel like it's rude to the audience to just let somebody keep going. So I tried to get her to get back on track and start from the beginning so that we can do this right. She would not do that. Now, in the midst of that, she start just saying everybody's name. She say their first name, their last name. She talk about the job they worked at. She talking about all of, wait. Too, before I get started, too. Before I pressed live, when she showed me the screen share on her computer, it was a bunch of people's phone numbers. It was she was showing me one of the receipts that she wanted to show. And when she pulled up the receipt, it had somebody's phone number. So it was like a thread on this side and a thread on that side, and it was somebody's phone number, and it was like personal information of other people. So I told her, I'm like, we cannot share people's phone numbers. We cannot share their personal addresses. We cannot share those things. So she said she has a program that can blur out the personal things. So I said, cool. I said, I'll take it off the screen. When you pull up the receipt, blur it out. And then when you're ready, then I'll share it to the audience. So she showed me how her program worked. She showed me how she could blur out the side. She showed me how she could blur out the personal information. And so I was like, cool, we good. We ready. So that took up about 30 minutes backstage before we even started the interview. Okay. So that was like the direct right before we hit go live. That wasn't something that wasn't fresh. That was something that I literally just told her. I said, we can't share those phone numbers. She showed me how her program works. She said she got a program on her computer that blurs out this. She demonstrated it to me. She blurred out the side. She blurred out this. And I said, okay, cool. The people are waiting. We got to go. So, hold on. Let me take a drink of water real quick because I am losing my voice.
I told y'all she lost her voice.
Let me take my time, child.
She had to download off that.
All right. So that all of those things were right before the interview. It was literally right before we got started.
The Reverend got a dial-up modem.
Okay. So once we got started on the interview, and she started to say first and last names, and she started to dox people.
Her receipt still downloaded from yesterday.
I held my composure. I tried to continue with the interview.
AOL.
And I fell back from like,
oh Lordy.
I'm like, okay, can you please stop saying people's names? And when I asked her nicely not to say people's names, and she was like, the first time she was like, okay, like my bad or something like that. So then we continued to talk. So then she did it again. And I'm like, listen, you cannot say their names and stuff like that. At that point in time, I should have ended the interview. I should have ended the interview. Okay? I should have ended the interview at that time because you're not respecting my wishes. You're disrespecting my platform. You're putting my platform in jeopardy. You have no regard for the instructions that I have given you. And at this moment in time, like, this really not worth my interview. Like, I'm not worried about her. It's just like all of these other people. I don't know if they're guilty, if they're innocent. I don't know what their affiliation is. I don't know who they are. Like, stop saying all these people's names. It was one response that she did, and she was like, she basically told me in so many words that she don't give a F. Like, she gonna do it anyways.
I heard that.
And she was like, she said something along the line, well, they said my name, so I'm gonna say theirs. Or she said something along the lines of that.
Yep.
And at
She
that
sure
moment,
did verbatim.
that level of disrespect, I should have ended the interview there. I should have ended the interview there. But me, I'm thinking like, okay, you know, her emotions is high. Let me try to give this lady grace. Let me try to just, you know, hold my composure, because I felt extremely disrespected at that point. Because at that point, I felt like, well, damn, I've been nice to you. Even though this platform is how I make my money, I don't afford everybody the opportunity to be on my platform. You get what I'm saying? So, you know how many times people hit me up and they want me to interview? I could open up my DM right now and I could literally show you 10, 20, 30 people who have reached out to me asking to interview on my platform, and I have not given them the opportunity to come up here. Even though this is how I make money, it is a privilege to come on my platform. Okay? Let's make that very clear. So, although, yes, this is how I feed my daughter, I have built this platform from my hard work, and anybody that I allow to come up here, it is a privilege for you to be here. So at that very moment right there, when I kept telling her, stop saying these people's names, and she gave me the response of, well, F it, F you, and disregarded my feelings, my platform.
She sure did.
All of the kind and gentle nature that I have afforded her. At that moment in time, I, to a degree, checked out of the interview. Because
me too, girl.
Like, you know what? I don't want to go off on this lady. I want to keep it copacetic. The audience wants to hear her side. The story is viral. Just calm down, Nique.
I don't know.
She's has to get it out and keep on going with the interview. Now, again, I kept it cool the whole interview, even though I felt highly disrespected. Now, she, according to her, she feels as though she felt disrespected because I called her Faith. Now, both of us, I guess, felt disrespect that we did not address at that time. Okay? Even though, I take that back. I did address it because I told her to stop doing it. So it wasn't like I just kept letting her do something. I did address it. So I take that back. I addressed the disrespect, but I did not put her on notice to the fact of, you better stop. Like, I didn't do it like that because I was being respectful, but I did address it. Now, she felt disrespected because I called her Faith. Now, she could have addressed the same way I said, hey, can you stop saying people's name? She could have easily said, hey, can you call me Miss whatever, or call me Reverend whatever. Once we got to the end and I cannot get you on board, it got so bad in the interview to where I'm like, listen, let me ask you a question, answer it basically, yes or no, and then stop.
An 8-hour track.
Once you stop, allow me the time to ask another question and then stop.
Oh.
And then when I did that, that didn't work. So I'm like, you know what? Let me just talk directly to her son.
Oh, Lord.
Let me talk directly to her son. So I'm like, Jonathan, let me just talk directly to you. Sorry, I didn't even mean to say her son's name. Her son. What's the timestamp right here? 51. Okay, cool. I said, let me just talk directly to your son.
A Kim order.
As I'm talking to her son, she don't even allow her son to speak. She pretty much make her son shut up. So at that moment,
stupid.
it's like, okay,
Oh my God.
it's a wrap. I'm like, in my mind, I'm just sitting through it. I'm like, I feel highly disrespected. You trying to hijack it. And because you are older than me, I'm not giving you the energy that I would give somebody that's a peer to me. That's my age. So I gave you that respect of not popping off on you. And the fact that you have been dealing with the loss of a son. Okay. But dealing with grief is not an excuse to be a vile, evil, nasty person. Now, although I can excuse some of the behaviors, and I can chalk some of the behaviors up to being a grieving mother, some of the stuff is just who you are. Period. Now, you come from a generation where you feel like anybody that's younger than you is beneath you. Anybody that is younger than you is inferior to you. Anybody who doesn't have as many degrees as you, you feel like they are also lower than you. But let me tell you, I don't care how many programs you go into. I don't care how many books you study or how many tests you take. Common sense cannot be bought. Logical comprehension cannot be bought. Being a genuine and nice person, you either got it or you don't. And there is no book or anything that can change who you are at your core. It can help you try to improve on who you are. But if at your core you are evil, and you can cover it up with as much Bible thumping as you want. If you are evil,
she ain't quote no evil, Bible quote.
You have to deal with that within yourself, and you better hope that that evilness don't eat you up from the inside out. Okay? Now, because you have been dealing with the loss of your son, I didn't really want to go in on you. And I'm still gonna not go in on you. But let me put you on notice right here, right now. Diana is not employed by Nique at Night. Diana is not, She's not associated with my brand. She's another YouTuber. She was on fire today.
Ooh.
Okay. Diana was nice to you. Diana was not on the after show. Anything that I do is because of me. So if it's me you want to go toe to toe with, it's probably safer to go toe to toe with me.
Uh-oh.
Okay. So I'm putting you on notice right now. Take down. Since you want to send me a cease and desist, I am publicly giving you hours.
Uh-oh.
Okay. And Diana, she could reach out to you on her own, but let me let you know this right now. But wait. Before I put you on notice, let me back up. 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 Before I go there, let me back up. So I do the interview. I get through it. After I hang up the interview, her son texts Diana. He had Diana's phone number from his mom. He texts Diana, and the son basically said, he want to thank me for the good job that I did. Now, I basically put you off my platform because you was wilding. I said, listen, we're going to end it here. I drop you down. And that was me basically putting you off of my platform. Now, after that, your son reached out to Diana, and he wanted to thank me for the good job that I did in talking to you and dealing with you the best as I could. That let me know a lot. That spoke volumes to me. That spoke volumes that your son, even though he didn't say that he was embarrassed by your behavior, the fact that he wanted to personally reach out to me and make sure that I knew that, he was grateful, that spoke volumes. Now,
Get my TV, Kev.
I didn't find out that he reached out to Diana until the next day. And so, people in my audience, I'm gonna get to Facebook. I'm gonna get to Facebook. I'm gonna get to Facebook. I'm gonna get there. Let me. I'm gonna get to Facebook. I'm gonna address Facebook because yes, she did dox us. And that's okay. That's cool. We'll get to that. So, even though she was ungrateful of the privilege that she had on my platform, her son was not ungrateful. He was very grateful. And he reached out and he said that he wanted to thank me, that I did a good job, and he wanted to personally reach out to me. And he asked Diana if I could call him. Now, before I got a chance to call him, my mom called me. She wanted me to do an after show. I was highly upset. I was fuming. I was mad because I don't like when older people think that they can son you and disrespect you and demand respect. It's the same with other people that I've addressed on my platform too. Like, I just don't like when groups of people, whether they're older, whatever affiliation they have, it really is my pet peeve, and it is something to my core when people ask of you respect that they're not willing to give. So I was upset. I was angry. And my mom reached out to me. She said, hey, you should go live and just chill with your people. Your people want you to, they want you to talk to them. They got questions, they want to whatever. I was mad. Now, because I was mad, I should not have did the after show. I shouldn't have. Because I wasn't in a place, I wasn't calm yet, and I was still upset that she tried me. And it wasn't just that she tried me with keep saying people's names. When she called herself trying to check me, I just didn't receive it well, because it's like, you got the audacity to ask me to respect you, and you have been saying fuck me this whole entire time.
Oh.
So I was really mad about that. Okay. And so my mom was like, no, calm down. Don't go off. Don't address her. My mom's like, no, just talk to your people, whatever. Don't, just have fun. Just hang out with your night owls. Y'all do an after show. Whoa. So in the midst of me in the process of setting up my after show, I started to get DMs from some of my night owls. Some of my night owls, they started to basically tell me like, no, Nique, are you going back live? Come back live. Rose hit me up. She's like, Nique, go back live. Yusuf, he hit me up and he said, hey, Nique, I'm about to do an after show on my thing. Come on my panel. Come back. Come talk to us. Blah, blah, blah. And so I told Yusuf, I said, Yusuf, I'm going to just go live from my page and I'm going to do the after show on my page. And Yusuf said, okay, I'm going to end my after show. I'm going to come to yours, whatever. So when I go live or when I'm about to go live, then I seen a comment and the comment was like, oh, you don't know what you're doing as an interviewer. You should have prepared. You like basically like dogging my platform, saying that my platform was like, you know, I'm ill prepared. I don't know what I'm doing. I shouldn't be interviewing people, all this stuff like that. And that kind of made me mad too, because it's like that comment, it triggered me again, because that's so far from the truth. And the reason why it triggered me was because right before the interview started, I literally tried to be as prepared as I can for everybody. I tried to get everything as possible for everybody. So that comment right there, it made me more mad in that moment. Like, do you know what's been going on? Like, what are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about. But I will admit, I should not have read the comments. Okay? I shouldn't have read the comment. I shouldn't have. And later I talked to the woman's son, and he brought that up to me when we had a conversation after the fact. And I agree with him. And I'll get to that part in a little bit. And sorry it take me a long time to tell stories. Hey, I gotta tell everything, okay? So anyway, so I read that comment and I got re-triggered. And I should have not went live because it did re-trigger me. And me being an adult, I can self-reflect on when I'm acting out of order. If I'm acting out of line, I got enough self-awareness that I know when I probably shouldn't have did something or whatever. Like, I probably should not have went live right after I got re-triggered by reading that comment. But I did anyway. I went live. So when I went live, as I'm going live and I'm going up to go live, I'm getting messages that the grandmother is talking mess about me on Facebook. So I'm like, oh, she talking mess on Facebook already? Like, what is going on here? So in response to, you know, that, it ticked me off because I felt like, girl, like, you need to stop. You got other things, you know, that are important. So in my live, I did address a couple of things, and I talked about how I was upset about how, you know, she disrespected my platform. I talked about how I tried to prepare. I talked about how I didn't like how, you know, she had no regard for me, but wanted me to have regard for her. And I also had a panel, and there were other people who shared opinions about her as well. Now, I talked about how I felt. Other people talked about how they felt, and she started talking mess in the comments. But before she started talking mess in the comments, I was basically like, dang, I probably should take it down. Because in the interview, my intention was, this don't look good for her. This interview does not shed her in the best light. She looks cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, in my opinion. Now, I'm not going to say that she's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs as a diagnosis, because I'm not her doctor, her therapist, or anything. I'm just saying the way that it looked from a viewer point, I thought, while she couldn't keep it together, and I seen some of the comments, I'm like, she looks cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. my intention when I reached out to her was not to have her look cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I wanted her to have a fair platform to address the other side of the story. Okay? So if Alexis came up on my channel and she shared her side, I wanted her to share her side. Now, throughout the interview, I'm like, ooh, she looks cuckoo. I'm like, this is not going to go over well. And I'm like, I told them, I'm like, you know, because you keep saying people names, because in my mind, I knew, I'm like, this is not a good look. I'm like, I'm gonna take it down and I'm gonna like redact it and then I'm gonna put it back up. So my intention was to
You can't
take
redact
it
that.
down, redact the names, and then post clips of what she said up in order. Okay? That was my plan. And I told everybody on live, I'm gonna take this down. You know, you said a lot of people's names, and I'm gonna put it back up. That was my plan. My plan was not to permanently take it down. My plan was to take it down and help represent her story in a better light because she looked like she was off the rails. She looked like she could not she has no self-control.
Yep.
And the behavior that she is exhibiting now shows me that she has no self-control at all. And it's crazy because you think that when you get older, the older you are, you're supposed to get more patience, more understanding, more this, more that. That's not the case. So anyways, so while I'm live, I'm talking, I'm holding my panel, and then Tommy Sotomayor, he comes on my panel. Now, when Tommy Sotomayor comes on my panel, I was just like, oh, dang, this is awkward because he's on my panel, and I know that I have said some wild things about Tommy on my page. I have said some very nasty things about him, but I also know that when I covered the story, I knew that I was talking mess about him, but I did not take up for the person that was on the other side of the story. So I kind of was talking mess about both of them. So I was trying to recall, like, dang, I know I talked mess about this guy. Like, I know I talked mess about him. So when he came on my page, I'm like, you know, I talked about you before, right? So
yep.
I told him that I talked mess about him. We had a conversation. I end up reviewing the videos that I talked about him. He told me his side, and that was that. Now, again, I match energy. I want you guys to understand that. When it comes to me, I match energy. Okay? Now, although I've said some disrespectful things to Sonny Sotomayor, I've called him out of his name. I called him the B word. I called him this. I called him that. I called him all kind of unfavorable things because of the things that he has said about Black women, right? I match energy. When Tommy came on my platform, he did not disrespect me. He did not call me out my name. Now, he did gaslight me a little bit.
Yes, he
that's neither
did.
here nor there.
Yes, he
He
did.
didn't come for me in a disrespectful manner.
I'm glad she
So
saw the
because
gaslighting.
he did not come for me in a disrespectful manner, I didn't have a problem with telling him that I had a problem with what he said, but being able to also converse. Now, there's other people who felt like you should have never talked to Tommy. You should have never, but that's not how I operate. I operate off of, if I ever talk crap about you, if I say something behind your back, if I say something about you, I could say it to your face. I've always been raised that whatever you say about somebody, you should be able to say it to their face. So when he came on here and he was not hyphy and he didn't disrespect me, I still let him know the things that I've said to him to his face while he was there. And he took it well. So therefore, we did not have no crazy exchange. Now, there's some people who feel like, oh, you should never talk to him. That's not how I roll. If I talk crap about you, if I say something about you, I should be able to confront or talk to anybody that I talk about. I should be able to confront them. So when I did talk to him and I shared with him the things that I did say about him, he didn't take it. He didn't take it negative. He didn't do any of that. We moved on as adults. That was that. So I ended the stream. We were on the stream for about the after show went for about 4 hours. We was on live for like 4 hours. So after the after show happened, I edited out 2 hours of it. So I chopped 2 hours of it down, and I just started the show from when Tommy came on from there, and I left that up. But I edited out everything else out of respect, because I didn't want me, like, because there was a time that, she was talking mess in my chat. I was talking to her. We was going back and forth. And I'm like, this ain't really a good look. So let me take that out. Like, I don't want, to leave something like that up, like, whatever. So I was debating whether or not I should just wash my hands with the whole interview altogether. Okay. So I'm like, all throughout while I was talking to everybody, I'm like, should I take the interview down? Like, should I? I'm like, damn, she disrespected me. So now I feel like she didn't honor her word. Like, should I honor mine? Like, because I was going to take it down redacted, but it's like now I'm to the point where I feel like, damn, I probably should just take it totally down and just wash my hands with the situation. So as I'm asking people, they're like, no, don't take it down. Don't take it down. Don't take it down. Anything like that. Venus says, I wouldn't, she says, wait, what did Venus say? Venus said, I wouldn't allow someone who hates Black women on my platform, and that's good. If that's your stance and if you feel that way, that's good. But that's why we are all made as individuals. So what you won't do, it doesn't mean that, another person. I don't duck smoke. The only time that I quote unquote duck smoke is when I know that the person is severely mentally ill. Like, there is a person who was going off the rails, mentioning my name, but from my point of view, I look at that person as being mentally ill. So although they are speaking on me, speaking my name, I don't think they're mentally well. So have been people who spoke on me that I just like, you know what? I don't want to engage in mental illness. Like, lady, bye. It's this crazy lady online on YouTube. Y'all probably know who I'm talking about. But she had a whole campaign saying my name every day in a video. And she tried to attach my name to whatever she could, however much she could. And I paid that lady no mind. So when I think you got mental illness, I kind of just like, like, I don't try to engage. That's the only thing I don't try to engage with is mental illness. Now, as it pertains to this woman, because she didn't present herself as mentally ill, just a little off, I'm like, should I not? Like, I wasted a lot of my time dealing with her. Like, she said she wanted to do it then I backtracked, then I spent 3 hours talking to her. Like, I spent all this time, like, do I worry about my peace or do I just say F it? So a lot of people, they were like, no, leave it up, leave the video up. So I'm like, and me, ultimately, I'm like, you know what? I'll take it down 24 to 48 hours because she lying. And the only reason why I didn't immediately, because normally when people like say certain names, I immediately edit out everything like right away. Like if somebody says like a name or something gets shown, I go in my back office and I start editing out things right away. This particular story, she immediately started lying. She immediately started lying, saying that I took advantage of her. She said that I interviewed her under false pretenses. She said that what did she say? She just started lying, so, like just lying from the pit of hell, just lying. So I'm
She
like,
sure did.
because she's lying on my name, I don't want to alter this video in no type of way. I'm like, because she lying on me and because this story is viral, I don't want a false narrative to go out there. So I said, I'm not gonna edit the video. I'm gonna just leave it up exactly how it is for 24 to 48 hours so that people sees the video in its authentic form, not manipulated at all. I'm like, I'm not gonna edit nothing. I'm not gonna change nothing. I'm not gonna do nothing to the video at all because she's lying on me. And because she's lying on me, I want people to see this video in its entirety from start to finish without any manipulation at all. I told myself, I said 24 hours should be enough time for people to see the interview who are interested in seeing the interview, and 24 hours is enough time for people to see both sides. Okay? So as that is being done, I wrote on my thing and I said, I'm gonna leave this up for 24 to 48 hours. I said, listen, she lying on me, and because she's lying on me, I don't, I'm gonna take it down, but I'm gonna take it down in 24 to 48 hours. I want to give y'all time to watch this video. So I left the video up. I did not change nothing. She's lying, saying I changed the title. I have not touched nothing on that video. The only thing that I did do was turn off the chat. That was it. That was the only thing that I did. Only thing that I did was turn off the chat. Other than that, I did not touch any part of the video. I didn't edit nothing. I didn't blur out nothing. I didn't change nothing because I said if she's going to lie on me, the whole thing in its entirety needs to be shown so that people can see I did not have ill intentions with this woman. So, since that, she sends me a cease and desist that she wrote up. Okay? So she went on Google, she got the format of a cease and desist, and she typed up a cease and desist signed by her. Now, to my recollection, she is not an attorney. She is not an attorney. She's not even a doctor. Now, what I heard and what I recall from the interview is that she's in a doctor program. So that tells me you are not a doctor yet, or else your name would say Dr. Miss whatever. You're not a doctor. You're not an attorney. You are a civilian like I am a civilian. So as a civilian, you typed up a formatted cease and desist and you sent it to me. Okay? I'm glad we all know how to use our Googles. I'm glad that we all know how to use the internet. That's good. I know how to use the internet as well. And I'm going to tell you right now, Diana knows how to use the internet even better than me. Anything I need researched.
Somebody call Diana for me, god dang it. Call Diana for me, god dang it.
I don't know why she don't want to pursue YouTube, but I get it. Or on the forefront. Because Diana, as y'all think that I'm a beast when it comes to research, Diana is the GOAT.
Somebody call Diana for me.
What am I saying? Diana the GOAT when it comes to looking up information and all of that. And that's important. And I'm going to tell you why that's important in a second. We'll get to it. So anyways, so she types up some cease and desist that she got off of Google, which is great. You know, thanks for putting me on notice. But I'm about to put you on notice myself in a minute. But before I put you on notice for my demands, let me share the shit. I mean, sorry, my mom told me not to curse. Sorry, Mama. I'm not gonna curse because when I get to cursing, I don't want to curse the lady out. And I'm gonna respect you by not cursing this woman out. And what I will say too is this. You're not the only person grieving. Now, I feel bad that you are dealing with the loss of your son. I don't know what that feels like. I don't know what that's like to deal with the loss of a child. I know that has to be miserable. That has to be miserable. Okay? That has to be very miserable. And I wouldn't wish that on anybody. And I'm sorry that you're going through that. But just because you are dealing with the loss of your son does not afford you the right. It does not give you the right to dox my name, which you didn't dox my name because you don't know my name. My name is not Monique. Okay? You attempted, but my name is not Monique. Okay? Does not give you the right to dox Diana. Does not give you the right to post our phone numbers. It does not give you the right to act in malice and with malicious intent. You are not the only person that has lost a loved one, and you are not the only person that is going through something in life. Okay? I just lost my favorite uncle, and I'm still grieving his death. But that does not give me the right to act in an evil manner. That does not give me the right to shield my evil behavior under the guise of being a grieving person. Okay? Now, Diana was on fire today. You released her first name, her last name, you released her phone number.
Uh-oh.
Now, you attempted
Oh my God, no,
to
she
release
didn't.
mine as well, which is cool. That's my Google number. I could change it easily. Okay? I could change my Google number easily. Not a thing. I don't, you know, the only time I use my Google number is to facilitate interviews such as the one I did with you. So because I learned my lesson in being a YouTuber, I don't give people my personal number. I give out my Google number, okay? But just because you are grieving the loss of your son does not give you the right to dox Diana's real number, her first and her last name, and you are not gonna make me believe that you did not do that with malicious intent. Okay? Now, while you want to send the cease and desist that you have put and that you want to send me off Google, I am putting you on notice today.
Notice.
Okay? I'm not worried about you putting my Google Voice number up there. But I will let you know, if I get harassed on that Google Voice number, I will be adding that to my lawsuit against you. If anything happens to Diana from your reckless behavior in putting her personal information, that is her real information, online, you will be held fully responsible. You did it on purpose. You did it so that we both could be harassed, and you did it with malicious intent. And because you lost you lost your son, is not an excuse or reason for you to be able to do that. And it does not make it okay. You did it with the intention to be malicious, to be evil. You are older than me. You're older than my mother. Okay? So just like I didn't want other people to be doxxed, I would not get on here and dox you with all the information that Diana researched. Okay. Now again, Diana was extremely upset because she is a single woman. She was nothing but kind to you. She addressed you by your reverend title. She talked to you with the utmost respect, and she had the best intentions for you. Diana was not a part of my after show. She did not disparage you in any way, and she did not say anything to disparage you at all. But you're not the only person that knows how to use the internet. Now, you want to use the internet and you want to dox us. You want to put our numbers up there. You want to put your bogus cease and desist up there. You want to do all of those things. Well, let me put you on notice right now.
Notice,
I am
baby.
not responsible for what Diana does on her platform, but let me let you know something right now. Let me let you know something. I don't do doxing on my page, but we know everything that you might not want out there. Now, on my interview, you said, and you coddled your son, and you didn't want people to look at him a certain type of way. You wanted to protect your son's image.
She ain't fool me.
Okay. Now I don't want to talk ill of the dead, but again, I cannot stop a grown woman from doing what she thinks she needs to do to protect herself. Okay. So again, I am putting you on notice as of right now. It is 5:04 p.m. California time. If you do not have my information down off of your page, along with Diana's first, last name, and phone number, you will be sorry. Okay? I don't know why my eye is doing that. But let me let you know.
Feel the fire, baby.
If you want to
that sounds like a
protect
pull-up.
the integrity of your son, if you want to protect his legacy,
That sounds like a catch me outside.
Now, after I was contacted by your son, we had a conversation. Now I talked to your son, and it's crazy that you got all of these degrees, right? You have all of these degrees, and your son is a sweetheart. He is really a sweetheart. Now, he mad at me right now, which is cool. I'm a grown woman. It is what it is. I can accept the things that I have done, and I can own up to anything that I have done. Okay? So, in the background, before she doxed our phone numbers, okay? So wait. So let me back up real quick. So before she doxed our phone number, she sent me the cease and desist, right? So she sent me this bogus cease and desist. So let me read to y'all this cease and desist that she put. Okay. And let me read you the correspondence, and then I'm gonna put you on further notice of some of the things that Diana, I talked her off of the ledge today. She wanted to do a hit piece on you. She found so much stuff out with her research. And I said, Diana, no, don't dox her. Don't do it. Don't. Just because she's being petty with us, let's not stoop to her level. She's the elder, but she's acting like a child. Let's not be brought down to her level. Let's not act the way that she's acting. Okay? Now, before she doxed us, we had an exchange. Okay? So me and her, we had a back and forth when she sent me this cease and desist. Okay?
That's not legal.
Somebody said I should have let her. Hey, again, I can't stop her from doing what she want to do, but I did stop her at least I stopped her until I addressed it live and until we put her on notice. I called her off. I said, Diana, don't do it. Diana done found everything, baby.
Hair flip.
I said, Diana, don't do it. Don't do it. Just wait. Let me address her online. But first, let me read this cease and desist. So she sent me this cease and desist that she, again, typed up. And so she said, formal notice of a revocation of interview use. Dear Nique at Night, I'm writing to formally revoke any permission granted, implicitly or explicitly, for the use of my interview in your broadcast and associated media. I was misled about the interview purpose and the manner in which it was conducted and subsequently presented. She said, I was misled about the interview's purpose and the manner in which it was conducted and subsequently presented deviates significantly from our agreement. During the interview, you shifted the focus from the intended purpose of discussing justice to personal attacks and misrepresentation of my statements. After my participation, you altered the video title, which I did not. I never altered the video title. The same title that I started the video with is the same title that it is now. So she said, after my participation, you altered the video title and continued to discuss highly personal and sensitive family matters without my consent, which was both inappropriate and unethical. Furthermore, the tone of the conversation deteriorated. The tone of the conversation deteriorated with the use of profanity, which I find wholly unacceptable. This action is also a response to the misleading portrayal of my intent regarding the care of my grandson, directly contradicting my efforts to address and correct the falsehood spread by Alexis. Please be advised that I am taking legal steps to address this matter. I expect the immediate removal of the interview from all platforms and a cessation of its use in any form. Failure to comply with this notice will result in further legal action. Sincerely, whatever. All right. So she sent me this. I don't know what's going on with my eye, my allergies or what. What's happening?
Somebody get Diane on the phone.
She sent me this message. Okay. So she sent me that after I had already said I would take the video down 24 to 48 hours, right? So she sends me that message. And I'm like, lady, like, you're really doing a lot. Because I already said within 24 to 48 hours, I'd take the video down. I don't have a problem taking the video down because it makes you look cuckoo.
Cuckoo.
So at this point, it went from me extending the courtesy, because I was extending a courtesy
And grace
to take it down, to now you are demanding me to take down content that I own. I am the owner of the content that I created. You participated in it and you agreed to the interview. Within the interview, I conducted the interview to the best of my ability, and I tried to do the things that I promised that I would allow to be done, which was you sharing your side in a healthy way that shares your story so that people could hear your side. I attempted to do that. Now that you are coming at me with this, it's like, I don't have to do nothing.
Uh-oh.
Because I did not violate any laws. I did not dox anybody. You did. I did not put up personal, private information. You did. Okay?
Move, Carter.
So, if there's any blowback, because I was looking up the laws and it was saying something. Some of them said like the interviewer has full copyright, and then some of the information said that, you know, she's responsible for things that she did in the interview, and I'm responsible for my conduct. So your conduct in the interview, you doxed people, you violated laws and things like that. Not me. You did. I created the content that belongs ultimately to my platform. So if I want to take it down, I can. See, the thing is, since Tasha K got sued by Cardi B, everybody wants to throw out lawsuits and they forget the reason why Cardi B lost that lawsuit. Not Cardi B lost the lawsuit. Why Tasha K lost the lawsuit.
We ain't trying to get Tasha K up in here.
Tasha K said an allegation that Cardi B deemed not to be true and asked for it to be taken down. Cardi B was not a participant of the interview. Cardi B requested that the untrue statements be redacted. I did not make any untrue statements on my thing. All I did was give my opinion based on what was out there, and I gave my opinion delicately and everything like that. Okay? So, y'all keep, I'ma sue you. I didn't defame you. I didn't lie to you, and I didn't ambush you. If I was being a messy blogger and I was trying to ambush you and I was trying to do things for ratings and I was trying to just have a gossip fest, as you say, I would have pulled up everything that was able to be obtained on your son, and I would have refuted the fake, phony narrative that you presented about
Girl,
me.
we did it.
If
Don't
I
worry
was
about
about the views, if I wanted to be
Diane is simply Anna.
Oh, I know her.
Simply Anna is Diana.
But you messing with the joke, girl.
Nique is a goddamn Aquarius. Oh my God. She better be glad she made it through that fucking interview without getting cussed out. I don't know no Aquarius that don't have a terrible fucking temper. Aquarius? Listen,
Girl, I ain't worried about that. All I'm just saying.
Genesis, you are absolutely correct.
I'm cool with Simply Anna. It's crazy. I'm cool. She used to say she is sweet, and she used to always say, "You need to reach out, better call up. Hey, girl, yeah, what's up?" Right? But child, don't worry because she couldn't fool us. I told y'all that when the brother,
she said it's cool. I asked her, I told her we your video. She said it's cool.
I told y'all the brother kept giving away the brother's business when he mentioned the neighborhood. Nah, Ninja, he ain't still no TV. He got caught with that. That's the case. That's the felony. A felony ain't no TV. What is the TV? What was that? What would that be? That's not a felony. What would that be? And then it wouldn't be the part if he stole the TV. It would have been the part he broke in the house and took the TV. He didn't break it.
The misdemeanor? Is it a misdemeanor?
Right,
but that's breaking and entering and theft.
And that was never stated.
Exactly. Until we cracked that because we kept saying, why is he on probation? Why is he on probation in the first place? But ain't it something that she would say she felt ambushed because Nique tried to ask her about her grandson?
She did all the talking. But the thing was what we said. Nah, Ninja.
It ain't about the grandson. It's about getting.
No, when we stated that, we think your son is registered.
Yeah, that too. We caught a couple things. The fact that he couldn't get custody of his own son, that's why the mother got it. Then we questioned the fact if the grandmother had custody, like y'all said, then how did Amora get her back? Well, she explained that when we spoke with her a little while ago. So that's why I said you got to look at
the kids couldn't stay there long as he was there. That's why she got it back. Maybe Amora herself probably didn't understand that. Maybe because when you do things, people don't disclose all these things to you. But that's why the kids in them couldn't stay. They're not going to take them from a good house and give them back to her. They're going to figure what to hold up. So that's why they gave the kids back to her, because she didn't go to no parenting classes. She didn't do this. She didn't do that. It wasn't a safe, according to the law, it wasn't a safe place for them to stay long as he, the grown ass man,
Right.
who was staying at her house. And that's why she said, remember when we had an interview with her, DJ, she said we didn't live together because he couldn't live in her house neither.
You remember when I asked her directly, I said, if you had just a reasonably cordial relationship with the grandmother, would you have given your son to her? She said, yes, absolutely. So that shows you right there that the grandson was never a part of this equation. He was just a tool for the grandmother to try to get a M investigation.
And that's why I said, Kevin, that she was never going to give her grandchild or her kids to that lady.
And I asked
that lady sat there for 3 hours looking for something. What y'all call a computer? Y'all ain't shit. That's what all of y'all know, right? Y'all
was looking
call
for
it a floppy disk. Y'all call it a floppy disk.
She had the early model IBM that take the floppy disks and got the big dial-up modem.
She had Steve Jobs
She was waiting for that running man with the AOL.
Man, she was printing out.
Oh man, I can't stand y'all.
She was doing all kinds of stuff. Put together
And then remember all the accusations and all of those text messages and those screenshots she claimed she had, and Nique kept saying she took 2 days claiming she was getting all the receipts together, and we still ain't seen nan receipt.
But here's the thing, she said when she was interviewed with Nique, she said, "I'm about to get him right now."
And
then
then
when her son started talking, she folded her arm and stopped looking for it. So
And then she didn't want us to get, see, that's why, like sometimes I hear stuff, I let it go to the side because I hear everything. She didn't want us to get into her because all of a sudden, what are the chances that his father passed the same way?
Right.
Was he poisoned too?
Well, according to the grandmama, that's what she said. He was poisoned too. The daddy.
What?
Hey, and you know what? And this is the thing.
Her husband was poisoned too.
That's what she said.
She said all of a sudden the medicine, all of a sudden out of nowhere, she went to get the medicine, and the medicine was mixed up, and she gave him the wrong medicine, and then she hurried up and shut the F up. Nah, chick.
And she
We
went
ain't
to
gonna
another
let that
topic.
slide.
Hey, you know,
Nique helped her out there, cause Nique could be like, well, what happened? The medicine? Well, with the medicine. So this lady been crazy.
Yeah, that's why I told her at this point I would not, under any circumstances, allow my child around those people. I know that's his father's family and his father is gone now, but it wouldn't do that boy no good to be around those people. That's the truth.
The cousin said, "I'm just here to support my aunt." She didn't even say, "Oh yeah." She didn't have nothing
because she said she wasn't around to testify about not to testify but to speak on anything.
Because she
wasn't around. How can she really even be like, yeah, my cousin was this, my cousin was that, or I saw this interaction with them too?
And then she gonna ask Nique, who's this, who's that? Nique said, "I didn't share the link with nobody but you." Oh yeah, I put the link on Facebook. So what she thought, she was trying to ambush Nique.
She wanted to make this a justice for my son thing. That's all this was.
She said, I shared the link with my son's friends and our
with
family,
all his friends on Facebook.
Now
If somebody
clicked on the link.
If somebody sends you if somebody sends you a private link so that you can come up, why would you share it with all his friends? Because if all of his friends was behind him, they could have did this before she got on Nique. Because they all got pages. Why didn't y'all put this on y'all pages? Because his friends know what he was into. So they're not going to get up there saying all of this crazy stuff. Because they know.
Friends come to support her. Why didn't they come up and say, you know what? I saw it, and I saw it,
because they're addicts.
Nobody came up there. So she did all this sharing on Facebook.
No, she had a couple of people popping up there, but then she act like she didn't know who was the people that was popping up.
Right, because somebody might have came up there and
About
said,
three,
"No,
about
hold
three,
on.
about three of them kept. Remember, she
Yeah,
kept
I
saying
used to
people
run
in
with
the
him."
back. Remember, she kept saying people in the back. I don't know who they is. There's somebody named John popped up who said, I
Yeah,
don't
how
know
could
who
we
it is.
know if you shared it with your with his whole Facebook friend list? It might have been some. She was what she was scared of, and you noticed when they told her that Amora was in the chat, the brother immediately said, "Do not let her up here. Don't let her up here." Why not? If you could prove that she's lying very easily, why wouldn't you want to talk to her?
Right,
I found that
exactly.
very telling too.
Yep.
They all panicked when she was in the chat. If she's lying, then why would she be so willing to come up and speak with all of y'all there against her? That's how much they was scared of what she was going to say. Because if they had so much evidence against her and they had all of this, they son was such, and when somebody got to keep telling you how good a person that person is, he's a good person, but he broke in somebody's house and stole a TV. He's on probation. He's on. You get what I'm saying? He's
no, Kev. The first lie. Well, he was walking down the block, and he was an adolescent, and somebody just gave him a pill.
Just gave him a pill.
I don't know
He didn't know what it was, but he took it. Just it's so sad.
And
But like I
then
said, here's a
Nick-
kid now. He's got one
right.
whole side of his family wiped out because he.
And it's crazy. That would have been the lie. We would have thought if Nick had said, "Well, how old was he?" And then all of a sudden, I don't remember the age. No, forget about the age. You specifically said he was a minor. So
it ended up being he was 20 years
right.
old.
So you threw y'all. How y'all trying to have justice and y'all couldn't even get y'all lies right.
But what's even sadder is that they're trying to reopen the case and put Amora through more bullshit.
But I want to know, is that factual or is that something going through the grapevine that got back to Amora? Because I don't really think that unless they have something new,
it's going on Facebook, but she said she was never charged because
Listen.
Obviously in 2014, the same people that gave him the same pills then in 20 when he died, passed away, when he ascended 4 years ago, gave him the same damn pill.
This what
they
y'all
need to be looked into.
Amora said that they are reopening the case up now based on this whole situation coming to light.
Listen,
that's why
they have no win, partner. You ain't got no wins at Mikasa. They have no win because the mother sat up there, or the brother. The mother sat there and wanted to give us the people who was there. You just closed the case. The people who passed him the pill in 2014, his homies, who he stayed around, who was there when he started his drugs, and they was there when he ended his drugs. So all that tumultuous and relationship that they had, it doesn't help the case because you just got finished telling us the people who was there from 2014 and who was there at the last.
Listen, this is what people
in jail for the whole situation. And so Lacey says he had to kick Amora door down to save the children.
He kept kicking the door down.
Wait, then the fo. No, he wasn't waiting fo. That's Biggie's turn lyrics. But no,
we don't kick down the door with the fo. You know what I'm saying?
Listen,
who was that said all they had to do? I think it was yesterday. They said all they had to do was have the kids open the door. Why are you kicking down doors when the kids is old enough to open the door?
That was me that said that. Exactly. Listen, I did a little research. All I did was one search. It was 2 articles about this situation. This is what people don't realize. I don't know where this whole his mama about a case being there was never, listen to me, you can look it up. Don't believe me, just go look it up because this is in the paper locally. There was never any kind of or homicide investigation whatsoever. At the very time of this man's death, the moment he passed away, they knew that he passed away from fentanyl. He was in a coma for several days after he had lost consciousness, and then he passed away several days later. It was never investigated as a homicide or a M because they had no evidence to think so. So they're not going to reopen a case that was never opened. It was never, ever, ever suspected.
Can you share that? Can you share that?
Yeah, I'll go back in my phone and I'll put it. Yeah, but they'll tell you in there clearly it was never foul play. It was never foul play. It tells you in the first paragraph that it was an accidental drug overdose and that there was no foul play suspected. That's just what it is. That's just what it is.
You know, we the
And
best.
the audacity
We
of
the
the
best.
brother
Stop
to
playing
say
with
that
us.
We do this. See, that's what people underestimate.
Thank you. We do this.
We do
The
this.
audacity of the brother to say that, oh, that's just what the coroner wrote on there because they just took our word for it. They would lose their practice if they ever done.
Because he was in the system. Because he was in the system. I heard of a lot of people in the system.
Amora already said that all the things that she showed on Nique at Night, that whole thing came up during the investigation, and that she came with all that stuff, and all those like texts she showed on Nique at Night, they saw all that, and they still label it as an accidental overdose. So to me, I think it's just disingenuous for a Dr. Reverend Evangelist Mrs.
Now you want not your Dr. Evangelist.
And if you actually look at it, you know, they police blotters are public information. He was never charged, but they have documented that the police were called to that residence 3 different occasions. Not for her. They were called about him. One was the door kicking incident. Another one they didn't clarify. It just said disturbance. And I forgot what the third one was, but all 3 of those reports were pertaining to him. Not nobody called the police on her. That's what people have to understand too. So it's the mother, again, the mother is just basing what she feels. That's what she's basing what she goes off of. Even when they interviewed the other people, because they interviewed also the fathers of the other children, because they had to find out what's going on in this situation. Are the fathers able to step up? Are they claiming the kids? Blah, blah, blah. At one point, they couldn't find one of the fathers. I don't know which one that is. The other one, I think, which is the one she spoke about, he was semi-present, but basically every time that the state investigated her, they did not find probable cause to remove her children and place them into state custody. So I'll just say that. And like I said, all this is documented. All this is documented. She did a voluntary surrender. And so that's different than abandoning your children. So people need to understand that too. If you do a voluntary surrender, that's not held against you. CPS doesn't open a case for that. She's going to get resources now because she did that in a way that's going to help her out. But this lady, she's grieving. She's probably, you know, a little mentally unstable. And all those people she was naming that said sent her all this stuff, she had told the police all of this stuff. And so the police think about over the last 4 years, how much grief the police have caught from this lady.
But you got to remember, what the mother doesn't understand, they don't do hearsay in court, right? So she can't go, well, the friend told, they don't do hearsay, number one. Number two, just because you say, well, the children, that doesn't make, you can start falsifying stuff. It's not where the kids themselves text you and you can say, hey, I got this from the kids. You could say, well, the kids told me such and such and such and such, right? So you can't even use that in court because that's hearsay.
That's why children always have a guardian ad litem. They always have their own attorney when it's a child custody case because they want that child's opinion to be totally free of influence of either one of the parents. That's why I said this lady saying what the kids told her. Now, according to this lady, if you hadn't seen your grandson in 4 years, then when did the kids tell you this happened? 4 years ago?
Right. No, she was speaking about the previous time, though. She kept mixing up the timelines.
That's what I'm saying. This lady's time. Her whole chronological order was out of place, so she can't.
She should have wrote things down before she did the interview, so she could have everything in order.
it's just like me going to the cops right now and saying, listen, one of this girl's kids told me X, Y, and Z, and then her cousin told me this, and then her cousin's baby daddy said that they tried to stab him and this, that. Those people are going to look at me like I'm crazy. They're not even going to write that down.
And the grandmother never, she made it, she gave the impression like that son is all the grandson is all she had, knowing that she never brought up, I care about my grandchildren or his children.
Yeah. Yeah. She never said nothing about the other kids because you know why?
Love those other kids.
The other daughter, remember she said the baby ended up being born after he passed.
Right.
So that child is still 4 years old now. So you made it seem like that child did not exist. If you such a good grandmother.
She never mentioned them once. That came from Amora. So that's why I said if you're arguing with somebody and they have 5 kids and they were looking to give their kids up for adoption and you come out looking like the bad person, that's like standing next to Suge Knight and you go to jail. You know, you can't, you just have to let people talk long enough. That's why I tell people I remember just like, I understand, I could feel her pain when Nique was saying how people were in the comments coming for her as if she did something wrong. And I remember they did Suge like that in a couple of situations. You have to let people talk. Remember I said this yesterday too, whether you agree with them or not, whether you like what they're saying or not, you will find out more by letting people talk and listening. You know you don't agree with them. You don't have to tell them every 5 minutes they're lying. Let them talk. The more that lady talked, the more she revealed her true motives. I said a couple minutes into the video, I said, this lady, this is not even about the grandson. And again, the conversation we're at right now, we haven't even talked about those kids. We're talking about all the stuff that this lady is doing. That's how you know it's not about these kids.
Right. And on top of that, there's another kid involved that the grandma actually is blocking her from Social Security, getting Social Security benefits from that. Before he passed away, she allowed this other woman to come in. I don't know who this woman is, but it's crazy that she would not do a blood test in order for her own grandson to get Social Security benefits while her son is deceased.
I'm sorry, she called Amora a witch. She looks like a witch. Her hair, her locks, the way that she looks like she is eating away at herself.
I don't think she claims that other grandchild either. I really don't. I don't think she acknowledges them. I don't think she has a relationship with that child's mother. That's why she didn't mention them. Because then if she mentions them, then she has to explain why are you making a difference. But see, that's why I said this lady, she has some mental issues, and I would not under any circumstances let my child around those people.
The Popo said that too. That's why they took him. The Lord even said it.
Right. That's
the
crazy.
Lord
so when they do that, you know there's something going on.
If you got Reverend, it's written on your name, and they say these kids got to go, something ain't right.
Reverend, Dr. Evangelist, and Miss.
The police were already familiar with this family. So that tells you everything you need to know. They've had this guy has had run-ins with them. The mother has tried to intervene and act like he didn't do nothing. And she don't want to acknowledge her son had another child out of wedlock, and apparently he wasn't with that girl either.
Because the son allegedly, all this is allegedly for entertainment purposes. We don't know nothing, right? So everything is alleged. Now, as allegedly, I think she mad because that son took the same path as his father.
Exactly.
I agree.
Exactly. I 100%.
100%. And I think she pushed it. You could tell I don't want you being nothing like your daddy.
It was her orchestrated. She coddled that boy. He damn near 30 years old and didn't have his own place. She talking about she was gonna get a place for him. Not he was gonna get a place for him and his son. She was gonna get him a place for him and his son. That's the problem. If y'all also highly educated, and if he was in college and he was doing X, Y, and Z, you know, where was he working? How was he supporting that child? He was doing all this and that. How was he supporting that child? Because y'all didn't say he had no job. Y'all said he was in college.
He could have been getting financial aid and still been getting help.
That
He might have been getting a crazy check too.
Hold up. A lot of places they call college. They even call college when you're in the street. They call it college street knowledge. They call college too. RTDC. Yeah, college. Hold up. Because there's no way you kept cleaning up all of his bad behavior, and there's no way. First of all, we didn't even know he had a felony. You could have left that part out. They could have left all of that out, right? Because nobody mentioned it, not even Amora, right? Amora didn't even mention nothing about him having a felony, and so you did all that for nothing. There was no need to mention none of that.
And they don't give you a felony on a first offense for stealing a TV. He did some other stuff.
I like to say, Cap, if I got any real beef and somebody's if you just steal a TV at that house, we got problem. We got problem. You better come. You better come. You know, if you just coming to just steal a TV. God damn.
Can you imagine me going in court and throwing myself on the mercy of the court and saying, Your Honor, the reason I stole this TV because this man winked at my sister and asked her for a phone.
No, because he's a neighborhood. He's a neighborhood basis. Yeah. And then he represented my sister. He did.
Hold on, who's stealing TVs for vindication? Like, oh, you know what? They
not,
did that for you. Oh, okay. I'm about to go and get that.
Not I'm gonna go beat him up. Yeah, not I'm gonna go beat him up.
TVs and Ray Rays and Pookie.
My thing is,
what did you do with the TV after you stole it?
The thing
is,
he gave it to the girl.
No, the funny part is, who called the po-po? I mean, if he is the neighborhood baby,
right?
Who is the one that called the po? Hello, police?
No, nobody called the po-po. The dude who did it with him snitched.
He snitched. His accomplice snitched.
Again, if the story is true, how do you tell this to the po-po?
Exactly.
It don't matter which way.
I know.
The snitching part ain't true neither.
She walked
unless the snitch got caught. Maybe the police went to the snitch house.
Yep.
And said, I know you took that TV.
Hold on.
Yep.
Maybe it wasn't even a snitch. Maybe
it wasn't a snitch. That damn girl said, this is what happened to me, and they blamed it. He is the neighborhood damn guy going around messing with the women. And TV.
Exactly.
Wow.
The guy knows him too. How did they go to his house and know that he stole the TV? Because they know him.
Yeah, and then what Bapus is gonna be like, nah, man, he didn't steal my TV because he ain't gonna want to be nowhere near.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Even if you a snitch.
Thank you.
A snitch can say, you know what?
How's the victim gonna tell the police that?
Right, exactly. How do you explain this? I'm snitching on my friend because he stole the TV because he's the neighborhood baby. Like, you can't even snitch that.
And here's the thing too. How can you get prosecuted for stealing if the person that you allegedly stole from said that you didn't steal nothing? Where's the crime?
Exactly.
Who's the complainant?
Where's the evidence?
Who's the complainant? Exactly. If the person who got stole from said that he didn't get anything stole, what are they prosecuting? What case are they prosecuting?
That's why I said the brother was just better. She should have let him just shut up.
The brother was whack.
That's why I said you have to let people talk. They'll tell you everything you need to know. Just let them talk.
And then, yes, he's a manager at many different places. Well, how many different places, miss? But he had an accident, right?
But he's very highly educated.
But he's sitting home educated.
He's sitting in his mama basement.
How
old is he?
And I'm scared.
He ain't got his own place either, I bet.
I'm scared to take my grandson because this girl is crazy and she done planned to hit on 2 or 3 different baby daddies. But I'm a karate expert and I ain't scared of nobody. She said both of those
and
things.
And I know if I go to war, I got to get them pow-pows.
She said both of those things in the same sentence. She said she was too scared to take her grandson because she felt like her life would be in danger. But then she said at the same time that she's not scared of the girl.
Yeah, because I will watch them.
And they got pop. I'm confused. And but again, we know what it is. You have to let people talk, and that's why I was saying when you play information, we might joke on it. And I was telling Genesis the same thing. We joke on it because we know what it is, but that don't mean we're not listening. That don't mean that we don't think that it's important to expose people.
It doesn't
It's
take
just
it
that we're not going to
seriously.
overanalyze too much BS. We know what it is BS. We ain't going to look too deep into trying to explain why crazy people do crazy things. They do crazy things because they're crazy. That's just what it is. But you know, that's how you have to look at these situations, because you know, when you let things slide, and I try to tell women this all the time, you can't love your son into doing right. That comes with discipline. The more you coddle a male child, you will have a problem child when he goes out into the world, because nobody is going to coddle him in the world the way that you do.
Preach, Kev.
Prepare him for the real world. Prepare him, because you have to. You have to. It's a point where my son used to think, you know, I was the meanest guy in the world. He got a little job when he was like 17, and he would come home and he would, you know, bust down his check. You know, how much you need, Dad? I'd be like $100. His little check might be like $250, and he would be thinking to himself, dang, he taking all my money. But the day that he moved out, when he went to school, I was able to give him all of that money, the $100 he would give me every week when he got paid, so that he had something to start off with, because he wouldn't have saved that $100. But that's the lessons you teach them. But see, all the time he's thinking he's paying bills, and he's like, Dad, you really making me pay bills? Yeah, where can you live for free, son, besides
exactly.
Now,
where can you? And so it taught him, even though I ended up giving him the money that he gave me, but it also taught him that, hey, you have to pay for where you stay. Nothing's free. Don't look to live with nobody. If you can't take care of nobody else, as long as you can take care of yourself, you're fine. Now, if you have a child, that's a whole nother story. But I would tell him these things. I would drill these things into him. I would make sure he knew, no, sir, I'm not buying you school clothes. You have a job. You need to buy whatever you want for school. I don't care if you spend $300 on a pair of Jordans. I'm not going to pay $300 for a pair of Jordans, but you can.
So clearly,
Angela says the son was probably his mama's favorite child, and
Oedipus complex.
The son was the replacement for the father,
the daddy. Yes.
And what happened was he turned into his daddy.
Bingo.
Because why was she? I was like, why does daddy? She done effed up by bringing up his medicine messed up, and he gone. I'm like, what's wrong with her? I'm like, damn, what's wrong? I'm like,
it was probably the best thing that she feared that was going to happen.
I wanted to make you look bad from my doing. If I wanted the ratings, I would have pulled up his rap sheet. And every time you said something that did not mirror the evidence and the records that are public, I would have ambushed you with those things. If I was trying to be messy, if I was trying to make you look bad, I'm talking about a situation that's viral. We got one side of the story and we got another.
Exactly.
Now, Diana, she want to put everything out there.
Tell Diana to call me.
She done looked your son up. She done pulled up obituaries.
And that's her job. She
does
stuff like that for a living.
Pulled up everything on everybody. Diana said, if she don't take my stuff down, I will release it all. I said, no, Diana, don't do it. Let's not do it. Don't do it. Don't dox her. She's evil. Let her be the evil one. We don't gotta put a smear campaign on the dead. That's not our intention. That's not what we about. That's not something that we wanted to do. So even though you have researched some very interesting things, even about her and her status.
Tell Diana to call me now.
Things that,
come on, Anna,
you found out under her name that is public. I said, Diana, don't do it.
I didn't.
She want to put us in danger. She want to try to be funny. She want to put our phone numbers up there. She want to try to do all of this. She want to try. I said, listen, we're not going to stoop to her level, but what we will do is put her on notice. Now I'm putting you on notice, ma'am. I don't do doxing on my channel.
But Diana do.
Diana's a YouTuber. She's her own entity.
Oh.
Now, just so that you know what I'm for real, I'm going to just throw
it out, girl. Throw it out.
Wait. Before I throw out a couple dates that you might be familiar with, you might be familiar with some of these dates.
Oh, shit.
Before I throw out a couple of dates so that you know I know what I know, let me finish reading this cease and desist. We could share dates so that you know I know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, girl. Tell me.
I'm not gonna do it. But I can't stop no grown woman.
Oh.
Now, anyway.
Listen, let me tell y'all something.
Yeah.
You know she was an Aquarius. Man, that's even worse than Sagittarius. You do not want to piss off a cerebral, looking up shit Aquarius, because that is the worst person to piss off. Because honey, she done went. She know. Listen, by the time she come out and say something, she knows exactly what the hell she talking about. That is the worst one. Let me tell you something. On the air signs, that's the worst one. On all the Libra, the Gemini, I'm a Gemini. But this one, you don't want to piss off no motherfucking Aquarius, because they will, man.
Yes, a lot of my besties are aquas. Okay, girl, get back to the dirt now. Shoot.
Anyway, so when she sent me this cease and desist, I'm gonna let her know I mean business, or you know, or whatever in a second. But hold on, let me tell y'all how this exchange went. So before she doxed us, me and her, like I said, we had an exchange. All right. So she sent me this that she wrote. Mind you, she's not an attorney. She's not even a doctor. So if this is a legal document, she's sending me this legal document as her. She's self-representing herself. And so therefore, if I reply to her, because I'm also not a lawyer, I am self-representing myself. But let me just tell you, and let me just show you how entitled she is. Now, me, I don't like manipulation. I don't do well when people try to manipulate. I don't do well with entitlement. I don't do well with people feeling like just because they went through a certain class or whatever, that they're above somebody or another person below them. That doesn't really resonate with me. But even still, I was still trying to be kosher with her. So basically what happened was she sent me that cease and desist that she found on Google, and she basically put in her wording or whatever. She represented herself and sent it. Cool. So I replied to her and I said this.
What you
this
say,
is
girl?
before she doxed us. So after we had this exchange, then she doxed us on the internet. So I replied to her and I said, listen here. I understand and empathize with you that you are grieving. I get that. And I gave you an extremely large amount of grace for that. I have never lied about my intentions to you. And if I need to make our correspondence public, I will. And I stand on that still. If I need to prove.
Stupid.
But I'm trying not to do that. Anyway, so it says, listen here. I understand and empathize with you that you are grieving. I get that, and I gave you an extremely large amount of grace for that. I have never lied about my intentions to you, and if I need to make our correspondence public, I will. Since I know that you are grieving and know for a fact that the interview did not show you in the best light, I at first wanted not to share it any longer because you are grieving, and I understand that. But since the interview, you are blatantly lying and slandering my character and intentions and lying about how I conducted the interview. You are also lying and saying I kept pulling you away from Mother's Day when I kept trying to get off the phone because I didn't want you to have to repeat your story over and over. All of which is recorded, by the way, where I can prove I did nothing of the sort. Now back to the video. In other instances, the video would have gone right down because you disrespected me and I don't want to have bad blood with a grieving mother. But because you are lying so vehemently and threatening and slandering my name, I must protect the integrity of my show and platform and will air it for at least 24 to 48 hours so that people will see I did not ambush you, nor did I lie to you, and they will see I gave you grace. After that period, I will gladly take it down because I think therapy is needed more than an interview for everybody all around. Now, what I will say in closing is if you keep slandering my name and lying going forward, I will be forced to have to protect the integrity of my platform and share all communications and keep the video up. I do not wish to keep it up past the time I have stated, but if I am being slandered, people have to see the truth. I have never had this happen in an interview, and you can clearly see for yourself on my channel. I am fair to everyone. You literally see me ask Alexis questions that the audience wanted to know. It was no different with you. I even still, with the amount of questions they had, kept it respectful of you. It was times I even turned the comments off so that you can speak. However, that's not how I run my page, and my audience didn't like that. You asked me not to bring Alexis up on the panel, and I respected that. However, you had no respect for my platform, even still after I accommodated your wishes. You disrespected time and time again, and you continue to disrespect my platform to no avail, doxing people left and right. I told you prior to the interview not to. So after I sent her that, she sent me another message, okay? So she sent me another message and it says, "Dear Nique at Night, I am formally requesting that you immediately cease and desist from airing the interview, distributing it further, or making any claims regarding our prior communications without legal consultation. This includes both the original interview and the after interview discussion, during which disrespectful behavior such as yelling and using profanity in reference to me was observed. Additionally, I demand that you cease all communication with me and stop discussing me in any public or private forum. These materials must be removed from all platforms immediately, and any unauthorized copies circulating on social media also need to be addressed. I have retained copies of the communication from your representative who continued to contact me throughout Mother's Day, despite my explicit statements in private messages about being preoccupied with seeking justice for my son and securing the welfare of my grandson. Your persistent attempts to engage with me under these circumstances further illustrate the lack of respect and consideration for my situation. The continual attempts to contact me solely to draw me into a broadcast that turned out to be more of a gossip fest rather than an informative session about serious issues show complete disregard for my personal circumstances and the significance of the day. The ongoing airing of the interview segments and the threats to publicize our communications are unacceptable and in direct contradiction to your claims of understanding and grace. Such actions exploit my family's tragedy for personal gain and further distress all involved parties. You are hereby instructed to cease and desist all communications with me and about me. Remove all related content from all platforms and prevent further dissemination of any part of our interaction. Failure to comply with these demands will result in further legal action to ensure the protection of my personal rights and dignity. Sincerely, blah, 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 blah. All right. So she wrote me that. So after she wrote me that, and mind you, it's important to note, this was before she doxed me. Okay. So this is what she wrote me. This is before she doxed me. So me, I'm the type of person where it's like, listen, if any content that I do, if it's really, 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 really tormenting you, if you really, really, really desire, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't let nobody dictate my platform, right? But if you feel like, okay, you know, I really don't want that up, it really didn't make me look well, I don't have a problem taking it down. My whole thing is don't gaslight me. Don't lie on me, don't gaslight me, and don't play with me, okay? Because out of the kindness of my heart, because I know that it did not make you look great, I'm willing to, if you take yours down, I'll take mine down. But you're not making me do nothing, okay? Let's let that be clear. Because I did not gaslight you. I did not treat you bad. I did not do anything of the sort in the interview. If I was being messy, I would have been bringing up stuff that would have really turned up that interview and made it really, 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 really a show. That wasn't my intention. And that's still not my intention. All right? So she wrote me that. So this is what I replied to her. And again, mind you, this is before she doxed me on the internet, before she doxed me, before she doxed Diana. So this is what I responded to her. I said, are you asking me requests that you are also going to do on your end, question mark? I need to be clear on moving forward. Let me get this right. So you want me to remove all communication that vindicate myself, but still have communication up mentioning and slandering me. So you want me to continue, so you want to continue to be able to slander me on your platform, question mark? Are you stating that you are removing me and not speaking on me going further as well? Or do you think that I am going to take down proof and you still get to continue to slander? Are you agreeing to the terms that you are requesting, question mark? I said, I have not contacted you. I have only responded to you contacting me. Because again, I didn't contact her. Diana contacted her and she put us in contact like that. But outside of that, I have not contacted her. I have not called her. I have not texted her. I have not done anything like that, right? So I said, are you agreeing to the terms that you are requesting? I have not contacted you. I have only responded to you contacting me so that we are very clear, as I see you like to flip and switch things up. I said, Diana reached out to you, not me. And I told her several times to not keep contacting you. And I told her to allow you to come to the interview when you were ready, if ever. I said, if you are taking down communications and slander about me from your profile, then after 24 to 48 hours, like I said, I will do so as well. I said, basically, as long as I'm on your page, you will be on mine. I said, respect goes both ways. I do not give you consent to lie on me on your platform. And if you want me to take down an interview that did not convey the message of justice for your son in the best light, which again was not because of me, then I could do that. I said, give the respect you ask of others, because just being an elder does not make me beneath you or undeserving of the same respect I extend. So if you cease, so will I. But I will not be bullied to take down something that proves the slander you are trying to be, that you are saying to be, is false. But If you take yours down and notify me it has been done, I will do the same. So that's what I wrote her. I said, listen, I'm willing to work with you. If you don't want it up, I respect that. But respect goes both ways. You can't disrespect me and then think that I have to give you respect just because you were born before me. That's not how it works. I don't care if you 60, 50, 40. I don't care if you 80 years old. I don't care if you 100 years old. Just because you were born before me does not make me inferior to you. It does not make me less of a person deserving respect than you. Respect goes both ways. If you want me to do something for you, then do the same thing for me that you request. Take your post down, I'll take mine down. But until you take it down, it's going to be up. As soon as you take it down, I'll take it down with the click of a button and it's nothing. But for me, don't demand something of me that you won't do yourself. That's not how it works. And if you want to get legal, the judge will tell you that's not how it works. You can't defame people, dox people, share their personal information, try to get people to harass them, but then you want them to listen to what you say and take down stuff that you say. That's not how it works. I don't care if you're grieving or not. That is not how life works. Everybody is going through something and everybody is grieving something in some form of capacity. That is not how it works. So when I said that, she responded. And so this is what she said to me in response.
That's too much talking for me.
She
Shit.
said, "Dear Monique, DBA, Nique at night." And mind you, my name is not Monique. Okay?
It is
So,
now.
I don't know where
According
she
to
got
the
Monique
doctor.
from, but my name is not Monique. That is not my name. But anyway, she said, "Dear Monique, DBA, Nique at night, and Diana
The
Blank.
good doctor.
This letter is directed towards you both in your individual capacities and in your professional capacity associated with the business persona Nique at night. Your recent communications directly violate the cease and desist notice issued to you, which demands an immediate cessation of all communication directed or referencing me. So because I responded to her and I asked her and I said, basically, are you going to do the same thing in return that you're requesting of me? Like, you're asking me to take the video down. Are you going to do the same thing? Because I responded to her and asked her, are you going to do the same thing in return? This is what she replied. So she basically told me, in summary, this is what she told me. She basically told me, and I'm going to read it in full, but basically what she told me was, this ain't no two-way street. This ain't up for debate. This ain't up for negotiation. She basically said, I said what I said, you better do what I said or else. And you don't get to ask me nothing. That's basically what she said. And then she closed out with saying, I don't have the right to contact her. I got to contact her through an attorney.
Yeah, I would have to put something on with that too.
What? She said I violated the cease and desist, and I don't have a right to contact her. That any further communication, I gotta use an attorney. Now I'm gonna read it in full, but I'm like, you're not attorney. So you and I'm like, at that moment, I was like, oh my God, this lady is crazy entitled.
Unhinged.
You mean to tell me that you able to act as your own representative, but I can't act as my own representative. At that point, I said, oh, this is nuts. Huh? You're not a lawyer? So how you gonna tell me you could write me anything that you want? You could say anything that you want to say to me, but I can't say nothing back? And at that point, what God do you serve? Because nothing that you are doing is of God. And a lot of times when people be Bible thumping and they be saying that they are holy, holier than thou, a lot of times I really have to sit and question which God is it that you serve? Because there can be multiple gods. A lot of people believe in several different things. And the God that you serve and that you answer to is not the God that I serve. Because the things that you are doing are not of God. And they are not of the God that I serve. The God that I serve leads with love. The God that I serve does not operate out of hate. The God that I serve is not vindictive or anything like that. So I'm like, damn, you supposed to be a reverend? Who you praying to? What church is this? Because this is not of God. So who you praying to? And what kind of church is it?
She in a single church by herself.
Because I don't want you praying over me or anything that I got going on. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Okay? I rebuke you because whoever you serve, baby, I rebuke you. Okay? Because it is not the holy representation that I know. It is not the holy representation that I know at all. But anyways, let me read it in its entirety.
Oh,
because
Lord.
I was just like, wait a minute. Hold on. Like, I don't gotta take nothing down. I'm willing to work with you and say, hey, let's have a ceasefire. I'm willing to have a ceasefire with you and say, listen, let's just both wipe our hands with it. Because I don't wish to engage in this manner with nobody, especially nobody older than me, that's older than my mama too. So she responded back to me. This was what she said. Let me read it in its entirety. She said, Dear Monique, DBA Nique at Night, and Diana, this letter is directed towards you both in your individual capacities and your professional capacity associated with the business persona Nique at Night. Your recent communication directly violates the cease and desist notice issued to you, which demands an immediate cessation of all communications directed at or referencing me, including through text messages. Continued contact is not only inappropriate, but also escalates the legal implications of your actions. The cease and desist notice served to you both personally and as your DBA Nique at Night is a mandatory directive based on specific grievance that have legal grounding, not an optional request. So she said, listen, this is not an optional request. This is a demand, and you better do it. She said, please be aware that any further disregard for this notice will compel me to take legal measures. No, it will compel me to take additional legal measures to enforce my rights and ensure my personal well-being. This is your final warning to adhere to strictly the terms of the legal notice provided. No further communication from you will be tolerated unless it is conducted through legal representatives. Should you choose to dispute this matter formally, sincerely, Reverend, whoever. So she said, This is your final warning to adhere strictly to the terms provided. No further communication from you will be tolerated. Now, that's important. Now, in the midst of her sending me this,
She broke it too.
her son had communications with Diana. So, like I said, back to the son. So, let me get back to the son and why this is important. So, her son had texted Diana the night before, and it was before he saw my after show. He texted her. He wanted to talk to me. He wanted to thank me for the good job that I did, and he wanted to talk to me. And basically, from what I gather, he wanted to, like, you know, thank me for the time, and he was grateful. So Diana, so in between the time that Diana responded to him, I had done the after show. Me and his mom had words, and you know, things had kind of went left. So by the time Diana had seen his message and she responded to him, she basically was like, "Well, I do know." Like, she said something along the lines to him, like, you know, things end up going left. Did you still want me to give Nique your number? I mean, did you still want me to give, Nique your number? And so her son was basically like, yes. Like, even, you know, he had like, she was like, okay, when Nique gets up, when she wakes up, I'll tell her to call you. Okay. So Diana had told the son, she was like, you know, things went left. I don't know. Like, are you sure you want me to give Nique your number? He said, yes, he still wanted to speak to me. So I was like, I don't know. I don't want to talk to him because his mom already doing too much. I said, I don't want to talk to him. I don't want no further communication with them. I said, this is crazy. This is too much. So Diana was like, oh, you probably should talk to him. He's more reasonable. He, you know, he's the only one that seemed like he got some sense. So then I talked to my mom, and my mom said, no. She said, talk to the son. She said, talk to him because he probably can calm his mama down and mediate this whole thing and shut everything down. So I'm like, Mom, I don't know. I'm like, it's already too, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like when stuff get too messy. You know what I'm saying? It's already too much already. And then my mom was like, no, he seemed reasonable. She said, I think that her son is a good person. I could tell from the interview. She said, I think it's a good idea for you to talk to him. So I said, okay. So I said, Diana, go ahead and call her son. So me and Diana get on the phone. I talk to her son. Her son tells me how grateful he was for me to do the interview, but how disappointed he was in my after show. He expressed to me that he had the utmost respect for me as a journalist. He said, you know, he got respect for me. You know, I did the best that I could with given what, you know, I was working with. And he wants to thank me. He said, but I got to, you know, basically he like, but I got to be real. Everything that I thought of you and the person that I thought you were, it kind of got undone when I saw your after show. He said, in so many words, I'm going to summarize. He was basically like, you know, I had all the utmost respect for you. I thought you was a good journalist. I thought you did good. I thought you, you know, you handled yourself very well. He said, but when you did the after show and you had Tommy Sotomayor on there, he said, it put a bad taste in my mouth and it made me feel, you know what I'm saying, like a different type of way. And it made me look at you different. And so when I'm talking to him, I said, you know, I can respect that. You know, it is what it is. So her son also said to me, he said, listen, he said, when I was doing the interview, I kept getting riled up by the comments. He said, as I'm getting riled up by the comments, you told me that, you know, it was easier to communicate without looking at the comments. So I told him, I said, you know, when I started off, I got triggered. I was, you know, responding to a comment. And then he was just saying basically like, you know, it's ironic that you told me to calm down and not to look at the comments. And then you popped off at one of the comments. And I said, you're right. And I told him, I said, you're right. I do receive that. Because I'm not a person who I don't do stuff and think I don't do stuff without wrong. Like I received that. When he told me that, I said, "You're right. You are right about that." You know what I'm saying? I said, but my intention and the reason why I did the after show was not because of the comment. I said I like to tussle in the comments myself. Somebody talk mess to me, I talk back to them, and that's what I do after the fact. I said, but I do receive what you said because that is real. You know what I'm saying? If you selling me some real stuff, I can receive it. I'm a woman. I'm a woman about my shit. And if I do something that um is hypocritical and you call it out, I don't mind being like, you're right. I probably shouldn't have been triggered by a comment that was real. So, we had that conversation and he was basically saying, from me to you, if you could just do me a solid and take it down. I said, listen, I'm gonna be real with you. I said, me and your mom had some exchanges. I said, I don't have a problem taking it down. He said, I didn't like the fact that you talked to Tommy Sotomayor.
But
I
nobody
don't think
did.
it makes
But
you look in the best light. It's not a good look for you to have him on your platform. I don't think you should have that, that representation. I feel like, it's not a good look. And he was like, I don't like the fact that he was just even in the equation at all,
what?
or whatever the fact. And I was just telling him, like,
Ooh,
listen, I don't know
lordy.
Tommy from a can of paint. I don't know that man. That was the first time I talked to him, in anything like that. He was like, just for me, he was like, can you take down the video that you did with Tommy and take down the interview? I said, listen, I said, I don't know about taking down the full interview with Tommy. I said, but I can edit out the parts that your mom was mentioned, and I don't have a problem taking the interview down if your mother takes down the post that she is lying on me about. I said, if you call me right now or you text Diana and you say, hey, I just talked to my mama, she took the post down. I said, I'll take the interview down immediately. I'll take it right down. I said, but I will not be bullied by your mama. Your mama will not ask or request me to do things that she's not willing to do herself. So he said, I can't make my mama do nothing. I'm just basically asking you a solid for me. And I told him, I said, I can't do that.
That's right.
I'm not going to take the interview down and I will not be bullied. As long as she has the communications up, I will have the interview up. And so he was like, well, you did say that you was going to take it down when we were talking to you. And I had to remind him and tell him that I did not say that I was taking the interview down permanently. I was never going to completely waste my time. What I did say was that I would take it down. I would format it in a way that it was more palatable for the audience, and I would put it in a way that she didn't look so cuckoo. That's the gesture that I was extending. I was not extending to completely take it down altogether. So I had to remind him of that. Like, listen, I said that I would take it down so that I can put it together in a way that it makes it more palatable and it's not all over the place. But I did not say that wasn't what I was saying. So I had to remind him of that. So then I'm like, but because everything got so messy, I don't mind completely just washing my hands with the situation and calling a ceasefire. She take her post down, I take my interview down. But I will not budge without her budging. So he said he can't make no promises that his mom will take it down because his mom is her own woman and she's his mother. And basically, in so many words, like he got to listen to her, she don't got to listen to him type thing. So I said, that's fine and dandy, but I'm just letting you know, if she take it down, that's when I will take mine down. But I'm not taking nothing down without her taking her communication down. So he said that he will talk to his mama. So I don't know if he ended up having a conversation with her and she got mad at the fact that we had a conversation after she sent this entitled cease and desist. But after I had a conversation with her son, which I did, we didn't have a negative exchange. We both said our opinions. I told him, it's fine if you feel like you don't F with me because I don't F with your mama. or because you know what I'm saying, that's cool. That's fine. I didn't expect to ever talk to y'all again anyway. You know, that's fine with me. I don't care. I'm fine. I'm still gonna sleep good at night or whatever. Okay. But I told him, I said, but I'm not budging anything until your mother budges. So again, he said he was going to talk to her. So I've been checking social media to see if she took it down. And to my surprise, instead of taking the post down, she added
I'm
to it.
on it, Cash.
So, like I said again, I don't know if she got mad because she felt like I gotta listen to her and I gotta, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. She doxed me and Diana. So she put Diana first and last name on her page. She put her phone number. She put my phone number. She put the name that she thought is my name. And she doxed our information on there. She put all of that stuff up there. And so when Diana got wind of it, she was heated because again, Diana did not say nothing mean to her. Diana did not miscall her anything. She called her Reverend. Diana was nice to her. She addressed her properly, how she felt like she should. Diana was not a part of the after show. Diana had nothing to do with me, my actions, and me saying whatever I said. Diana was not a part of that. So when Diana seen it, it hurt her feelings. And she was really, 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 really mad because she had the utmost respect for you. She did not talk to you crazy. She did not do anything like that. But because you have so much hate in your heart for Alexis, you wanted to then blast everybody. You wanted to then come for everybody. So on her Facebook, she doxed our numbers. She put up all of the stuff like that. And then she's telling people on there that she's suing me. She's telling people that, oh, now she got to prepare for this lawsuit that she has to do against me. But it's like, lady,
Go on
you
with
cannot
yourself.
think that you could sue people while doing evil stuff to them in the same token. It does not work like that. It does not work like that. You cannot think that you can dox people, put their name out there, put their information out there, do all of these things because somebody simply told you, if you take it down, I'll take it down. But you're so entitled. You're so entitled that you feel like you have so authority over everybody that your word is Bible. And it's not. You are not my mother. I was not birthed by you. You are not anybody that I have to continue to give respect to. Okay?
Now get to the
The
dates,
respect
girl.
that I extended to you is gone.
Mm.
The grace that I extended to you is gone.
Ooh.
Okay? I do not
Okay.
have to take anything down. This is not a Tasha K. Cardi B situation. I did not lie on you. I didn't defame you. I did not put something up there against your will. I aired and I conducted an interview that you and I agreed to do. I agreed to the interview. You agreed to the interview. Your son agreed to the interview. Your niece agreed to the interview. And whoever else you gave the link to, everybody was in agreement of the interview. I did not do anything to you that you did not agree on, and I did not force you or take advantage of you. Okay? Now, because you are grieving your son, you like to hide your evil behind that. And you like to guise the evil things that you do with the fact that you are a grieving mother. But that does not excuse evil behavior. It does not. Just because you are grieving does not give you the authority to put other people in harm's way. I didn't put your phone number online. I didn't put nothing online that is not that you didn't put on there yourself. So, no, Diana's not her niece. Why you say Diana must be her niece? So, again, I'm putting you on notice. If you want to protect the integrity of your son's legacy, Diana's fired up. She want to release everything. And I mean everything. And wait, I forgot. Let me go and let me just tell you the dates.
Mm-hmm. She froze. No. Come on now.
Amora, the missus likes the dogs.
Girl, what you do?
Time on the clock. Your son died in 2020, but you wanna come out. What do you want? Amora's asking for help at this time, but all you wanna do is convict her of a crime. You know she didn't do, but what about you? What's your problem, Reverend Dr. Messer? That you're looking for lights. You wanna be a part of the internet hype. Don't care about your grandson. What do you do? Focused on everybody. What about you? Reverend Dr. Mrs. Attorney. Reverend fucking lawyer isn't going to save you in this. Take your help, cease and desist. Cease and desist.
Genesis, you crazy.
She got right to the dates and bam.
Not the attorney remix.
Oh man.
No.
I
just witness, y'all. When do we
I
witness?
don't know, but I do want to hear the dates, man.
Listen, we gotta like Gary. It's been a lot, so we just gonna take a second to breathe, okay?
You ain't gonna give us the date.
Reverend Dr. Mrs. likes the dots, but look at the time on the clock. Your son died in 2020, but you want to come out. What do you want? Amora's asking for help at this time, but all you want to do is convict her of a crime. You know she didn't do it. What about you? What's your problem? Reverend Dr. Mess, you're looking for lights. You want to be a part of the internet. Don't care about your grandson. What do? Focus on everybody.
You're gonna sue your ass now. You're gonna get a lot of.
Boy, this AI ain't shit.
You get a cease and desist.
You gonna get a cease and desist.
Dear Adonis.
They not like us. They not like us.
God damn.
That beat is banging.
Man, we gotta start that over because it's banging. You missed it, right? He talking.
All I know, we are not. I'm not part of the cease and desist. Grandma gonna send her.
Reverend Dr. Mrs. likes the dots, but look at the time on the clock.
That Dr. Mrs. Tell him, Jackie, we ain't got no parts of the cease and desist. You get ready to send her right now.
But what about you? What's your problem? Reverend Dr. Mess, you're looking for likes. You want to be a part of the internet hype. Don't care about your grandson. What do? Focused on everybody.
Yeah, we got to change our name.
I'm going under alias Doxin.
Reverend Doctor.
Not Reverend Doctor.
Rev not like us. Rev not like us.
Reverend Doctor.
We're gonna have to come on the ground.
Help Jackie. We ain't want no parts of the cease and desist. She gonna write DJ a whole long book
Reverend
and shit.
Doctor.
I heard this on your channel.
Let's be clear.
And I wanted that.
This is a DJ Genesis mix. This is my all copyright claim. I'm not part of this.
But you wanna come out, what do you want? Amora is asking for help at this time, but all you wanna do is convict her of a crime. You know she didn't do it, but what about you? What's your problem? With us, you're looking for likes. You wanna be a part of the internet hype. Don't care about your grandson. What do you do? Focused on everybody. But what about you, Reverend Dr. Mrs.
Your ass is negative, DJ.
Dr. Mrs. Rock, your lawyer isn't gonna say doing this. Take your LC success.
Now that other beat was bumping.
We're gonna have to change the name of the channel and everything. We're gonna have to go underground on the dark web. She is gonna find every one of us. She gonna get the names in the chat and everything. This lady is crazy.
She can do all that and she still ain't got no damn receipts for us.
We might have went too far with this fool Genesis. Let's think about this again. Let's rethink this.
Listen, Reverend Dr. Mrs. Attorney.
Reverend Dr. Mrs. likes to dance.
Oh,
Look at the time on the clock. Your son died in 2020, but you want to come out. What do you want?
He's singing like Anthony
Help,
Hamilton.
Jackie. Help, Jackie. She's going to send us a cease and desist.
You is convicted of a crime.
Not he died in 2020.
What about you? What's your problem, Reverend Dr. Mitchell?
Crazy.
Dr. Miss, Dr. Reverend Miss.
Dr. Reverend Attorney.
Focused on everybody, but what about you? Reverend Dr. Mrs. Attorney. Reverend Dr. Mrs.
That Reverend Dr. Mrs. Attorney.
And they're gonna put the auto tune. They put the T-Pain on it too.
She's gonna put all this in the cease and desist, and she called Reverend Dr.
Listen at the T-Pain.
Boy, they say laughter is good for the soul. Let me tell you something.
She's writing all this shit down right now. She called Reverend Dr. Mrs. She brought up my son.
Mrs. likes to dance.
And she sound like the talk shit. I handle this in court.
In 2020, but you want to come out. What do you want? Amora's asking for help at this time.
Oh, man.
But all you wanna do is convict her of a crime.
Oh, and you taking up for her too. Your ass is out now.
Problem, Reverend Dr. Mitchell, that you're looking for love.
Oh, God.
You wanna be a part of the internet hype. Don't care about your grandson. What do you do?
Oh, shit. Help, Jackie. Help, Jack.
What about
Hey.
you? Reverend Dr. Mrs.
Help, Jackie. Help, Jackie.
Hey, Gunna turn this up. Gunna in future, they'll turn this up.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go steal us some TV, right? So we get on out of here. God damn it.
This is crazy, y'all.
Oh my God.
Mrs. Dr.
Her name is DJ Genesis, Your Honor.
On the ones and twos, Your Honor. It was DJ Genesis. I swear, folks, God, with my hand on his Bible.
I want to hear that other beat though. That beat was hot. That other beat is hot. That other beat is hot, DJ. Even though I'm not responsible for it. Matter of fact, I didn't even say that, right? I didn't even say that.
What's up, Mark? You just got here in time for the bullshit. Genesis on another one.
God damn it. Not that one.
Now
That
she gonna
other
put
one is hot.
Now she put the Summer Walker on it.
That shit is hot. I didn't say that though. Somebody else said. I think that's Carter talking. Carter said that
It was the
shit
first
is
one.
hot. Carter
the first
said
one.
that second one. Carter said that shit was hot. I didn't say nothing. Carter, shut up. Shut up, Carter.
Just played is fire.
Goddamn, I done blew Carter's name up. I mean,
we
little
gonna
dog. Little dog. Little dog. Shush.
Hey,
Gucci said his vote is Reverend Mrs. Doctor.
Good Reverend Mrs. Doctor, attorney. If you listening, my name is Vic Damone.
My name is my cousin Vinny.
We got to like listen. We gonna do a trial. Let's see at the top of the trial. Let's see if this is all better.
I'm on YouTube.
Look at the time on the clock. Your son died in 2020, but you want to come out with your own. Amora is asking for help at this time, but all you want to do is convict her of a crime. You know she didn't do. But what about you? What's your progress? You're looking for likes. You want to be a part of the internet hype. Don't care about your grandson. What do you do?
Not at all.
But what about you?
I'm putting the Migos ad-libs on
Damn
it.
dog, shush, dog. That shit is hot.
Reverend Doctor, Mrs. Attorney, Reverend Doctor, Mrs. Rockin' Lawyer isn't gonna save you in this. Take your L, see
Mama.
success.
I'm putting the Migos ad-libs on it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Genesis ain't no good DJ. Genesis, you ain't no doggone good.
Yo,
She put it together in 5 minutes.
You're gonna have to translate this book she getting ready to write us, right? Or cease and desist, Jack. You're gonna have to translate that book to us, Jackie, because we can't read all of that shit, right?
Hey y'all.
Reverend Doctor, Mrs. Attorney, Reverend Doctor, Mrs. Rockin' Lawyer isn't gonna save you in this. Take your L, cease and desist.
God damn. Oh my God. Oh my God. She gonna play this in court and use it against us.
I know, right?
She gonna sue us in small claims for the royalties.
Oh man, she gonna try to get you for a copyright strike.
Damn, now they trying to stick me for my papers.
That's my song.
But look at the time on the clock. Your son died in 2020. What you want?
Oh God, man.
But all you wanna do is convict her of a crime. You know she didn't do.
No, this is the best one.
Hey, that sounded like one of them accident attorney
I
commercials.
ain't hear nothing. I ain't hear nothing.
This one is better. This is the best one right here.
Reverend Doctor, Mr. like the dark, but look at the time on the clock. Your son died in 2020, but you want to come out with your wrong. Amora is asking for help at this time, but all you want to do is convict her of a crime. You know she didn't do. But what about you? What's your problem? Arrest you're looking for lights. You want to be a part of the internet hype. Don't care about your grandson. What do you do?
I said, what's wrong with you? You looking for
Gucci
life?
said that's fire.
That's right. Blaming on that's like Gucci and Carter talking a lot of shit.
That AI is messy than a mother. That AI messy than a mother. It just be filling in shit. God. They got somebody black programming that AI because they is. That mother was saying, all you doing? That mother say, all you doing is caping for life.
Jackie, we gonna need you, Jackie. Go call your publisher, Jackie, and tell them that we're gonna have to write a book for this chick, right?
Oh my God.
God said she's gonna get you for copyright strikes and everything, right?
Oh my God. She gonna claim Genesis signed her to a 360 deal. It's going on his royalty.
And she done sent her on the war tour.
My grandbabies want their royalties.
With her black belt.
Yeah, her grandbaby want their royalties.
She gonna be on war tour with her black belt.
Oh man, the grandson want their royalties. Well, she better stop playing Genesis.
I swear to God, I'm only fooling with y'all on the weekends because this is too much for the week, man. I gotta go to work and everything. This lady done scared me for the first 2 or 3 hours of the show. I don't know what to think now. I'm laughing, but I'm still kind of nervous. I don't know if these people gonna look for us or not. Nique.
That's my shit right there.
Your son died in 2020, but you
That's that 90s.
Not the Biggie flow.
That's what I'm saying. That's my shit right there. I mean, that's what Carter said. I didn't say that.
Now Gucci say this or something, juice kind of stuff.
Help, Jackie, help, Jackie, help.
What about you? Reverend Dr. Mrs. Attorney.
Oh, sugar.
Dr. Mrs. Pocket Lawyer, is it gonna save you in this?
I'm so glad Nicole ignorant ass ain't in here.
I know, right? Oh, man. Ooh, child. I'm innocent. I tell you, I'm innocent. Ooh, Lord. You better give us the dates, girl.
Likes the docs, but look at the time on the clock. Your son died in 2020, but you want to come out. What do you want? Amora is asking for help at this time, but all you want to do is convict her of a crime. You know she didn't do, but what about you? What's your problem? Reverse, you're looking for likes. You want to be a part of the internet hype. Don't care about your grandson. What do you do? Focused on that hype. But what about you? Reverend Dr. Mrs. Attorney. Reverend Dr. Mrs. Rocket Lawyer. If you're gonna take you in this, take your LC success.
I think the best one is this one.
Reverend Dr. Mrs. likes the dark, but look at the time on the clock. Your son died in 2020.
That's what I say.
But all you want to do is convict her of a crime you know she didn't do. But what about you? What's your problem? Unless you're looking for likes, you want to be a part of the internet hype. Don't care about your grandson, what do you do? Focused on everybody, but what about you? Reverend Dr. Mrs. Attorney, Reverend Dr. Mrs.
Oh, Lord. She want all her money. She want all her money, DJ. She got you for a 360 deal. She will get you a copyright strike. Wait till you see her paperwork, DJ. God damn it. I know, right, Jack? Give me that, right, Jack?
Man, you know I'm a fool. You can't be around me and not.
Oh man, I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. Cause we're gonna get a 1,000-page brief.
A novel.
I don't know nothing.
We're gonna get a dissertation and a novel.
Matter of fact, I don't even hear this, right?
Listen.
Y'all stupid as hell.
Reverend Doctor.
Now we all gotta go to court for this now. Damn.
Everybody said Reverend Doctor, Mrs. Attorney.
Nope. Carter may say, come here, Carter. Carter said,
Gucci's in the background mouthing it off.
That was Carter. Go ahead, Gucci. What you say, Gucci? Gucci and Carter going crazy tonight. They're talking about they like stuff and that's hot and stuff. What's wrong with y'all dogs tonight? Me and Keisha ain't say nothing.
Reverend Doctor, Mrs. Attorney.
Go ahead, Gucci.
Bitch.
Hold on. Kev got some dogs too. I hear them in the back, Kev. I hear your dogs in the back singing.
Reverend Doctor, Mrs. Attorney.
Oh, child. I want to cease and desist.
Okay, let's hear these dates.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Oh, child.
We're gonna take a quick music break to break up the monotony. Here we go.
Of certain things so that you know what I'm talking about. And you lied as well. He was not on probation for a TV. He was on probation for something else.
See, we told y'all.
Okay.
Y'all done got my granny involved now. Y'all, she watching the replay
See?
from the
He
beginning.
was on probation for something else. And again, Diana, she pulled up all these things. Let's see. What is this? What's the date? Okay.
Help me, Jesus.
But that was
Sorry,
sort
let
of
me not
common
say
sense.
discharge, but
But how many charges he got?
First record that pulls up is
Oops.
August 2014.
The 14th when he took that pill, huh?
Thing that was on
Right, when he took that
and if
first
I wanted to be
accidental trip.
malicious,
No, they said that was on the 4th of
Son's
July when he
legacy,
took that pill.
I could
No,
say what the charge
2014
is
though.
online, but I'm
In
not gonna do that.
2014.
But Diana wants to. She wants to air it out. She wants to air you out. She wants to air your son out. She wants to unload the clip. Because she was nice to you. Now I wasn't
Get the
nice
strap.
in my after show, but I shared a lot of grace to you. Okay? Diana does not deserve to be doxxed. I don't deserve to be doxxed.
Ooh,
All I asked for you was to do unto others as you want done to yourself.
And since she likes the doc, here we go. This is it. Face Cobb.
Oh,
She didn't put Reverend Dr. Mrs. Attorney on here. She put Seer Reverend Faith and Cobb. I think she said,
girl, let me get the glasses. Hold on. Let me get the glasses. Let me get the glasses, girl.
I gotta go clean my glasses now.
And by the way, her real name ain't Faith. It goes along with Reverend. So just so y'all know.
Tevrin. Okay, we ain't gonna say Heverin. The devil.
We're definitely not gonna say Reverend Dr. Mrs. Attorney.
Devilin.
Reverend Dr.
Devilin.
She forgot to put it right. It should have said Reverend Dr. Mrs. Attorney.
Oh, yo, wait a minute. That's the son right there, right? That's the son. Yo.
That's the baby. That's crazy.
That's the grandbaby and the son, yo.
No, the son in the picture.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I can't read.
That's
You're
his
gonna have
son.
to read it for me.
Oh, wow.
This is the ramblings of a lunatic. See this?
The
Oh, I
ramblings.
can't see it. I ain't got my glasses on. You have to tell me about
Can
it.
you stretch the screen?
Read it,
Genesis?
DJ. Read it.
I'm trying to
You know,
zoom
we
in more. I'm gonna try. Y'all old as hell. Y'all old as fuck though.
You ain't know.
Bifocals. Get y'all bifocals adjusted.
God dang it. I done lost the glasses again. Shit.
Get the bifocals, y'all. You gotta like.
Oh, I do got that big old thing that you put in front of the paper. Hold on.
Reverend Dr. Mrs. Attorney. So this
Well,
is
she
her
ain't even that. So you gonna sue you? Let me see.
screenshot. Admission of guilt by the murder of my son. And
Wow.
here again where he died. Columbus Division of Police. This is crazy though. Who
Look on the left side. Hold on. Go back up to the top, Genesis.
Bro.
Oh, gee. Oh, my. She wrote a dissertation.
Bro, come on now.
That might have been her college thesis right there. That might be her doctoral thesis right there. That's too much. Come on, yo. That's too much, yo.
And that's what DJ wanted her to send us.
No. That is not a receipt. That is a mini series. We do not want that. No.
This person was out of the goddamn mind.
Kev,
Hey.
not a miniseries.
Look right there on the left side. Look at all the former owner, founder, CEO, God's everlasting love, former this, former prophet seer, former computer professional, former. Look at all that.
But then what didn't she do?
Exactly.
She studied at Thomas Edison State University. Studied masters.
She's a linguist.
No, studied. It don't say she
Yeah.
got
right.
Yeah, studies, masters of arts, biblical language. That doesn't mean nothing. That means you may have enrolled.
She took a class.
Look,
everything for all
study
that
Christian
request to be-
ministry.
to be
Look,
jumbling
study
up in one
Christian
thing.
ministry at Cambridge
Boy,
University.
keep strolling. I promise you will
look at that.
see a post
Study-
about me every day. Hey, you back, Lex? For the last past 4 years. God dang it.
We digging into the crazy, Lex. You ain't even got to say nothing. We digging into it.
Find me a magnifying
What
glass.
in the
I got me a magnifying glass right now.
Former
The old
Former
school
martial arts
exercise.
instructor. Hold on, go back up a little bit.
What happened to her being in one of the services and learning
Right.
jujitsu?
Right. The chronological order doesn't make sense again. We digging into it.
This is complete insanity.
Former professional at Kansas Medical Center. What training does she have in the medical field? Former teaching and curriculum development and design,
Back up.
at home education.
And she's still dropping names.
See what I'm saying? Yeah, look.
Former computer.
Right, professional.
What the fuck is that?
Hey, thank you. Look how she tried to make a profession out of homeschooling her kids. Former teaching and curriculum development and design at home education. Come on, lady.
God damn.
Former computer and
former competitor
Listen.
at martial arts champion kata.
Champion keto.
Former database. But damn, if you don't, and you couldn't get 4 years together, you still had to look on the computer.
Former database processor at AT&T.
It didn't show how to print the stuff out, right?
Oh, hell no.
Come on.
Hell no.
Look at
First
that.
of all,
Come on.
all that stuff is
Man,
outdated.
wait. Don't fuck around me. Listen, you got to listen.
It's not even real. None of those things are even real.
Hold on. Listen. Wait.
Thomas Edison University? What? Thomas Edison University?
Wait, hold on.
No, there are certain
founder. Listen. Owner, founder, CEO at God's Everlasting Life. I told you the only person, the only member, right? You're the only member.
God, look at that. Look at that. That is the ramblings of a lunatic. Who did she send this to?
I don't know.
That is crazy. Wow. Well, hey.
She said, I don't even know the other person. Who does that? New to be, girl.
Exactly. That's what we was just saying, Lex. I was just telling them, when you just go and do a simple search, you find so many things about them. They don't need to be doxing nobody.
And
Trust
then
me.
farmer everything doesn't look good.
Former everything. Exactly. What
look
years? What year to what year? How long?
Right.
How much? Where did you get a degree or certification of all of these things? I can say I was the CEO of spiritual technology, for self-preservation. What does that mean? Nothing. Nothing.
The former of self-preservation. The former thing of self-preservation.
I am an owner and founder and CEO.
I'm the co-founder, CFO, and head of A&R at Suge A&I Records.
You got that right.
I'm the CCO of Gucci.
I'm an artist, CEO, and head of promotions at Suge Records.
I am the owner, CEO of a pet store.
I'm a former conductor on the Sugar Love train.
No. You still work. You still work there.
I told you I run a doggy daycare and a baby daycare.
Yeah.
While I have a catering business on the side. I told y'all.
We could turn being a mod into creative media consultant and revisionist.
We ain't got no daggone sense.
It sounds like the new rock and roll churches when they be having their theme music.
Exactly.
I am intelligent. You talk about. Oh, I ain't got nothing to do with this.
We just crossing all type of lines right now, y'all.
I ain't got nothing to do with this.
Oh my gosh.
He's not gonna send me a cease and desist, damn it.
That lady is over there poking holes in voodoo dolls right now, cussing us.
Because Carter would eat that damn paper up. Carter, get it.
Y'all gotta be quiet.
My dog ate it.
Y'all gotta hear it, man. Hear the whole song, man. Y'all be quiet, y'all.
She's
trying to really get us.
To you of open visions and prophetic dreams. dreams, prophecy of archaic for one who sees a prophet, former teaching and curriculum development and design at home education, former competitor and martial arts champion Kato.
God damn it.
The way they say former take it down.
Database designer.
I must have y'all go to bed.
It's the way they singing it.
Processor at AT&T. Studies DMN, Doctor of Ministry at
Oh, Lord, you gonna copyright your ass now.
Master of Science, study Master of Science in Criminal Justice, MSCJ, Criminal Justice, MSCJ, Criminal Justice, MSCJ, Crim at Malton University, studied Masters of Arts in Neological Studies at Columbia University. Study Christian ministry at Cambridge University.
Yeah, at the end she'll be like, psych.
Studies Master of Arts in Biblical Languages, Language Exegesis, and Literature.
I feel like I'm at a white church.
I know, right? She's terrible.
Thompson State University.
God.
Psych. Psych.
Psych.
Psych.
She gonna put the cousin voice on there. Psych, bitch.
Psych.
The cousin just needs to come in her face and that low at the end.
Oh my God.
Remember, what's it?
Oh my
Coming
God.
to America.
Yes. Wow.
Oh my God. Oh man, I'm done for the night, y'all. I ain't got nothing left. I swear to God, I ain't got nothing left, y'all. My stomach hurt from that. I ain't got no more Zah. I'm done. I'm gonna get under these covers. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I hope to God I don't wake up and my account hacked in the morning.
Now you gonna wake up, you'll get that letter in the mail.
Oh my
You
God.
think I ain't know who you was, right?
We're gonna wake up to a cease and desist. This whole channel gonna be locked up. Oh, cousin Genesis.
CEO, it God's everlasting love ministry. CEO, that credit for making come to your phone. Visions and prophetic dreams. Prophets is that CEO, the one who sees a prophet.
She done put this lady in the top 40.
This is the one. This is the one.
You're up when she talk to you of open visions and prophetic dreams. Prophecy of.
That's the one right there.
That is not the one. We try
That's not the one. Okay, listen, we're gonna do. Okay, let's do
that
it.
sound like an old horror movie, like her, right? It sounds just like her, or old horror movie. Damn.
All right, let's try a gospel one. Let's see if the gospel one come out different.
Y'all done got my granny involved. She walked by and all she said was, "What in the world?" I couldn't even tell her. She just started the replay over.
Now you doing the church so wrong. You doing the church so wrong. Church ain't asked for this.
We did not ask you to put it in gospel mode.
They did not ask for that. Hold up now. That's blasphemy. That's blasphemy, damn it. That's blasphemy.
Genesis,
Oh,
God's people said they don't want no part of it. They don't want no part of it. Genesis,
Yeah, we gotta find one good one because when we like close this out, we're going to end.
Well, not with that. Being that we all gonna get a letter in the mail tomorrow.
Genesis, you was finna put a disclaimer on here before we get off because we did not agree to this. I was ambushed, good Reverend Doctor, Mrs. Attorney.
Everlasting love ministry. See your every friend.
Now you want to jazz the battle axe up. God damn it.
Visions and prophetic dreams. Prophetess at sea, looking for one who sees the prophet dreams. Prophetess at sea, arcade for one who sees a prophet. Former computer professional at University of Kansas Medical Center.
Fake or fake.
Former teaching and curriculum development and design at home education.
Fake or fake.
Character and martial arts.
Baby, in my mind, I can see a whole video for this.
Former database developer and database designer. Former data processor at AT&T.
He ain't mean to take that TV.
With the old school 80s hairstyles and 90s hairstyles.
Study Master of Science in Criminal Justice.
Don't forget, we gotta say psych at the end.
In biological studies at Columbia Labs Tenacity. Study Christian ministry at Amherst University. Studies Master of Arts and Biblical Languages. Language exegesis at Liberty University. Studied in Thomas Madison State University.
They singing this lady fake
Don't
resume.
forget, we gotta say psych at the end. Psych! Psych!
Fooled you.
Psych! Gotcha!
Yeah. Y'all,
Gotcha! Gotcha!
Ooh, y'all is crazy.
Gotcha!
Hey, y'all. You know how petty I am. I just thought about it. We're gonna get some money together and fly Amora and the kids out for Christmas and have them singing on the doorstep on Christmas Eve.
Now,
You want to play with us?
You know
We
what?
finna play. You want to play with us? We bringing the kids. We gonna memorize this song, and we gonna be in harmony outside your goddamn house. until you
Sister
leave this
Mary,
girl alone.
Reverend Mrs. Dr. Reverend.
I'm passing your fake resume around the neighborhood. I'm gonna tell them keep their TVs with a padlock on it. You still got another son out
The
here.
resume are the
Stop playing
lyrics
with
to the
us.
song. You can't stop that's the lyrics to the song. That's the sheet music, Ken.
Oh man, I don't like y'all. I
The
swear, I
resume is
don't
the
like
sheet
y'all
music.
at all.
I'm reporting y'all ass. She ain't got to do it. I'm telling on all y'all.
Oh, so I just let y'all know now. I'm gonna probably get mine first because I'm on the East Coast. I'm gonna get my letter first, right?
Lord have mercy.
And then the rest of y'all get y'all's right behind me, but it's coming. All right, she writing mine right now.
No
right?
habla inglés.
No habla English. But she got different linguals now. She studied different linguals.
Mira, speak no black English, okay?
I
You
know.
know what? Hey, this what fucked me up though. Nique say, I got nervous though. I realized she had downloaded this motherfucker off the internet, and she's her own attorney. The lady didn't even send a real cease and desist. That's crazy. She'd have been lying from day one. She been lying out the gate.
Okay, the
Look
law
at this.
school of Dr. Mrs.
Look at that fake resume. She printed this out, y'all. She sends this to people. She
Wait till
stands on
wait
this.
till y'all see mine. Wait till y'all see mine, right? Jackie, Jack, help! We gotta get
Amora.
this resume together, Jack. Let's go, Jack. Let's get this resume together.
Amora, if you ever got to go to court against this lady, call me as a witness. I'm coming.
Call, yeah, we all coming.
I'm bringing all this shit right here.
We're gonna have our AI attorneys.
We finna,
our AI music.
We finna get her locked up and get a permanent restraining order on her crazy ass.
Man.
We gotta keep her off the internet. We gotta go after this lady. She is a problem. This lady is a problem, y'all.
Remember that old song? I'm a lawyer, a doctor, a father, a teacher. Martin King is a great man. He was.
Oh
Remember
my
they
God.
made us sing that in school? He's a marvelous preacher, no Belpy, my friend, a husband, a doctor. I'm like, there, girl, you better stop your shit now.
JC, we not finna explain nothing. Please welcome in. Go watch the replay, and you gonna thank me later. I promise you. Because this one right here,
it's for the books.
God damn, this is for the books.
It's for the dissertation because we're gonna get one right.
God damn. Now I told you I done got my granny involved. She walked by and she just said, "What in the world?" Lord?
Sister Francis ain't gonna be too happy with none of us come morning time. Okay?
Oh man,
Sister Francis, Sister Mary Francis ain't gonna be happy with none of us.
Oh my God. I try to stop cussing, but see, I come in here fooling with y'all every night. I didn't try to cut back on my cussing. Oh Lord.
Well, look at the time. My son died in 2020, but you want to come out when you want. Amora is asking for help at this time, but all you want to do is convict her of a crime. You know she didn't do. But what about you? What's your
That's so disrespectful right there. That first verse.
You care about your grandson, what do you do? Focused on everybody, but what about you?
I ain't got nothing to do with this, right?
Reverend
I ain't got nothing to do with this.
Attorney, Reverend Dr. Mrs.
Yes, she did, Jack.
I swear to God, I'm never getting into it with Genesis. I do not want this type of smoke. Genesis is petty. Y'all got my stomach hurting. God, I swear for real. I've been trying to get off the stream.
I plead the 5th, the 6th, the 7th. Damn it.
I've been trying to get off this stream for 45 minutes. I swear to God. I've been trying to say, all right, y'all, I'm gonna go to bed. Yes, Martin. She came out with the Kendrick. Disrespectful.
God dang it.
God. Oh my God, this is a fool.
I'm innocent, I tell you. I'm innocent, I tell you.
Now I see why that lady was trying to turn the attention back on poor Amora. This lady got some stuff going on. They might lock her up.
She probably done made up schools too, right? She was in every state and shit. I was there too. So she walked into the building. I went there.
She was everywhere.
All she did was walk in the building. I went to this school too.
Yeah, did you say she was old as Moses?
Yep.
Her and Moses went to middle school together.
Boy,
she helped write the 12 commandments. Oh my God. Oh my God. Martin, do not leave me over here with these people by myself no more. Martin,
That's
they
all right.
went to
You getting that letter? You getting that letter in the mail?
Martin, they didn't violate it. They didn't violate it.
Next time DJ play this song, she gonna get copyright strike.
The AI came with the Kendrick bar right off.
DJ, she gonna have your address on there. She gonna have your new address all on the thing.
God.
And she gonna give you a new name. What's your new name gonna be, DJ? She gonna give you a name.
Oh man,
sure.
Isabella. That's your new name, Isabella. She gonna say, Isabella, I'm dying.
Yeah, bro.
Isabella.
Sure. Can you wipe my information out your phone in case this lady asks you?
I don't know nothing. I'm sorry.
Wipe my contact out your phone. This lady got resources. Nique say, I just did the show an hour ago. She doxed us already. She doxed both of them before the night was over. I'm scared.
Yeah, she was talking mad stuff in the chat. They told her go take a nap, go sleep it off, go pray it off. Then she went on her Facebook page and started turning up.
She said, "Okay, bitch, I'm finna go to bed."
No. She said, "This. I told you these not to talk." But then why you talking back to her? Then it looks like a conversation here, Miss.
I mean,
It looks like a conversation. You said cease and desist, but you keep talking to me.
Yeah.
So this is like a conversation right about now. But I'm not saying nothing because you know the letter coming in the mail and shit.
JC, we done met somebody more devious than Nature Boy. we done met somebody who embellished their background more than Nature Boy.
Nature Boy mad right about like why he get her as a lawyer? Damn.
Exactly.
I cannot wait to
That's
talk.
would have threw her and hit Nature Boy in jail.
I cannot wait to talk to Jag, y'all. I cannot wait to talk to Jag. I'm gonna try my best.
That would have been the first time in the history that the lawyer and the criminal went to jail at the same time.
Well, at least she would have sounded a little bit better. You know, she would have sounded a little bit better.
Oh God, y'all, boy, listen. Hey, listen. I swear to God.
Follow the golden rule. That's the only thing that I ask. All right, let me see what's the other charge here.
Yeah, let's hear the charges. Nique say you want to dig, you want to dox.
Oh, this is your record right here. Hold on.
Oh, her record, God damn it.
You sent me something that pertains to you that happened in February of last year.
Ooh,
she want to release.
That's why that baby got took.
I told her don't do it. I said don't release that lady business that happened last year in February. Don't do that. She want to release it.
Look at that can of oil.
She want to release. Yeah, she want to release your business that happened in February. I don't want her to do that. I told her no, don't do it. Let's see what's the date of the other one?
Sound like the Kendrick Mole. She out there throwing cryptic messages.
She said, "Don't do it. Don't do it."
Where is the one that he was actually on probation for? Let me see. Where
Oh shit. God damn.
She sent me a lot. It's a lot here. Hold on, wait, y'all. It's a lot here.
Reverend Pookie. She is ghetto as hell. Whole family got backgrounds. She said, wait a minute, it's a whole lot of stuff right here.
Oh, here we go.
Look at Nique's face.
February of 2018.
Oh,
the
yeah,
actual reason
girl.
why he was on probation happened in February of 2018.
Tell
She
it.
want to release all that stuff. She found a lot of things. Okay.
Child, tell it.
I'm trying to call off the dogs. I'm trying.
What's
to
up?
end
8
this
with
peacefully.
24.
Now you want to take it there, it could go there, and you're not gonna hide your evenness behind the fact of being a grieving mother, because what you're doing is not. It's not because you're grieving. Your son passed away 4 years, and although there is not a timeline for grief, I'm not gonna let you hide behind that either. There ain't no reason why if you truly felt like I did you wrong, there's no reason why a woman of God who has integrity, who is a good person,
Not that one.
there's no reason why you couldn't
Stop it.
just say,
Not that one.
if you take yours down, I'll take mine down, and we be done with it. It's simple.
Not with her.
It could be all so simple. I'm not a difficult person.
It could
I'm not
all
difficult.
be
I'm
so
not
simple.
those things, but don't play with me.
Oh, it's not over now.
But don't
not
play with me.
It could have been over. Genesis and dropped 4 disc records in a row. She did about 6 of them, right? She did it back to back on her.
Baby,
She is
that
not
was
finna
a
let this
diss
go. She is
mixtape.
not finna let this go. This lady is not. It's been 4 years. She is not finna let this fight go. I'm telling you. Oh God, man. I need Jesus Christ. White folks don't do this. It's only us, y'all. Why do we do this?
No, them white folks be petty too. Them white folks be petty too. And they be petty over petty stuff.
Petty over petty, right?
Petty over petty.
Nique
Listen,
was
I'm
pissed.
not talking with y'all because y'all not getting me in no trouble. Okay, I don't hear nothing. No.
Gucci said
Kept,
P.O.P. Petty over petty.
kept getting. I mean, I don't know if to say that. This young man right here is getting his first.
Hold on, no. Hold on. Martin that just came in. Martin said, hold on. Did she say something about his son? Yeah, she started the diss track. Super disrespectful. Dear Adonis, your daddy ain't shit.
She helped me.
Oh God. I'm done, y'all. I'm
Now,
on mute for the rest.
that's all I gotta say about that. Diana, is there anything that you wanted to say? Is there anything that you wanted to say, Diana?
Dirty
Nope.
Diana.
Nope. You said
That
it.
what
You
she's
said
singing
it all,
now.
Nique.
That what she's
Dirty
saying.
Diana. Yeah.
That what she's singing right now.
This is something that happened 4 years ago. And this is something my mom texted me and said, don't judge her God. All I'm saying is whoever it is, it's not mine, Mom. I'm not judging her God. I'm just saying it's not who I know as God. Because what she's doing is not of the God that I know. So I
When
ain't
your mama
judging.
called in,
She
it got
created her
messy.
own God, her own church, her own everything. Girl, child out.
Hold on. She said her mama called in.
Her mama texted.
Trying to squash the beef.
Uh-huh.
And then here comes
No, her
Genesis
mother
dropping diss
actually
record.
called in last night and spoke. She held the phone up to the microphone and her mother said what she needed to say.
Lord.
Are you talking crazy? I ain't gonna disrespect my elders, but here go my mama. Hold on. God damn, this went to another level, y'all. This is
when you
crazy.
got mamas calling, right?
Oh man. Hey y'all.
Her mama was in the chat the whole time. Her mama wasn't playing.
We gotta do better, gang. We gotta do better, gang. We just do.
The slowness of YouTube. Nique is further exploiting me with a new video regarding the cease and desist. This is a satanic means to turn my attention from my child's justice and the safety of the children to their swine fest, where they surprise the guests with nicely put words to tear them down. I rebuke her in the name of Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. He rebukes her. Nonetheless, whereas I have uploaded this video with the last post, I am uploading it here where it's clear. This is Alexis Daniel Wright, aka Amora Lex, with the man Taylor Salmons, aka Tay Sway, in 2020 that the children saw and was often in her apartment, killed my son with her.
That's not cool. And she put their names in there. That's not cool. And you know what? I still really, even when Amora came up here, she was not disrespectful to that lady. She just said that lady, something's wrong with that lady. But that goes to show you, she got enough, as bad a picture as they try to paint her, bad a light as they try to paint her in, she does have more couth and more respect than this lady who's twice her age and supposed to be.
So 2 days ago,
That's crazy.
This was the message she said that she posted. I need Alex's friends to tune in to Nique at Night on YouTube at 8 p.m. to share your stories as I interview with them in answer to his killer. Update. While these individuals do not mind exploiting people and using their name repeatedly, I have removed their points of contact. Also, while they have expressed measures ignorantly to defame my child, the false arrest of him, where charges were dropped once the judge saw the evidence he begged the officers to see, and the family, I am prepared to sue them not only for the defamation in the interview they lured me to posting to help with justice, which I never asked them to do, but also for any such behavior common to what the fuck is Jesus Christ? Word salad. The only volunteer is the woman who killed my son and abandoned her children as usually, but publicly, this time to monetize. This is an example of what happens when your perils end up in swine's den. It is trampled, as Jesus said. I do believe that if she wants to have a channel, she should avoid these evil ghetto continual exploitations to monetize on the evil she intended on her show.
Oh, Lordy.
Man, and she's still going, honey. This
The
is
only one that was evil was the good Dr. Reverend. Okay, stop it.
No, get it right. The good Dr. Reverend Mrs. Attorney.
Attorney.
Eve and Cobb, fear of open visions and prophetic dreams. Owner and founder, CEO of God's Everlasting Love Ministries, fear and Reverend Faithy Cobb, fear of open visions and prophetic dreams. Prophetess and seer, archaic for one who sees a prophet, former computer professional at university. What the
Now
Charlie
for
be
this
here all
lady,
night. You
for
trying to
this
get off
lady,
her resume, fake
for this
resume.
lady, right? For this lady to be so busy doing all of these freaking former jobs, how does she have this much time 4 years later to still be this upset? That's crazy. I'm scared of people like that, man. She can't move on.
She should have been out here advocating for. She should have had
Thank
an
you.
Alex some foundation for her son. She should have
Who's-
been out here advocating against fentanyl. She should
But
have
ain't
been out
nobody
here
gonna-
doing this, that, da 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 da. She ain't doing nothing but sitting up there talking about the girl unalived her son, and there is
She was jealous
proof.
she was jealous of that woman because she really wanted her son, and that was that was her competition in her life. Her son is Oedipus complex at its finest.
Hey,
Complex.
now she done made me dig. I'm going back find out what happened February of 2023. That's what I'm finna do.
Exactly.
Keep playing. It's public information. Hey, and again, then we get a clearer picture. Like I said, I Suge, I'll say it again. You cold, Suge. You bad at what you do because those two interviews put a light on a lot of things that wouldn't have come in attention. Now imagine if Amora wouldn't have came out and spoke out for herself, and then all we would have heard was the grandmother of everybody was ready to be sympathetic toward this lady because they like, oh yeah, she the grandmother of one of this girl's kids. She got 5 kids and abandoned her kids, and she trying to see that's what. And then as soon as you look beneath the surface layer, you see all this. That's what we need to start doing with every single aspect of our life in our community. And when we deal with people, stop letting people tell you anything. Go look at that resume and then you'll see. You know what I'm saying? We just have to quit being lazy. Quit supporting people because you see them one time and they say something that sounds good or something that's uplifting or they look good or they whatever. You have to look deeper into people because people have learned how to manipulate people through this internet. They have learned that to a science.
You got to look into a person's background, who they really are.
Facts.
And who is she?
And where'd you come from and who sent you?
She is. Let me tell you.
God's everlasting love ministry, seer and Reverend Faithy Cobb, seer of open visions and prophetic dreams. Prophet is a seer, for one who sees a prophet.
Even the AI can't even get that out.
For teaching and
That's crazy.
design and home education, former competitor at martial arts champion cater, former database developer and database designer, former data processor at AT&T, studies DMN industry at South University, studied Master of Science in Criminal Justice and a CJ Chris. Walton University. Study Masters of Arts in Theological Studies at Columbia and Essex University. Study Christian Ministry at Emory University. Studies Master of Arts in Biblical Languages, Language Exegesis and Liberty University. Study at Thomas Edison State University.
That's how you're gonna like know where.
Psych. Psych.
Hey,
Gotcha.
What I noticed, all this former study is no actual obtainment. You don't see a MA. You don't see.
You don't see exactly. You don't see a certification of completion.
You have all this.
She
stuff.
walked in the building and walked out, so she could claim she went there. Okay.
No, these aren't even real. These aren't even real courses of study. If you look at them, she's talking. Look at the very first one. Look at the very first one. It's not even a real class or qualification or schooling. It's not even real. Go up to the very first one. Owner, founder, God's prophetic dreams. Prophet at what?
At Seer.
Yeah. Yeah. Look at that. What does that even mean? See what I'm saying?
All right. She's the owner and founder.
None of it means anything.
God's Everlasting Love Ministries. Seer at Reverend Faith E. Cobb, Seer of Open Visions and Prophetic Dreams. Prophetess and seer.
Thank you.
For the one who sees a prophet.
Right.
Former computer professional at university. What the fuck does that mean?
She was a data entry in a finance office at Kansas Medical Center. It's a hospital. She was a data entry person. Former teaching and
not the data entry person, Kev.
No, it's real. I'm telling you, all you have to do is basic research. These people is data entry position. When you come in and you register and you make an appointment to come into that clinic, that's what she did. She entered your information. That I mean, you can dress it up. Look at this: former teaching and curriculum development and design at home education. What does that mean? She homeschooled her kids. You don't have a degree in that. Why are you listing that as an attribute on a resume? Teaching and curriculum development and design at home education. It sounds incomplete.
I'm gonna use that one too. Shit, I'm raising
Exactly.
2 dogs. I'm raising some pets here. Shit.
It sounds good. When did you graduate from the development and design at home education school? When did you? Where's your belt? What belt are you at the competitor at martial arts champion?
My title is a design technician.
Okay, there we go. See, now we starting to see
database designer.
Yeah, that these
If
are
she was a database developer and database designer,
footwear engineer,
he would not have needed to fucking
right. But where exactly? Former database developer and database designer. I can say that I'm a former database developer and designer. Where,
bro?
From what years to what years?
Listen to me, y'all.
I'm taking her whole resume. Damn that.
I'm finna embellish my shit too. Fuck that. I'm embellishing.
I'm gonna update my ish right now.
The more the merrier.
Let them figure it out.
This is insane. Study. What does that say? Study study, not doctorate. Studies. Doctor of Ministry at South University. Where? South University where? In South where? Jamaica?
That's why I went to. That's why I went to. Me too. Shoot. Mm-hmm.
And she says studied Master of Science, not degreed, not a master's degree, not a PhD. Exactly, not an MD of Science. You studied a Master of Science in Criminal Justice course. Come on, man. She knows how to theological studies at Columbia International University. Now, when you see International University, it's an online school. Whenever you see international, Columbia does not have an international university anywhere in the world.
South University is an online course too.
Thank you. All of the things she's talking about are online courses. Cambridge University. It sounds close to Cambridge.
All this shit is showing me she didn't finish any goddamn.
She didn't. She like I said. She doesn't even have a certificate. She does not even have
no degree,
a certificate of completion. There's no degree. There's no certificate of completion. A person who went and got a forklift license got more of a resume than she has. None of this means nothing.
Right.
You know, I don't care what y'all say. I'm taking that whole resume. Right, I'm taking that whole resume.
If she was serious, it wouldn't say study nothing. It would have said master's.
Right. It says studies in front of everyone. Look at it. Studied Christian ministry at Cambridge University. You studied it. I studied it at home. I studied it online. So what?
I studied 48 laws of power. That don't mean
exactly. So now you're a master of the theological philosophies of life now because you read 48 laws of power. Yeah. That's nuts.
Studied Christian ministry. So studies, master. So studies or studied? Master of Arts in Biblical Languages.
That's what I studied too. Mm-hmm. I studied that too. Mm-hmm.
But
I'm gonna stop playing with me in my studies. But stop playing with me.
Listen, she was on Nique at night like, I have a master's in this. I'm a doctorate in that. Listen, I need you to.
She said she was in doctoral school right now, right?
Right, but she said she had her master's.
Me too.
Right. She said she just finished up her master's program. Hey, Patron Gold, welcome in. I hope you hit that like. I know you late. It's too much to explain, but basically in a nutshell, who this lady is we're talking about is the CPS girls, the mother of one of her children. The grandmother of one of her children. So that's who we're talking about. Anyway.
Let me show you something like this right here. A database developer, that's a software engineer, okay?
Right.
A database developer is a software engineer, okay?
Right.
So if you are a database developer, you don't even do any of this shit because you
right. And you wouldn't call yourself a database developer at database designer, because if you are a developer, you are designing and coding the program.
Listen, now gonna stop messing up my resume, okay?
You need to be a
damn it.
Right. And if you are the database designer, then it should be former database developer and designer at such and such company.
At what company? Now she said former data processor at AT&T. She was in billing and collections.
No, she was a goddamn. She was typing in information into the database. She was typing data.
Welcome.
Right, data entry.
Entry. That's not like a big what the fuck? A former data processor, like bro.
Google.
Y'all gonna leave my resume alone, okay? So I'm using. Everything.
Former.
She ought to send
arts champion Kata.
I know one thing. Right. God dang it. I don't get y'all 7 hours of my time, right?
Right. We have been on here.
We're gonna still finish roasting tomorrow because I gotta fix my resume tonight before I go to sleep.
Right. You know
and then I gotta check my mail and see if I got a dissertation, cease and desist and shit. And then I gotta see if I got copyright strikes because you done fucked up and made a song.
Hey, listen.
Don't forget to add to your resume. Don't forget to add to your resume songwriter and songwriter and artist developer.
No, not to afterwards.
You studied at AI University.
I gotta go and fix my resume, and I'm on it at
YouTube University.
This is crazy.
Yes, and you know what? And YouTube to get You do got to go to YouTube University. I got to put that down too. And Instagram University, Facebook University.
We are alumni
Somebody
from
is
Facebook
working that. And
University, and we
DFW.
graduated to Cal State.
Let's see if we find a former martial arts champion at martial arts kata. Let's see if it. Okay, no, nope. That's.
You know what I can call myself too
Well,
now?
I enjoyed y'all. Don't forget to thank you. Keep it cutting.
I'm a former national broadcast journalist, co-host on a daily, daily on a nationwide broadcast. I'm on my Brian Gumble shit. I'm gonna tell them I went to Brian Gumble University. And I studied at the Sugar Shack. All right, I'm done, y'all. I'm not finna go through this with y'all. This is it. I'm putting my foot down. I'm out of here. I'm gone. I love y'all. I'll catch up with y'all crazy boys tomorrow, yo.
All right, bro.
Let's not get here joking.
What you applying for a school, DJ?
No, they got a job at PepsiCo for $172,000 a year. Hell yeah.
Wow.
No,
Hey.
I'm a UX designer, so I'm like shit. I came up here joking. I'm like shit. It's just, what?
Hey, listen, I got a job already. I work for Philadelphia Entertainment International, and I just want y'all to know I gotta get up and go to work tomorrow. Jag don't play that late shit. So I'll catch up with y'all tomorrow, gang.
Oh, you gotta put
Don't
that
make
on your
Dad get on the good Dr. Reverend, okay? Stealing her.
You know that's my people. I told them when they started that, when Orlando started, keep Jag name out your mouth. You know I don't play about Miss Jack.
Thank you. You have a blessed night too. Don't forget to catch the replay.
Man, listen.
Keep it
The
cutting.
replay will be everything, y'all. I'm telling you, the replay is everything. Peace, gang. I love y'all. I'm out for real.
We had a good time tonight, man.
Take us out for real, DJ.
Okay, we don't listen. Hey, you sure you don't want to hear the other song? Okay, I'm gonna play a real song. Okay.
Yeah, go on right is a JJ.
I'm just joking. I'm sorry.
Oh, girl. Take us out for real, DJ. Because you be getting a cease and desist and shit.
Okay. All right.
I love who I am. I'm loving me. Look in the mirror. Unapologetically love what I see. Love who I am. I am invincible. I am a fan. My curves and my features, God makes no mistakes. I am successful. I am what it takes. I'm bulletproof. I'm 100 proof, and I love who I see because I'm living my truth. I'm invincible. I'm incredible. A star in the making. I reach past the clouds. I'm invincible. I'm incredible. And no one can stop me. Can stop me now. I'm invincible.